Chapter 453. This dream was the same as a man's martial arts dream when he was young. Qin also dreamed of going out one day, surrounded by luxury cars, lackeys, and 2 or 3 beautiful female secretaries. That was how those acting tough on TV acted. Beautiful female secretaries were the standard. Su Yu, Qin Baobao, and Wang Zijin were all very beautiful. Any one of them could satisfy his requirements. But the way the sisters were used was different from the female secretaries. And when he went out with the sisters, he should be the one being their lackey. It was impossible to change secretaries. It was probably impossible in this lifetime. Qin knew how to choose from the question in front of him. When we bought the 2 entertainment companies, we already had this idea. But wasn't it too rushed? Qin Baobao slid down from his lap, took off her high heels, and sat with her legs curled up. Sister's posture was especially seductive. It showed off the curves of her exquisite body. It's been 9 months. They haven't changed much. I'm very disappointed. If I didn't see this quarter's report, I wouldn't be like this, Qin said. Choosing to buy the entertainment companies was to expand the company's manpower. Tianfang was like a pool of stagnant water. It was difficult to revive it without introducing fresh water. But, Qin Baobao half knelt on the sofa, her eyes watery. You were so domineering just now, like a domineering CEO. Then is there a reward? Qin Baobao kissed him on the cheek. Obsessive-compulsive disorder. Here too. Qin tilted his head. Qin Baobao blushed. She hit his head with a karate chop and kissed him again. Qin was a little lightheaded. I seem to have run out of facial cleanser at home. Qin Baobao, I'll buy you a new one later. Sister didn't seem to understand my hint. Sister is really a refreshing stream of female drivers. No, she's not a female driver. She doesn't even have a driver's license. At this time, he missed Wang Zijin and Su Yu, who could joke with him. However, it was because sister didn't know anything that he liked to flirt in front of sister. It was very exciting. For example, sister, I want to use facial cleanser tonight. His sister didn't know anything. She might even stupidly bring him some facial cleanser. For example, sis, I haven't been in a daze recently. His sister didn't know anything. For example, sister, I've thought it through. Have you thought it through? His sister still didn't know anything. Another example would be, sis, I used to find your stuttering annoying, but now I find it quite comfortable. No, this was too explicit. His sister would beat him to death. There was another knock on the office door. After Qin Baobao said, "Come in," Mu opened the door and came in. Chairman Qin, what do you think about the new movie? At least tell us what the theme is so that the production team can prepare, Mu said. Tianfang had several directors, some of whom were even more famous than Mu. But none of them were able to get Qin's attention, so Qin still chose to use the familiar Mu. Qin had already thought about this question. Journey to the West, he said. Ha! Mu was stunned. The theme is based on Journey to the West, Qin said. The theme of Journey to the West, this has already been filmed too many times. Mu frowned. In recent years, there have been many such themes. It was okay in the past, but now they can't sell anymore. The audience is tired of the aesthetic. A few years ago, Sun Wukong's 100-meter dash to the White Bone Demon and Tang Sanzang sweeps the Spider Demon didn't do well at the box office. And last year, there was another movie, The Unspeakable Story of Zhu Beiji and Guanyin Bodhisattva. It attracted a lot of attention at first, but after it was released, the audience said that the plot was tired of the plot and it was not funny. The box office was a flop. Nowadays, office workers are under a lot of pressure at work. They like movies, TV series, and novels with light and funny themes. So we'll take this route as well, Qin said. Then, we'll discuss it after you've written the script, Chairman Qin. You knew Qin's temperament. To work with him, all he had to do was follow his orders. Qin nodded. Go out first. I'll write the script for you in 3 to 2 days. You nodded and left. You know how to write a script. Qin Bao didn't believe him. Nope. Then why did you boast about making a movie? You're so thick-skinned. It's not that I'm boasting, but the current film industry is too materialistic and superficial. Directors are no longer artists, screenwriters are no longer writers. A bunch of stars who have only made a few comedies are blindly arrogant and change careers to become directors. There's a pile of bad movies. Qin shrugged. Since the threshold is so low, why can't I be a screenwriter? Then write the script. I'll see if I can play the female lead. Qin Bao looked at him with disdain. Then don't come. I'll find Li Wei to play the female lead. Qin rolled his eyes. I can find someone else to do the sex scenes and kissing scenes. I'm tired of working with you all the time. Ha! You want to do a sex scene with Li Wei? Qin Bao was furious. She straddled her brother and strangled him. You black-hearted maggot. Say that again and I'll fire Li Wei right now. You're the one who doesn't want to do it. Didn't I say I'll read your script? Who wants you to read it? It's up to you. No, there are kissing and sex scenes. No one else can act, not even a stunt double. Why? You black-hearted maggot. I knew you had feelings for Li Wei. I'll beat you to death today. A few minutes later, the arrogant sister pressed Qin down on the sofa, like a mermaid that had been thrown ashore and was struggling with all her might. Get lost. I don't want you to act anymore. I won't let you live in my house. Qin Bao felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. Her sister's dignity was shattered again. You're asking for it. Qin snorted. Qin Bao felt that it was embarrassing to be bullied by her brother on the sofa. She sniffled and sobbed quietly. Qin was speechless. Don't you know how to coax me? You've never been fierce to Wang Zijin. You black-hearted maggot. Qin Bao cried and scolded at the same time. It was as if she had been wrong because Qin treated Wang Zijin well. He forgot that his sister was a girl after all. She would cry whenever she felt wronged. She would only cry in front of him. Fortunately, he was good at coaxing his sister. He leaned over to his sister but was pushed away by the angry Qin Bao. After a few times, he simply reached out and hugged her legs. He carried her and put her on the coffee table. The sister and brother faced each other. Her long legs hooked around his waist. Qin grabbed 2 tissues and handed them to her. Don't be angry. You can read it after I finish writing the script. Qin Bao twisted her waist, indicating that she did not want to accept his tissues. Qin understood and helped his sister wipe her tears. Look, your eyeshadow is smudged because of your crying. He saw that his sister was stunned and then angry. The witty Qin immediately added, you don't need eyeshadow at all. Sister is the most beautiful. Makeup is just superfluous. Qin Bao sniffed and snorted. Near the end of work, Qin suddenly received a call from Suyu. Husband, I have a cold. His voice was thick and nasally. His sister, who was holding his arm, had sensitive ears and vaguely heard a woman's voice. Who's calling? His sister asked vigilantly. Suyu, she's sick. Qin replied. At the same time, he also told Suyu, my sister is on the side. Put away your words. Are you better? Qin frowned. No, I didn't go to work today. You didn't notice. Suyu felt wronged. I'm very dizzy. Do you want to go to the hospital? Qin said. You take me there. Okay. Hanging up the phone, he said, Suyu has a cold for a day. She's uncomfortable. I'll take her to the hospital. Qin Bao reluctantly said, she has a cold. Why is she looking for you? Doesn't she have a family of her own? Qin was silent for a moment. She has a bad relationship with her family. She has lived alone for many years. Suyu's situation, except for Qin and Nan Man Pei, few people know. Qin Bao was stunned. Then you go. Qin smiled and touched his sister's dog head. Sensible. Qin Bao was stunned for a few seconds before she reacted. She was retaliated against. Just in the office, she said the same words and did the same action. So she chased Qin and beat him. Since the story of laughing and touching a dog's head came out, touching the head has become a way for the brother and sister to compete. Qin Bao always felt that if her head was touched, it would become a dog's head. Qin always felt that it wasn't impossible for him to accept this. Chapter 454. Qin drove to Suyu's apartment and took out the key to open the door. It was more convenient for him to come to Suyu's place than to go back to his own home. He had to go through 3 procedures of fingerprints, electronic passwords, and keys. Qin almost trotted all the way and hurried here. Unconsciously, Suyu had a pivotal position in his heart. It was no longer the simple pity of the past, but more fetters that were difficult to give up. The well-decorated apartment was brightly lit, and the sound of the game came out of the bedroom through the sound system and floated in every corner of the room. Qin anxious mood was like a warm fire in the desert and was extinguished by a bucket of cold water. He walked into the bedroom with his mouth twitching and saw a woman with long hair squatting on a chair, wearing a purple nightgown, playing a shooting game. Her slim figure swayed from side to side with the shooting action of the game character. Suyu loves to play games, and playing games is a good way to pass the time. Qin recalled the first time he played a shooting game. It was the same. The character in the game shuttled through the rain of bullets, and he kept dancing on the soft chair of the internet cafe. He couldn't stop at all. Suyu played a shooting game that was currently very popular. That's not the point. Don't you have a cold? Don't you feel dizzy? Qin 2 fists turned on Suyu's temples. Pain, pain, pain. I'm dead. Suyu cried. The character she controlled was killed. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I'll beat the shit out of you today. Qin said angrily. Suyu didn't have the guilty conscience of a liar at all, but cheekily said, You are my medicine, and it works in a day. I'll fuck your mother. Qin burst out swearing. It's not enough for you to fuck me, and you don't even let my mother go. Beast! Suyu covered her mouth and looked shocked. Qin damn it. His brain was shaking, and he wanted to beat her. Suyu was getting more and more naughty. After they were really familiar with each other, her cold goddess style was completely thrown away. A cold beauty is not in line with Qin's taste, but if Suyu can occasionally maintain that state, he will have a very good experience. One's body is upright and one's mouth is bad. Obviously, his body was honest, but his mouth was stubborn. With a red face, he pretended to be indifferent and said, I don't need your big magic tool. Another example was wearing a female teacher's uniform, wearing black-rimmed glasses, and wearing black stockings on her long legs. She stepped on his chest and said coldly, Bah, scum. Ah, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. You are naughty with me. Qin sneered, picked her up from the chair and walked to the bed. Suyu's pale face panicked. Her two long legs kicked wildly as she begged for mercy. "Good man, please let me go." Boom! The whole person was thrown on the soft bed and bounced a few times. Then, there was a continuous slapping sound in the room, as well as Su Yu's moaning and begging for mercy. After that, Qin Zhe stood up and stood beside the bed. Looking at the messy bed, he nodded with satisfaction. He was experienced in spanking. Su Yu covered his buttocks and sucked in cold air. A man who hits a woman has a small penis of 5 centimeters. Su Yu was not convinced and cursed. "Are you still naughty with me?" Qin Zhe was enraged. Come over here. I have a jar of homemade chewy wine. It's sticky and very sexy. 1 sip and you'll gasp for breath. 2 sips and you'll feel waves. 3 sips and you'll fly into the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the newspaper seller." Su Yu immediately flinched and stuck out her tongue at him. Since Su Yu was fine, Qin Zhe was relieved. Her buttocks were also spanked, and he couldn't bear to blame her again. "You're fine, I'll go back first. Pay more attention to your body these days. Spring is not only the season for animals to mate, but also the season for viruses to be ashamed and impatient." Qin Zhe said. "No." Su Yu rushed to the edge of the bed and grabbed his hand, looking pitiful. "How long have you not been with me, and you don't come to the company? You have no conscience and bad guy." Saying that, she wiped the tears that were forcibly squeezed out. Qin Zhe's heart softened. "Okay, I won't go back tonight. I just have to write the script." It was easy to explain to his sister. As long as he really had something to do, his sister would not care about not going home at night. After all, he stayed up late to write the script, which was what the scriptwriters did. Usually, if he was outside and did not go home to sleep, it would definitely not work. And if his sister had no opinion, she had always disguised herself as a gentle, considerate, and sensible sister Ziwei. Even if it was just to compete, she would also say that she had no opinion. Qin Zhe called his sister and said that Su Yu was not feeling well and sent her to the hospital. He had to stay here and write the script. His sister really agreed, and she was very considerate to tell him to rest more, pay attention to his body, and don't stay up all night to write the script. Qin Zhe sat in front of the computer and raised the corner of his mouth. He had figured out the way to deal with his sister and sister Ziwei. Thinking of those years, he had been tricked by his sister since he was a child, and finally, the tables had turned. Thanks to the system, thanks to its IQ upgrade gift pack. System aside, I have been reduced to the tragic situation of occasionally mentioning it. Qin Zhe's eyes suddenly glanced at Su Yu's sly smile, sneaky, like a little fox whose trick succeeded. This smile, this expression, so familiar. He thought of his sister. Not good, my salted fish Sei has been tricked again. I don't know when it started. After Qin Zhe found out the depth of Su Yu also understood his strengths and weaknesses. She began to become like her sister, like to trick him. Knowing that Qin Zhe had no resistance to acting coquettishly and cute, no matter what, as long as she whined and acted coquettishly and cute, Qin Zhe would follow. Maybe she learned it from Qin Bao Bao, or maybe Su Yu discovered it herself. Anyway, she has learned how to trick Qin Zhe. For example, just now. Su Yu immediately put away her sly smile and looked serious. System, give her a hose wisdom subtraction. I don't want a woman who is too smart. The system ignored him. Su Yu, who didn't catch a cold, ran to the kitchen and made 2 cups of coffee. She sat beside him with the coffee in both hands, chattering and bragging to him that the coffee beans were sent by a foreign friend. It was super superior, and it was not comparable to the fake coffee in the market. Then she bragged about her coffee-making skills. First of all, the coffee beans were ground, not put in the machine, but she specially bought a small tool and ground it into powder by her own precious little hands. It's delicious. Suyu finished, blinked her eyelashes, and looked at him expectantly. Well, without your coffee, I can't live. Qinzhe nodded perfunctorily. Exaggerated. Suyu rolled her eyes. But the flying eyebrows and the upturned mouth betrayed her, and there was a little sweetness in her heart. For the man she likes, even if she knows that it is exaggerated sweet words, women have no resistance. Suyu is even more so. As long as Qinzhe says that he needs her very much and can't leave her, Suyu will be happy to explode, because in these 20 years of life, no one thinks that she is very important. Qinzhe concentrated on writing the script. The movie was found from the Points Mall. Usually, as long as he opened the 3D projection interface of the Points Mall, he can listen to songs, watch movies, and watch small H movies, but others can't see it. There was a period of time when Qinzhe would occasionally open a small H movie and watch it. He would watch the naked teachers moaning and moaning. All the other salted fish would secretly watch it while he was the only one who could watch it openly. He was the king of the salted fish. Until one day, Qinzhe suddenly woke up and felt that poverty limited his imagination, so he no longer used the Points Mall to watch movies. Occasionally, in the dead of night, he would watch a few movies with great energy. He found that the database that the system packed from an unknown world, the movie has very similar development rules with his world. He realized that whether it was movies or cartoons, the quality and plot of the old movies were far better than the new ones. The production and special effects of the new movies have improved, but the plot and logic are not as good as the old movies. Lack of ingenuity. When commercial movies become mainstream, the selling point of the movie will change from quality to flow of small stars. Qinzhe spent 100 points to convert the movie into a script mode and then copied it into the movie. Other systems could just connect directly to the network and transmit the information over here. Low system, there is an invisible gap between its existence and this world. Everything has to go through Qinzhe as a transit station. In the words of the low system itself, I am safer because I am not in this world. If the situation is bad, I can run away. Other systems can't do it because space ability is my innate skill. Leave the group, it's a shame. Writing the script. In the process of copying the script, Suyu has been teasing him, either rubbing his thigh with her feet or blowing into his ear. Qinzhe glanced at her, a pair of well-proportioned slender legs under the nightdress, got up and went to the bathroom. I'm going to take a bath. The hot water splashed against his body. Not only did Qinzhe's anger not subside, but it also burned like a raging fire. Counting the time, he hasn't had in-depth communication with Suyu for a long time. She was busy these days, and Qinzhe himself was also busy. After taking a bath, he found Suyu sitting in front of the computer, typing. She was still writing novels, and Wang Zijin told him about it. After knowing the power of the river crab great god, Suyu gave up writing very H and very violent novels, and turned to writing sweet love novels. Qinzhe specially went to read it. It was too ugly, and it didn't feel good at all. The male and female protagonists were stuck together all day long, either kissing or having sex. Suyu no longer described the sex plot in detail and omitted 500 words. The male protagonist did not have a poisonous tongue, the female protagonist did not show her divinity in front of people, the two were like a pair of teddy bears, and the plot was very boring. This kind of book can only be made into a TV series or a movie. Did you save it for me? Qinzhe asked. Suyu was stunned, looked at him blankly, and asked, didn't you save it yourself? Qinzhe suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. You won't close it without saving it, no, even if you don't save it, there will be a pop-up prompt when you close it. Suyu scratched her head, I don't know, I closed the software directly in the background. Qinzhe, you closed it directly in the background, did you do it deliberately? I worked hard to write the script for half an hour, and you ruined it all. Qinzhe scolded. Why are you so fierce? Suyu was not convinced. I saved it for more than 20 years, and you poked it with a needle. I didn't say anything, I'm so generous. She was righteous. Qinzai. Damn it. Speechless. No, why was it a needle? Chapter 455. Perhaps one is marked by the company one keeps. Suyu was now full of flirtatious words. Most of it was learned from Qinzai. Unlike Qin Bao Bao, who occasionally swipes Weibo, Suyu usually goes to work, goes home, plays games, visits forums, and spends most of her time on the internet. In the eyes of Qin Bao Bao, how can the internet be more comfortable than flirting with her brother? Wang Zijin was considered as someone who started later but reached first. Half a year of working as an editor and chief editor had allowed her to evolve from a newbie to a veteran of the internet. However, Sister Zijin would not be full of flirtatious words. She remembered her own persona. She was the noble Zijin, gentle and generous, with an extraordinary bearing. How could she say flirtatious words? Suyu asked, "What are you doing writing the script? Are you going to make a movie again?" Qinzai nodded, yes. Suyu's eyes lit up, like xenon lights, shining and jumping. I'll do it, let me do the heroine. Qinzai refused, no, the heroine has to be played by my sister. Suyu suddenly stood up from the chair and looked down, arms akimbo. Your wife is not as good as your sister in your heart. You are not my wife. Qinzai rolled his eyes. Suyu raised her foot and kicked, crying, Qinzai, you ungrateful bastard. The chair was too soft, and she stood high. Because Qinzai dodged, Suyu, who kicked the air, fell forward. Qinzai hurriedly caught it. If this exquisite and flawless face were to be damaged, wouldn't it be a great loss? He picked up Suyu, threw her on the bed, and took off her clothes. You go away, I'm not your wife. Suyu curled up, holding her chest and staring. You don't have to treat me as your husband, you think I'm a beast. Qinzai rushed up. Help, I'm molesting you. No one will come to save you. If you come over again, I'll bite my tongue. You still want to bite your tongue? Eat my lollipop. The two of them were having a great time. Don't make trouble, Suyu pushed Qinzai away. Her clothes were messy, and she said angrily, I don't really want to do it now. I'm not in the mood. Help me up. I'll write a chapter first. F***ck your sister. I have inspiration now. I want to come up with a plot. You can think of your own ideas. I'll drink first as a sign of respect. I won't let you in. Suyu closed his legs tightly. But it didn't matter. Qinzai had a piece of siege wood that was thicker than Su Lai's. Suyu saw that the situation was not good and rolled on the bed. It was difficult for heroes to roll. What the F***ck? There was no way, Qinzai could only let him go, and Suyu happily ran to the computer to write. Qinzai lay on the bed and smoked a cigarette in loneliness. The system, which had been lurking for a while, suddenly popped up, you should leave the group. How embarrassing. Qinzai was speechless. Was it taking the opportunity to take revenge? Why bother to make things difficult for salted fish? Qinzai sincerely apologized, I was wrong. I thought I would never complain about you again. The system ignored him again. At 10:30, Suyu wrote for an hour, climbed into bed happily, and hugged Qinzai. I'm done. Suyu said expectantly. You go away. I have a headache. I don't want to talk to you. Qinzai said. Don't be angry. You're a man. Suyu said. Man. This is the reason why you let me hold it for an hour. Well, the effect is great. I feel that the world is dull now. I want to write the script. If you haven't slept after writing, we can talk about something else. No, no. Suyu tried to act coquettishly. Suyu suddenly said, one up and one down is not class oppression. Build a harmonious society. Chinze subconsciously replied, a few in and a few out is not a barbaric invasion. Create a new generation of people. Suyu smiled and said, come on. Chinze sighed and said, you're really naughty. Chinze held Suyu and attacked wildly, hitting tons of damage in 10 minutes. Suyu's blood was thin and she couldn't bear it. She gasped and said, I can't bear it. Hey, I haven't used my big move yet. Then you can do it today. No. We're not romantic at all. Chinze stopped attacking and said, how do you want to be romantic? Suyu gasped and said, I'll be more romantic, you slow down. Chinze, let's just take a break and I'll treat you to a double egg ham. Woo woo woo. After that, Suyu rushed to the bed and found a cigarette from Chinze's coat. Her curvy back almost made Chinze move again. She took out a cigarette, bit it in her mouth, lit it, and then stuffed it into Chinze's mouth. Snuggling in Chinze's arms, she said coquettishly, hey, give me the heroin. No. Chinze still refused. Give me back the cigarette. Suyu grabbed the cigarette angrily. Chinze turned his head and avoided it. He said helplessly, the investment in this film will be relatively large. In fact, we can do special effects, but the funds are used on the actors. Chin bao bao and I don't need to be paid. We can save a lot of money for special effects. I estimate that the movie will be made within 500 million yuan. This is not a low-budget movie. The heroin really can't be given to you. We can't afford to burn so much money. You just think I'm not professional. Suyu was not happy. It's a fact, okay. Chinze rolled his eyes. Believe it or not, I'll cut off your baby. Suyu reached out and tried hard in the quilt. Hiss, Chinze said angrily, pinch, see who regrets it. Suyu, she admitted defeat. Then at least let me play the second female lead. I've seen The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach. Chin Bao Bao was also not professional at that time. If she can play the second female lead, then I can also play it. I'm not worse than her. I have to say that your acting talent is really not as good as my sister's. I, Suyu, am not weaker than others in my life. Chinze thought to himself, where did you get your confidence from? My sister is a professional actress. Although she didn't have a professional background and has never acted before, she has always acted with me in real life. She has acted for more than 10 years and almost fooled me. Looking back at your life, when you were sad, my sister pretended to be cute and pitiful in front of me. How can you compare with her? Then I'll see when the time comes and assign you a supporting female lead. Chinze said. As for the supporting female lead, her acting skills don't need to be very good. She just needs to be online. She can just cut a few more times on the set and correct it little by little. Suyu climbed up the pole. Is there a kissing scene? Yes. But not with the protagonist, but it doesn't matter, just use a stunt double. Is there a bed scene? This is not. Suyu thought about it and looked very reluctant. Then I'll try it, just as honing my acting skills. In the future, I will be the heroine myself. Sister, please give up writing novels, give up film and television adaptations. Yo, this call is so cool, say it again. Although Suyu likes to stick to him, in fact, she is older than Chinze and 2 years older than Chin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin. Chinze was very cooperative and called a few times, for a siscon, cross it out. For a siscon, whether it's a Lolita or a soft girl, they can't make any waves in his heart. Being able to call sister to the woman around him anytime and anywhere, this is the most basic accomplishment of a cis-con. Qinze has always felt that those who like Lolita and soft girls, in fact, like their cuteness, take them home as mascots. Therefore, he advised Lolita and soft cis-con to repent. Suyu frowned and suddenly retched. What's the matter? Qinze asked with concern. Suyu waved her hand, lifted the quilt, and ran naked to the toilet. Qinze hurriedly put on a nightgown, and then found a clean nightgown from the closet and chased into the bathroom. In the bathroom, Suyu leaned over the toilet and vomited. Qinze put on a nightgown for her and patted her back gently. What's wrong? Where are you uncomfortable? Suyu finished vomiting and stroked her stomach. It's just uncomfortable, I want to vomit. Qinze said, what did you eat for dinner? Suyu said, I had porridge at night, and I retched in the afternoon. Qinze was surprised, is there such a situation recently? Suyu said, occasionally. Qinze was shocked again and said in his heart, it shouldn't be. I might be pregnant. Suyu seemed to have a telepathic connection. Go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. Qinze was a little overwhelmed, and his stomach full of complaints and flirtatious words disappeared. No wonder people said that every child was caught off guard, and it was true. He was not mentally prepared at all, but if Suyu was really pregnant, he would have to take responsibility. Qinze was happy and nervous. Even if he would be dried up by his sister at home, this kind of thing must not be backed down, otherwise, if Suyu gave birth to a little salted fish, the little salted fish would look for his father. The little salted fish swam and saw old Wang, and said excitedly, Uncle Wang, are you my father? Old Wang said, no, I'm the father of Datu's son. The little salted fish swam and saw old Lord Taishang, and said excitedly, are you my father? Old Lord Taishang said, no, I'm Red Boy's father. How pitiful. Suyu said happily, my stomach has been uncomfortable these days, and I always feel like vomiting. It's easy to be full if I eat too much, so I have porridge for dinner. The more Qinze listened, the more he felt that something was wrong, and asked, what's the adverse reaction? After eating, I feel bloated and uncomfortable, and sometimes it hurts, and there's chest tightness, and inexplicable hiccups. Qinze looked at Suyu's tongue coating, and his face turned stiff for a second. Suyu said happily, I must be pregnant. No. Ha. You're not pregnant, you have gastric problems. Qinze covered his face. Fortunately, it's just early symptoms. Go to the hospital tomorrow to get some medicine. Pay attention to your diet during this period. Maybe it's because you're too busy with work that you didn't eat on time. Leave Baozi to me first, you take care of your stomach. No, I don't have gastric problems, I'm just pregnant. Suyu said that she couldn't accept this truth, and her small fists pounded on Qinze's chest. Her posture was just short of dubbing, give me back my child, give me back my child. The blue veins on Qinze's forehead jumped. Your child is in your stomach. You must have eaten irregularly these days, and your work pressure is great, so you have gastric problems. How do you know I have gastric problems? Suyu asked. Go to the hospital tomorrow and you'll know. Qinze said, I've exchanged for the primary proficiency in Chinese medicine, and I can still see this little problem. As a result, Suyu ignored Qinze all night. She also took out a new quilt from the cabinet, covered herself with a bed, and then left Qinze to see the back of her head. In the middle of the night, Qinze was kicked awake and opened his eyes. Suyu's two legs were kicking, the quilt was kicked to the ground, and her mouth murmured as if she was fighting with someone. Finally, she stopped and frowned. Qinze said in his heart, it's probably a dream. No one stole your child, because you don't have it at all. He held Suyu in his arms and felt a little distressed. Chapter 456. Suyu woke up in the morning and subconsciously touched her side. She didn't feel anything. She sat up in shock and found that her husband was gone. Huge disappointment surged from the bottom of her heart. Suyu curled her lips, scratched her messy hair, and then sighed. She wished she could be with him all day long. It's good that he's gone. Suyu suddenly rolled her eyes. Last night, she had a dream that she had given birth. She was lying in the hospital bed, looking at the cute baby, showing a motherly smile. At this time, Wang Zijin suddenly rushed in from outside. Looking around, her eyes fell on the child, and she sneered, "You, a concubine, dare to give birth to a child. You're lawless. Come on, take the child away. The concubine's child will be raised by the legal wife, and he will have to call me mother in the future." With that, Qin Bao Bao ran in, picked up the child and ran away, making a tractor-like laugh as she ran. "You can't beat me in the game, and I'll take the child away from you, ha ha ha." Siyu cried and chased out, fighting with the two women, but she was weak and the child was finally taken away. Suyu, who had a mental breakdown, ran to Qin Zhe and cried, "Wang Zijin and Qin Bao Bao took our child away. You go and get him back." But Qin Zhe didn't promise her. Qin Zhe said, "You, a concubine, have no right to raise a child. The child will live with the legal wife in the future." Suyu was very sad. She thought that she could only have Nan Man Pei as her best friend, so she ran to Nan Man Pei to help her. But this year, Guzi changed, and so did Nan Man Pei. She said, "I can't have children, why can you? You deserve it. You should be a childless woman like me in the future." After that, Nan Man Pei laughed with his hands on his hips. "Our friendship is over." Suyu covered her face and cried. Suyu felt that she had been abandoned by the whole world, as if she had returned to her childhood, when her parents divorced and were sad and scared. She sat on the ground and cried. All the dreams came from the shadow in her heart. Last night, Qin Zhe was scared out of his wits. He was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly punched or kicked. His heart ached for her and he didn't want to wake her up. He had been helping her wipe her tears and had wiped a few kilograms. He thought to himself, "What the hell? What kind of dream are you having? There's more water above than below." In fact, Suyu had long accepted the reality. She was not stupid. She did not have gastric problems before, so she thought she was pregnant. After her beautiful dream was shattered by Qin Zhe, she checked the adverse reactions of gastric problems on her phone before going to bed, as well as the adverse reactions of pregnancy. Pregnancy would not cause hiccups and stomach distension for no reason. The child was not really in the stomach. "I feel so thirsty." Suyu got out of bed, poured a cup of warm water from the table, and gulped it down. It seemed that he was really sick. He was not this thirsty when he woke up. She heard the sizzling sound of hot oil coming from the kitchen. She was stunned, and her beautiful face instantly bloomed with a sweet smile. She trotted out of the room on her slippers. In the kitchen, Qin Zhe was making breakfast, but what attracted the hungry Suyu was not the fragrant breakfast, but Qin Zhe's dressing. He was bare-chested, wearing an apron, and his strong figure could make the girls infatuated. "Wait a minute, breakfast will be ready soon." Qin Zhe turned his head and looked at her. Suyu had messy hair, wearing a spaghetti strap nightdress, and the shoulder strap slipped down, and half a ball of snow could be seen vaguely. Suyu walked behind him, her cold fingers stroked his muscular back, and swallowed her saliva. "I'm starving, I want to eat you now." "Aw." Suyu squinted and smiled. It said that women are very tempting in uniforms. It turns out that men are also delicious in uniforms. "Dead man, you deliberately seduced me." The word "dead man" was very spiritual. Qin Zhe said, "Uniform your sister, don't say it, I have goosebumps." The apron was also a kind of uniform. Qin Zhe used to see this kind of uniform when he looked at the Japanese with critical eyes, but if the character wearing the apron was replaced by him? He couldn't think about it. If he thought too much, he would collapse. Suyu hugged Qin Zai's waist and licked his back. She found that Qin Zai was shivering. She suddenly smiled and licked a few more times. Go on, why don't you lick it? Qin Zai said. Shouldn't you say, Yemit, question mark. Suyu was stunned. If I don't shiver, how can I lie to you? Go on. Suyu held the fruit plate and gnawed the apple. Qin Zai cut the apples, pears, and bananas in the refrigerator into pieces and prepared them as snacks after breakfast. Why don't you wear clothes? Suyu chewed the fruit. Qin Zai turned his head and looked at her with a strange face. Suyu was stunned, and then reacted, her whole face flushed. Qin Zai had a mischievous smile on his face. Is the apple sweet? Is there a lot of water? Suyu kicked him hard. Last night, when the two were deep in communication, Suyu was afraid of making the sheets wet. Suyu was very smart to cushion Qin Zai's clothes under her body. When Qin Zai saw it the next day, he found that the clothes had become diapers. He washed the clothes and hung them on the balcony. Breakfast was millet porridge with leek scrambled eggs and double egg ham. He said that he would treat Suyu to double egg ham, and a man has to keep his word. I may not be pregnant. Suyu sighed. Puff. I said you have gastric problems. Is your child in the stomach? Qin Zai laughed. Suyu rushed over, pinched his face, and said angrily, Don't you know whether my child is in the stomach or not? Qin Zai didn't argue with her. At home, it was his sister, or sister Ziwei. When it came to Suyu, they could fight equally. His relationship with Suyu gradually warmed up in the argument. Well, that's it. You rest at home today. You don't have to go to Bao's place. Qin Zai drank millet porridge. I'll leave it to you. Suyu nodded cleverly. I won't go either. I have to write the script and try to finish it today. The sooner the movie starts, the better. After the movie, my sister will hold a concert and release an album. Qin Zai said. Ha. What about the company? Suyu frowned. The company has no major decisions recently. We don't need to see it in person. If there's something, let someone call. Actually, there are a lot of things that you don't need to do personally. There are so many managers in the company, and each of them gets 1,000,000 yuan a year. If they can't even operate normally, what's the point of keeping them? We're not a state-owned enterprise with vermin everywhere, nor are we a family business where relatives of the emperor walk around everywhere. Those who can go up, those who can't go down. Qin Zai added, just like us. Suyu glanced at him and said carefully, What's wrong? Why are you so angry? Qin Zai sighed, I'm angry because of Tian Fong and that bunch of trash. I finally understand why Sister Man can't help Tian Fong. There are too many mediocre people and too few elites. Qin Zai roughly explained Tian Fong's situation, including how he flew into a rage at the meeting and implemented the management assessment system. And how he lost 1,000,000,000 yuan to that bunch of mediocre people after he entered Tian Fong. Suyu gloated, Qin Bao Bao, that useless thing. She can't even manage a small entertainment company. Serves her right. She stole me, she stopped abruptly. It was just a pipe dream. But that dream was so infuriating. Everyone bullied her. Don't talk about her like that. Qin Zai frowned and said, She's not a management professional. She's also a newcomer in the entertainment industry. It's already very good that she can manage the company well. In terms of business, she's the strongest in the company. If it's just a studio, she can manage it very well. If it's a company, she's actually very tired. And I'll just mention the assessment system. She'll be responsible for the details. Suyu snorted and said, I haven't married you yet, and you're already in a hurry to speak for your sister-in-law. When I marry into the Qin family, what if she and your mother gang up to bully me? She automatically ignored Wang Zijin. Suyu had always been like this. She valued the enemy in terms of tactics and despised them in terms of strategy. My mother won't bully you, but my sister will probably kill you. Qin Zhe muttered. What are you muttering about? Nothing. After breakfast, Qin Zhe went back to his room to write the script. He had read a lot of scripts. The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach and If I Become Memories were two movies that he had invested in. Qin Zhe had read the scripts, and he always remembered them in his mind because he had a photographic memory. It was another benefit brought to him by The Times Are Calling. The system said that the brain and the body were proportional. The better the body, the stronger the memory, thinking, and logical ability. Indirectly, it confirmed the theory of refining essence into qi and refining qi into spirit. In addition, he kept eating skill books and slowly developed his brain. His memory was now very good. He could remember things he had seen for a long time, and the shelf life was longer than that of ordinary people. It took him an hour to write down the script, read it over and over again, and figure it out. It was certainly impossible to completely copy the original work. Many things had indeed been eliminated by the times. He had to make some improvements on the original plot and modify some lines. With the foundation of winning an award in junior high school and the foundation of the article on the bulletin board, he had no pressure to modify the script slightly, and he could make the movie better in details. But, he suddenly regretted his promise to hand in the script in 3 days. Other screenwriters, in order to write a good script, often crazily look for inspiration, and it takes a long time. If I hand in the script in 3 days, will it seem that I am too fast? At that time, I will have to bear the title of a super fast gunner in writing scripts. Oh my God, I was too pretentious at that time. Suyu was sitting in the living room watching TV. The computer was occupied by Qin Zhe, so she could only watch TV to pass the time. By the way, she was thinking about her novel. Recently, she had sent the manuscript to the group. Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin had all kinds of demeaning, saying that it was too sweet and not exciting at all. But when she wrote the novel, she automatically got into the role, and involuntarily wrote the plot as sweet as glue and paint. This was not good. She had to change it. Otherwise, even if the novel was written, there was no hope for it to be adapted into a movie. Her cell phone rang. Suyu lowered her head and took out her cell phone from her trouser pocket. It was Qin Bao Bao who had her in the group. Qin Bao Bao never talked to her privately. She basically said something in the group. Suyu felt that this was very good. Funny, as if no one wanted to have any friendship with you. Are you dead? If you are not dead, answer me. Qin Bao Bao was sharp-tongued. If you have something to say, say it. Suyu argued. Where is my brother, at your house or at the company? Qin Bao Bao asked. Guess. I guess your sister. Qin Bao Bao, speak with some respect, you little bastard. Suyu, speak with some respect. Looking for Qin Zhe, right? He is in my bed. Qin Bao Bao, hee hee. Wang Zijin, who rarely spoke, suddenly spoke. Apparently, she had been paying attention to this topic, hee hee. Qin Bao Bao, someone is infatuated again. Wang Zijin, don't be so harsh. It is her freedom to be infatuated. Qin Bao Bao, ha ha ha. Wang Zijin, ha ha ha. Suyu's head hurt, and the corner of her mouth twitched. She strode into the room and took photos of the shirtless Qin Zhe's back. Who asked you to rob my child? Who asked you to bully me? Chapter 457. Suyu rushed to the room and raised her mobile phone to take a picture. Just then, Qin Zhe, who heard the footsteps, said without looking back, I found a suitable role for you. Click. He heard the sound of a shutter. The sound of a shutter. Qin Zhe turned his head sharply and saw Suyu holding her mobile phone to take a picture of his back, and his heart trembled. Suyu had a criminal record, and more than once. She liked to take photos to show off, but later promised Qin Zhe that she would not take photos and send them to her circle of friends. What are you doing? Qin Zhe panicked. Taking a picture. Suyu said. And? Send it to the group. Suyu said angrily. What the hell? Comrade Suyu, please put down your phone. Qin Zhe quickly dissuaded. Which group? No need to guess, it must be his harem group. Bah, it must be the group where his sister and the others are. Qin Zhe asked Suyu to leave the group more than once, but she always perfunctorily took off her skirt. Since Suyu has always been well-behaved, Qin Zhe became careless for a long time. Sure enough, things like chat groups are a time bomb. No, your sister always bullies me. Suyu said. My sister bullies you, why do you send me a picture? Qin Zhe stuttered. Is it? Suyu also knows that I have a sister complex. She and Wang Zijin bully me together. Suyu said. They are really hateful. They are all black-hearted. Yes, they are all black-hearted. So I want to send a picture. You can't send it. Qin Zhe said in his heart, I am not ready to commit seppuku. Suyu thought about it and said in her heart, I don't have children yet, and I don't have enough chips to kill Wang Zijin. Now is not the time to launch a general attack. Then promise me 2 things, I won't send a picture. Suyu raised her mobile phone, otherwise, I will send it now. Say it. In the future, you have to stay at my place for 1 night every week. You have to stay at Baozi every Wednesday. Every week, you have to take 1 day off to go shopping with me. Now, enter the group and help me scold these 2 black-hearted maggots. Qin Zhe was speechless. Are you sure it's 2 things? Qin Bao and Wang Zijin were chatting in the group. After Suyu did not reply, they lost their goal and started a civil war. Qin Bao said, Zijin, I'll be filming with Ace soon. Wang Zijin, oh. Qin Bao said, it's different from last time. We have to go to other places to film. This time, the production will take a long time. It might even take a month or 2. Wang Zijin, so. Qin Bao, you stay at home alone. Pay attention to keeping warm. Remember to eat, remember to wash your clothes. Call me if you're lonely. Ace and I will take photos for you. Oh, by the way, if you're tired of eating takeout, go to my parents' place. We're all family. Don't be embarrassed. Wang Zijin, at this time, Nan Man Pei couldn't stand it anymore. What a good girlfriend. Suyu, what a good girlfriend. Qin Bao immediately turned the gun, oh, here comes the man crazy. Suyu, you're the man crazy, your whole family is man crazy. Wang Zijin, get out, you're the man crazy. Qin Bao. Qin Bao, why are you so excited? Suyu and Nan Man Pei were both silent. It seemed that Qin Bao didn't know about Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin. Suyu glanced at Qin Zhe and held back. She quietly sent a private message to Nan Man Pei, Sister Man, what do you think is going on? Qin Bao doesn't seem to know that Wang Zijin is his girlfriend. Nan Man Pei, it's not, seems, it's very obvious. Suyu, why? Nan Man Pei analyzed, maybe she's dating her best friend's brother. She's too embarrassed to say it. Suyu, bah, hypocrite, I dare to say it. Nan Man Pei, because you're not Qin Bao Bao's best friend. Su Yu, this is good news. It turns out that Wang Zijin is also not a legitimate girlfriend. Then I have more courage. She's just a girlfriend in name, and she's very sneaky. Nan Man Pei was silent for a long time. The rich circle is really messy. Are you tired? What's so good about Qin Zhe that you're so dead set on him? What's not good about him? Tell me. Nan Man Pei thought for a moment, too unmanly. Su Yu, wow, the electric motor is unmanly. The man who killed your ex-husband with one slap, unmanly. Sister man, you're just jealous of me. Nan Man Pei said angrily, why would I be jealous of you? Do you want to die? Su Yu, why are you so agitated? Nan Man Pei, switching back to the chat group, Su Yu sent a series of chuckles. Filming a movie is good, I've been watching actors' self-cultivation recently. Sure enough, it attracted the topic. Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin ridiculed, you still haven't given up. Don't count on that lousy book of yours. Don't think too much. Su Yu angrily said, really? If the novel doesn't work, I can change it. Take it slow. I'm mainly improving my acting skills now. For example, I've booked a role in the new movie. Qin Bao Bao. Wang Zijin. Su Yu's eyebrows rose. Tian Fang's new movie, Qin Zhe promised to book a role for me. Qin Bao Bao, I'm afraid you've lost your mind. Wang Zijin, you've lost your mind. Qin Zhe joined the chat group. A notification popped up in the group. Su Yu pulled Qin Zhe in. Su Yu, Qin Zhe, fight with them. Qin Bao Bao, fight with who? Wang Zijin, fight with me. Qin Zhe, don't be like this, I'm just a salted fish. Qin Zhe, aw, hello sisters. Anyway, the group was full of sisters. Su Yu glared at Qin Zhe. Didn't he say that he would help her scold them? Why did he give up as soon as he opened his mouth? Qin Bao Bao asked directly, you agreed to let Su Yu act in the movie? Qin Zhe said weakly, yes, yes. Wang Zijin, that's not the right answer, I'll give you another chance. Qin Zhe said weakly, Sister Ziwei, listen to me. Seeing that her man was so disappointing, Su Yu said, nonsense, I have a place in the new movie, this is an unshakable fact. It's even firmer than one country, two systems. Qin Bao Bao, how about I give you the female lead role too? Su Yu, okay. Scatter flowers, Qin Bao Bao sneered, why don't you rise with the wind and soar 90,000 miles into the sky? Wang Zijin, Qin Bao Bao was furious and Qin Zhe, what do you say, if she wants to act, I won't act. Su Yu, bye, you. Qin Zhe, oh, I already agreed with Su Yu, it's not good to change your mind. Wang Zijin, I suddenly have a bold idea. Qin Zhe, go ahead. Wang Zijin, reserve a role for me, I want to act in the movie too. Su Yu was the first to object, no, you can't act. Qin Bao Bao, I'll say the same to you. Also, Wang Zijin, don't interfere. She and her brother's filming and traveling was not going to be ruined by these two little cheese. The three women quarreled in the group. Qin Zhe said weakly, let's talk about it, don't quarrel. Qin Bao Bao, get out of here. Wang Zijin, don't talk. Su Yu, kiss me. Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin, huh? System notification, Su Yu withdrew a message. Qin Zhe sighed faintly and clicked on Nan Man Pei's private chat. Sister man, what should I do? Solid. You're the oldest sister in the group. Nan Man Pei was silent for a long time and directly sent a voice message. Qin Zhe is reminding me that I'm old, do you want to die? Qin Zhe said in his heart, you're 31 this year, you should accept your fate. No, I mean, you're the most considerate and steady, give me an idea. Who gave you the illusion that, I'll give you an idea, ? Nan Man Pei said, however, I do have an idea, do you want to try it? Please say. Do you want to change your name to Qin Outyan? Our friendship is over. Salted fish is not my fault, it's all the system's fault, it's too low, it didn't even learn Ho's wisdom subtraction. This is the passive skill of the flirtatious system. Qin Zhe said in the group, don't quarrel, how about this, everyone act together, I'll arrange the roles for you. What do you think, sisters? If it wasn't for the last sentence, it would seem very imposing. Qin Bao Bao, no. Wang Zijin, no problem. Su Yu's heart moved, no problem, 2-1, that's settled. Qin Zhe, that's fine, that's it. But Su Yu and Sister Ziwei can only play supporting roles, and there are not many scenes. After all, you lack acting skills. Su Yu's mouth twitched, and she suddenly found an opportunity. It turned out that Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin were best friends, and they were not really united and friendly. It meant that she could operate well and stir up conflicts between the two. Several classic idioms appeared in Su Yu's mind: drive the tiger to swallow the wolf, take advantage of both sides, make distant friends and attack near friends. I'm really witty. Chapter 458. Hey, wait a minute, if you all follow me to shoot, who will be in charge of the company? Qin Zhe reacted and asked in the group. For a moment, there was silence. Don't pretend to be dead, please speak. Qin Zhe continued to speak. After a long time, Su said, I'm sick and need to recuperate. Leave the company for now. Wang Zijin, leave the company for now. Qin Zhe, Sister Ziwei, didn't we just acquire a technology company? You seem to be unable to leave. Wang Zijin, it's okay, as long as the programmers keep working overtime and make the client, that's all they have to do. If there was no cooperation project that needed the boss's signature, then the boss was actually very relaxed. It just so happened that Baozi and Amethyst had just acquired the company and were in the accumulation stage. There were no major projects or decisions. All right. Qin Zhe compromised. He put his mobile phone aside, lit a cigarette, and continued to revise the script. Su Yu stood behind him, hugged his neck from behind, and said sweetly, what is my role? Qin Zhe turned his head and blew smoke at her, go away, I'll show you when I'm done with the script. Su Yu threatened, then I'll send the photos to the group. As soon as she finished speaking, she was pressed on the bed by Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe shook his hand, if I don't hit you, you'll go to the roof and tear the tiles. Su Yu said angrily, you're so rude to me, why don't you do it to your sister? She was just saying it. In fact, she didn't dislike Qin Zhe spanking her at all, and she felt quite good. Qin Zhe smiled proudly, you don't know why my sister's butt is so perky. Su Yu. What about her breasts? Su Yu asked. Qin Zhe paused and said, tolerance is great, maybe my sister is more broad-minded than you. The two were chatting when an advertisement page suddenly popped up in the browser, and a deafening sound came out through the sound system. One cut for $999. Become a tycoon in a second. Tonight at 8:00, if you're a brother, come and chop me up. Qin Zhe rubbed his temples. Where is Lightning Shakyamuni? Help me persuade Gu Tingle, Zhang Jiahui, Chen Xiaochun, and Lu Yi, these 4 internet addicts. I've had enough. Give them a profound, reformation, lightning strike technique. Qin Zhe's phone rang. He took a look and saw that it was his grandfather calling. Hello, Dad, why are you calling me? The old man sighed. It's all your fault. Qin Zhe, what the F***? The old man said, yes, you're right. Qinze was speechless. Old Master said, Bao Bao said that you guys are going to film a movie. Yes, once the script is done, we'll start preparing for the movie. Your mother also wants to go with you. I really had no choice but to be forced by her. Ha! Qinze was dumbfounded. I don't understand her either. When she heard that you guys were going to film a movie, she was especially excited and said that she wanted to go with you guys. The old man was confused. I just called to tell you. You agreed. Qinze was flustered. His mother had seen the youth romance film that he and his sister had filmed. So, this time, she was worried and wanted to come to the set personally to supervise. If I can't film a kissing scene with my sister, then what motivation do I have to film? If she leaves, what will I eat when I get home from work? Instant noodles. The old man said in a bad mood. I also think it's not good for Mom to follow. Qinze was suddenly revived. How can she run away with us? You're still at home. Mom is too insensible. You should scold her and make her give up on this idea. The old man said. Your mother is a little stubborn this time. Qinze said, you're the head of the family. If she's disobedient, you can teach her a lesson. Don't give me and my sister face. The old man was speechless. Qinze said, women can't be spoiled. If you don't punish them, they'll go to the roof. After that, he glanced at Suyu, who was lying on the bed. Suyu rolled her eyes at him and gently kicked him. The old man was speechless. Qinze said, Dad. Say something. The old man said, Hey, why are you so naughty? You're deliberately making fun of me, right? It's been decades, when have you seen me teach your mother a lesson? If I could be tough in front of her. I mean tough, I wouldn't have sold the house and carried more than $1 million in debt. Hey, you old salted fish. Qinze comforted him. Dad, I'll talk to Mom. The old man smiled with relief. It's good that you know what I mean. Qinze was speechless. You just called to throw the blame on me, right? The old man sighed. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. I really can't beat her. When I was young, I couldn't beat her. When I grew up, I still can't beat her. Qinze understood instantly. The old man was indeed a cultured person. Without showing the mountain and the water, he could tell the true meaning of men and women. It was amazing. Dad, you still have ideas. I have something to ask you. Qinze glanced at Suyu, ran out of the room, ran through the living room, and went into the kitchen. What's the matter? The old man was very happy. In the past year or so, his confidence had been repeatedly damaged by his son, and his father's dignity had been seriously damaged. It was a very complicated psychology. The old man hoped that his son would be successful, but one day, when his son was so awesome that the old man had to look up to him, the old man would feel that he had no dignity at all. Suyu and Wang Zijin keep quarreling. What should I do? Qinze whispered. He habitually consulted his father for advice when he couldn't solve the problem. The old man was silent for a while. How far have you and Wang Zijin developed? Qinze said, still the same. The old man scolded, you're a good-for-nothing. Ahem. The old man said, the son has grown up. Don't ask your father. 3 women make a show. There's also my sister. Ahem. Qinze said, my sister and Sister Ziwei are best friends. She always helps her. A showdown. No, you don't have the guts. Qinze's smile was full of MMP. No one knows a son better than his father. You can do it yourself. Dad can't give you any advice on this kind of thing. It still depends on your fate. Although in today's society, mistresses and lovers are everywhere, and many women are well aware of it, but they pretend not to know how they operate. Your father has no experience. The old man said. If you have experience, my mother will explode. Dad, you won't scold me. Qin Zhe said. There's nothing to scold. Other people's children have changed girlfriends several times. What about mine? One refuses to date no matter what, and the other is even more useless. He hasn't even brought home a girl since he was young. The old man complained. I have something to ask you. Qin Zhe hesitated. Say it. If my sister falls in love with a man like me. I mean a man like me who's in a mess. Break his leg. But my sister still likes him. You say it as if I don't dare to break her leg. Qin Zhe forced a smile and said, Dad, when the time comes, you must call me. I'll help you. Ha, ha, ha. Suddenly, his knees went weak. This old fox, after talking for so long, it was as if he didn't say anything. He even sent him to persuade Mom. Qin Zhe dialed his mother's cell phone. Mom, what's up? Mopping the floor, Qin Ma said. Dad said you want to go to the set with us. Can't I? We're shooting a mythological movie this time. We have to shoot scenes everywhere. It's tiring. You're already so old. Don't follow us. It's so tiring. Mom also wants to go and have a look. Qin Zhe knew what was going on. Sure enough, Mom was afraid that they would make another unsightly movie. It seemed that the last movie had a great psychological shadow on Mom. We're shooting the theme of Journey to the West. I'll play Sun Wukong, and my sister will play Immortals. Qin Zhe hit the nail on the head and pointed out the key of the problem. Qin Ma was a little hesitant. Besides, Suyu and Sister Ziwei will also go. They all have roles, Qin Zhe added. Qin Ma thought, so it's Journey to the West. Everyone in the world knows that Sun Wukong doesn't get close to women. The 7 fairies can't move because of him, and he only knows how to eat peaches. Hearing that Su Yu and Wang Zijin would also go, Qin Ma was relieved. Well, take care of yourself. Qin Zhe hung up the phone happily. Done. Qin Zhe returned to the room and saw Su Yu sitting in front of the computer reading the script. Looking back, she said sweetly, I want to play the heroine. Qin Zhe knocked on her head, why are you so annoying? If you say no, then no. Acting coquettishly, almost catching up with her sister. At 2:00 in the afternoon, Qin Zhe finished the script. Su Yu was lying on the bed looking at her mobile phone. Under her nightdress, 2 slender and well-proportioned legs were pleasing to the eye. Qin Zhe slapped her ass, get up and change your clothes. Let's go shopping. Su Yu's buttocks were very good, but the waves were not as obvious as her sister's. Many women did not have that soft and elastic touch. Qin Zhe drove her to the pedestrian street and put on a mask and sunglasses. With his status today, it would be very troublesome to be recognized in the long stream of people. The star effect was very terrible. Su Yu's appearance was not inferior to her sister's, but she walked on the spacious but fast-moving pedestrian street. At most, she received the appreciation or wretched sight of male comrades. She had a B-cup, a pair of long legs, a small slender waist, and a naturally beautiful face. If she didn't insist on comparing with Qin Bao Bao, she was basically invincible. Su Yu took him into various clothing stores and shopping malls. Except for buying a flashy old yogurt in a glass bottle on the roadside, she didn't spend a penny. She ate half of it with a small spoon, said it was not delicious, and threw it to Qin Zhe. Qin's professional eating sister Saliva Zhe. In addition to obsessive-compulsive disorder, Qin Zhe also has mysophobia. Unfamiliar women, even if they are too beautiful, he will not eat other people's saliva. He and Suyu can no longer be described by the word familiar. A day as husband and wife is 100 days of grace. They can't count clearly. Wang Zijin had feelings for him over time, and he also had feelings for Suyu over time. Before knowing Suyu, he had been living the life of Zheng. After knowing Suyu, he was living the life of Kun. Of course, their fetters and entanglements have long been not a simple physical relationship. Until passing by a women's clothing store, Suyu saw a light green hat outside the floor-to-ceiling window. She was so excited that she pointed to the hat and jumped. "Husband, I want to buy it, I want to buy it." Qin Zai's face was black. He couldn't help but think of Suyu's operation at the annual meeting. Qin Zai's bad temper must not be tolerated. Her green hat was later secretly taken out and thrown away by Qin Zai. Needless to say, he must be thinking of letting Wang Zijin wear it when filming a movie soon. Chapter 459. Qin Zai finished editing the script on the third day and felt that he had removed all the flaws in the movie. He immediately printed out the script and drove straight to Tianfang Film and Entertainment. When he arrived, he immediately called for a meeting with the production team. MOU was actually quite free these few days. Tianfang had set up a professional film production team. The equipment and personnel were all the most advanced and complete. Qin Baobao was very willing to spend money in this aspect. She had always been a spendthrift. Dozens of people in the production team were ready. They knew that Boss Qin was going to shoot a new movie. Unlike the last time, which took half a month in Shanghai, this time, the filming might take a longer time. The longest was 3 months, the shortest was half a year. As for the specifics, they had to read the script first to know. For Wuxia and Xianxia movies, the most troublesome thing was to set the scenes and special effects. A big production referred to this aspect. As for sci-fi movies, they relied entirely on special effects. All the scenes could be set up with money or be made with computers. The personnel and equipment were all ready-made, so there wasn't much preparation work. MOU was in the production team's exclusive office. He sat down to drink tea and smoke with the heads of the production team, the head of lighting, the head of props, the head of logistics, the assistant director, etc. The assistant director said, "Director MO, Boss Qin can write the script in 3 days. Why don't I believe it?" The scriptwriter nodded. 3 days is too exaggerated. Although we have Journey to the West as a blueprint, we can't possibly copy the original book completely. It has long been overdone. In recent years, there have been movies based on Journey to the West, but they all ended up being terrible. Even if Boss Qin can write the script in 3 days, it won't be able to escape the rut. Sigh, when the time comes, we scriptwriters will have to suffer. We don't even know how to help him change it. The other team leaders were much more relaxed. These weren't their concerns. Whether it was the script or the filming, it had nothing to do with them. However, the head of logistics was a little worried. "I don't know what Boss Qin's requirements are for special effects. If it's just average, our company can do it ourselves. If it's a step up, we'll have to find someone." The head of props exhaled a puff of smoke. "Don't worry, the special effects in the country are just like this. Can we make it into a Hollywood effect? It's just barely passable. If Boss Qin wants to talk about it, you can explain to him that it's like this in the industry." MOU glanced at him and sneered, "If you don't come back with the right attitude, I'm afraid the position under your but will be unstable." The props boss was taken aback. "What do you mean?" MOU warned, "A few days ago, CEO Qin flew into a rage during a meeting with the higher-ups. These days, he came up with a high-level assessment system. You haven't seen how angry he was during a meeting. I'm a famous director, and I was lucky enough to be in there for half an hour. CEO Qin definitely wasn't just talking nonsense this time. Coincidentally, there are new employees joining. There are more people, but there won't be many positions. I'm sure you're no stranger to the intrigue in the workplace. Don't even talk about your positions being coveted. You might not even be able to sit firmly in the general manager's position. So, if you want to continue working in Tianfang, you'd better buck up. Don't be as perfunctory and casual as before. Mou flicked the ash off his cigarette. This is a piece of advice. They looked at each other and fell silent for a moment. How about Tianfang Entertainment? If it was before Qin Zhe and Qin Bao took over, perhaps no one would agree. At most, they would get a decent salary. Since the second half of last year, although the monthly salary hadn't changed, the quarterly bonuses had increased by several times. And after the meeting a few days ago, all the employees' salaries had increased by 10%, and their bonuses had increased by 20%. At this moment, the office's landline rang. They looked and saw that the number was from the CEO's office. CEO Qin asked the people in charge of your production team to come to conference room 3 for a meeting, the CEO's assistant said. CEO Qin has finished writing the script. Mou asked. I don't know. Just come, the assistant said in annoyance. She really didn't know. She had a good relationship with CEO Qin in the company, but her relationship with the other CEO Qin was just a so-so. No, it couldn't be considered a so-so. She didn't speak more than 10 sentences to Qin Zhe every day. However, the female assistant with average looks realized that the more awkward her relationship with CEO Qin was, the more CEO Qin appreciated her and appreciated her. It was like seeing a mother's soul. Conference room 3 was a small conference room for department meetings. It could seat up to 10 people at most. Mou and the others knocked on the door and pushed it open. Inside the office, the two Qins were sitting side by side. The charming female Qin was hugging her brother's arm and leaning against him. Her other hand was swinging like a knife, as if she was enjoying chopping off his head. Qin Zhe had a helpless expression on his face. His sister was furious because of Su Yu and Wang Zijin's participation in the movie and wanted to settle the score. Everyone looked down and pretended not to see anything. They were used to it. When they were filming If I Become Memories, they were the same. The sister often beat the younger brother, and the younger brother was also very cheap. He always liked to tease the sister. Qin Zhe glanced at everyone and threw the whole box of cigarettes to Mou. Mou understood and gave one to everyone. Although there was a smoking ban, they could still smoke behind closed doors. It seemed that no one followed small rules, especially in the eyes of the rich and the privileged. They didn't commit big crimes and did as they pleased. Mou said, CEO Qin, have you finished writing the script? Qin Zhe immediately threw the printed script over. Take a look. There was a thick stack of several copies. Mou and the scriptwriter took a look first, and the rest were passed around for everyone to read. The few of them looked at each other and understood what each other meant. He was indeed a fast shooter. Everything was fast, so fast that it made people doubt life. When he wrote songs, it made the composer doubt life. Now that he was writing a script, it made people doubt life. Being a fast shooter was a talent. They had to be convinced. For a long time, Mou and the scriptwriter didn't speak. This script was refreshing, especially some of the funny and humorous scenes. The script was written with a sense of humor. The two of them had also studied comedy movies, so there were some parts that they couldn't accept. The scriptwriter hesitated. CEO Qin, this script looks quite interesting. But. He hesitated for a moment. Isn't it a little improper? Chairman Qin was displeased. Nonsense. How can my script not be serious? This is a very serious script. Old Mo had a stomach full of complaints, but he didn't know what to say. First of all, the name of the movie was A Chinese Odyssey to the West. It was indeed the theme of A Journey to the West, but the plot was completely unrelated to the famous novel. It was obviously a comedy in the disguise of a famous character. It was fine if the plot was unrelated. In recent years, many scriptwriters have been working hard to break through the constraints of the original novel and create a new style of A Journey to the West. But it was too daring to do such a spoof in Qin Zai's script. Tang Sanzang was a talkative and filthy joker. What the hell was he doing? He was an eminent monk, all right. What, the wife of the bull demon king had an affair with Sun Wukong? Was he more delicious than dumplings and more fun than sister-in-law? That was too damaging. Damn, Sun Wukong actually had a real girlfriend, and she was a fairy. Sun Wukong was a stone monkey, how would he know about such a thing? He didn't even touch the 7 fairies. Don't tell me the 7 Calabash brothers, or else I'll, not even the 7 Dragon Balls. Degree. Journey to the West was secretly a satirical novel about society, but on the surface, it was a hot-blooded inspirational novel about subduing demons. No matter what, it had nothing to do with a romantic drama. Someone quickly pressed down on Wu Qing'an's coffin lid. Mo Yusin sighed tiredly. President Qin, isn't this too disrespectful to the original work? Qin Zai said angrily, poverty has limited your imagination. It is precisely because of your thinking that it has been difficult to jump out of the mold of Journey to the West. Besides, isn't a bold subversion also a kind of breakthrough? I feel that my movie will be popular. It won't be a problem for it to be popular for more than a decade. The scriptwriter almost laughed out loud. He did not deny the excellence of the script. If it was made into a movie, it might be a successful comedy or commercial film. However, it would be a joke to say that it would be popular for more than 10 years. You're shooting a fast food comedy, not a literary film, okay? Under the condition that the style and plot remain the same, the scriptwriter will help to see if there are any flaws in the script. If there are none, there is no need to change it. Don't add feet to a snake. Then, Qin Zai looked at Mou. We will start the casting in the afternoon. The male and female roles will be played by me and Qin Baobao. In addition, I want to reserve 2 roles, Guanyin and Xiangxiang. Mo could not object to the boss's request back then. The role of Guanyin was reserved by Qin Zai for Wang Zijin. Sister Ziwei dressed up, she would be devastatingly beautiful. Moreover, she had a dignified temperament and was very suitable for the role of Guanyin. The key was that Guanyin was just a walk-on. The role of Xiangxiang was reserved for Su Yu. She would have more scenes, but this character's personality was not clear and there were no highlights. Even if she had more scenes, the audience would not care about her. Therefore, the requirements for acting skills could be lowered. Moreover, if Su Yu played this ordinary role, there might be an unexpected surprise. I want to reserve the second female role for Li Wei. As for the other roles, priority will also be given to the artists under the company. Speaking of this, Qin Zai looked at his sister. How many artists do we have in our company? Qin Baobao looked up and said, there are about 10 of them. There are 3 B-list celebrities, and there are about 11 or 12 C-list celebrities and small celebrities. Do you want the newcomers who have not debuted? Qin Zai shook his head. No newcomers. Director Mo, let all the artists who have no announcements gather at the dance studio at 2:00 in the afternoon. I want a cast. He hoped that there would be a few good seedlings in this batch of artists. Chapter 460. After the meeting, Qin Zai sat down and smoked. He was thinking about where to shoot the movie after it started. Although the production crew would take care of it, if he was not satisfied with their choice, he could move the place he liked. Qin Baobao held her phone and ordered takeout. Her pink-painted fingers swiped the phone in boredom. What should I do? There's nothing I want to eat. Qin Bao Bao said gloomily. Then, do you want to try a lollipop? Qin Zhe suggested. What lollipop? Who eats lollipops for lunch? What are you saying that I don't understand? Qin Bao Bao waved her hand and gave him a light chop before continuing to look at her recipe book. Let's order a hu jianren. Qin Zhe said. Hu jianren is not delicious. Qin Bao Bao said with a smile, let's order a monkey programmer. Not a bad idea. Monkey programmers have a small belly with thick fat. It's very fragrant when roasted. It's better than pork belly. Qin Zhe talked nonsense seriously. Order a spicy single dog. I haven't eaten dog meat in my life. Qin Bao Bao was enraptured. Dogs are humans' best friends. Single dogs are still dogs. They can't be eaten. Qin Zhe said. After that, he looked at his sister strangely. What are you looking at? Qin Bao Bao asked. Nothing. Qin Zhe shook his head. His sister was also single. Why would a single dog make things difficult for a single dog? In the end, his sister, who had a phobia of choices, did not order takeout because she could not decide what to eat. They talked about the production of the movie. Qin Zhe did not intend to make a rough production of the special effects. Even if he had to spend money, he wanted to make a special effect that was 100 yuan. It would be better than the 50 yuan special effects. For sci-fi, xianxia, mythology movies, the quality of the special effects would directly affect the box office and reputation. After coming into contact with the entertainment industry, Qin Zhe realized that it was not that China could not make good special effects. Many Hollywood movie special effects were commissioned from China. The price was cheaper than their local production team, but the effect was not bad. Everyone knew the reason why the 50-cent special effects were ridiculed. The funds were all spent on popular young men and female celebrities. What about the theme song? Qin Bao Bao rested her chin on her hand and stared at the song. Her sleeve slipped down, revealing a white and tender arm. His sister was such a great beauty, and her every movement exuded a strong charm. This was probably the meaning of the saying, she sure's heart is sick, and her ugly heart is beautiful when people see her. As for women with average looks, even if they pretended to be coquettish, they would only be reduced to imitating others and making a fool of themselves. Fortunately, Qin Zhe had enough resistance and would not be aroused by his sister's usual seductive behavior. Scratch that out, throbbing. His great salted fish technique was trained to resist his sister's charm. Let her be beautiful, like a salted fish caressing the hills. She had great responsibilities, Salted fish shone in the great river. The great salted fish technique, 20 words mantra. I have the ending song, but I don't have the interlude. Qin Zhe frowned. Thinking back for a moment, that film seemed to have a song that served as the ending song, theme song, and interlude. Why don't we use the theme song of the classic original as an interlude? Qin Zhe asked, how do you sing the theme song? Qin Bao Bao cleared her throat. May I ask where the road is? Qin Zhe suddenly interrupted, jade is under the crotch. Sorry, it's a habit. Qin Bao Bao looked at her brother in a daze. She probably felt that there was some meaning in this sentence, but she could not see through it. It was undeniable that the naive sister unintentionally revealed her innocence at this time had a fatal attraction to the strange uncle. In the afternoon, in the dance studio. Except for the artists who were running outside for work, the rest of the artists were basically all here. The second-tierly Wei was one of the roles that had been decided internally, so she did not need to come. The other two second-tier artists also came. There were a total of 7 or 8 people. The women all had makeup on. The beautiful ones with good figures could be found everywhere. The staff brought over office chairs and tables for them. They poured tea and served fruit platters. The tea leaves were bought by Qin Zhe from Shujia town. In order to gather enough tea boxes and distribute them to the employees, Qin Zhe spent a lot of effort. The more he talked about it, the more tears he would cry. Everyone was a celebrity, so they could not just stand there. In this group, most of them had interacted with Qin Zhe and Qin Bao before, but they were not friends. They were now employees of Tianfang. What kind of relationship could an employee have with their boss? Moreover, when Qin Zhe came to Tianfang, he would just lock himself in the office and whisper sweet nothings to his sister. After a while, the door to the dance studio was pushed open. The staff came in with the scripts and handed them to the celebrities. Boss Qin said that you can read the scripts first. After reading them, you can compete for the role if you feel that it suits you. The staff spoke valiantly. He rarely had the chance to give orders in front of this group of celebrities. After about an hour, Qin Zhe and Qin Bao finally came to the dance studio. Very tacitly, the man's gaze fell on Qin Bao, while the woman's gaze fell on Qin Zhe. The two of them came together like a scenery. An hour is enough for you to have a preliminary understanding of the roles in the script. Qin Zhe said, then let's start with Tang Sanzang. Everyone would pick a role from the script. After finding the role they liked, they would spend some time to think about it. An hour was enough for them to have a rough understanding of it. It did not matter if they did not have a rough understanding. It meant that they did not have the talent for acting. They would be eliminated. Actually, Qin Zhe already had an idea for the role of Tang Sanzang. It was a B-list celebrity under Tianfang, Jing Qilong. Compared to the respected veteran actors in the entertainment industry, this uncle was not as good as them, but he was definitely good at acting. Moreover, he had experience acting in comedies. He was very suitable. Qin Zhe looked at him. Jing Qilong felt Qin Zhe's gaze and was stunned. He said, CEO Qin, I think I'm suitable for the second male lead. Qin Zhe, for the second male lead, Qin Zhe wanted to find a more famous veteran actor in the entertainment industry to work with. Okay, then you try acting. He had to give him a chance. The result was unexpected. He acted quite well, making Qin Zhe's eyes light up. To be able to figure out the role to this extent in an hour, he was very good. Is there anyone who wants to compete for this role? Qin Zhe asked. Another uncle-level veteran actor expressed that he wanted to challenge, but the effect was not amazing enough. There was a big gap between him and Jing Qihua. The second male lead will definitely be Teacher Jing. Qin Zhe made the decision. There were some problems with the casting process. Qin Zhe was not satisfied with the results of the auditions of several celebrities. He realized that most of the celebrities were carrying the image of idols and acting happily. It was difficult for them to pull their faces down. Either that, or their acting was too exaggerated. Teacher Yi, your Tang Xuanzang is a little cheap. When he was telling the joke, he was too serious. And when it came to the thunder part, your performance was too exaggerated and deliberate. At this time, you should be serious, Qin Zhe said. The middle-aged Teacher Yi sighed helplessly. He felt that he had already figured out the initial stage of this role thoroughly. He did not expect CEO Qin's requirements to be so high. The other celebrities also frowned secretly. As an experienced actor, he was not convinced. CEO Qin, why don't you give us a demonstration? Okay. Qin Zhe snapped his fingers. Everyone's eyes lit up and stared at him in unison. Qin Zhe's acting was very good. Everyone who had watched his movies knew that, but so far, no one felt that he had the ability to act at the emperor level. They also wanted to see how Qin Zhe would act this scene. If he did not act well, there was no reason to blame others. Qin Zhe took a step back and leaned against the wall mirror. He raised his hands and pretended to be tied up. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he took a deep breath. Be careful. Suddenly, he shouted, giving everyone a shock. Qin Zhe's expression was serious, and with the anxiety of, I am the people, he shouted, there's thunder, it's raining, collect the clothes, everyone, he said such a shocking line in a serious manner. Teacher Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. It felt different, and looking at everyone's speechless and laughing expression, wasn't this the effect he wanted? CEO Qin, I understand, he said. Qin Zhe nodded, expressionless, and continued, next, Princess Iron Fan. No, you have to act as a noble Mrs. Niu. Although she has an affair, it doesn't prevent her from forgiving the old cow with a noble attitude. So you can't be too wanton. She is Mrs. Niu, not a flirtatious slut outside. Still not, you have to be charming and noble. Your current appearance reminds me of the female streamers on the internet. CEO Qin, why don't you demonstrate? After being ridiculed continuously, the beautiful female star couldn't stand it anymore and rolled her eyes at Qin Zhe bitterly. Qin Bao frowned. That's why beautiful female stars, other than herself, were so annoying. They kept throwing flirtatious glances at my A's. Qin Zhe snapped his fingers again, indicating that there was no problem. This time, everyone was full of interest, wanting to see how he would act as a woman. Qin Zhe waved at Qin Bao, asking her to cooperate with him. This scene was Princess Iron Fan whispering to the main character. Qin Bao quickly glanced at the script and nodded, indicating that she was ready. Qin Zhe's face instantly turned cold, making everyone think of the word cold. Tell me clearly, what happened? I said it before, sister-in-law. The cold expression melted, and she said angrily, you called me sister-in-law. Sorry, it should be Mrs. Niu. With a bitter expression, she said, in the past, when we watched the moon together, we called her little sweetheart. Now, the newcomer is better than the old, so we call her little sweetheart. Little sweetheart. With a sad and charming expression, she said, do you really think that I worked so hard to come here for this stinky cow? Everyone in the room slowly shuddered. They saw charm in CEO Qin's expression. Oh my God, a man could show the charm of a woman so vividly. It was so eye-catching. Qin Bao slowly shivered. That's it, do you understand? Qin Zhe looked at the female star who played Princess Iron Fan. Understood. At this time, the door of the dance studio was pushed open and a tall girl stood at the door. She was between 20 to 25 years old, but there was a strong charm in her eyes, making her look more mature. Seeing everyone turn around, the tall girl was a little embarrassed. Qin Zhe asked, you are? The tall girl bit her lip, CEO Qin, my name is Feng Rui. Chapter 461. Feng Rui said, I just signed a contract this year. Then, she bit her lip and looked down at her toes. Qin Zhe, so. Then what? Did you suddenly barge in to ask for my autograph? Qin Zhe was confused. Feng Rui gathered her courage and said, Boss Qin, I graduated from Beijing Film Academy. I heard that you are going to make a new movie, so I want to try. She was about 1.65 meters tall, which was considered tall for a girl. Her features were delicate, and she had a cute round face, but she had a mature charm. Qin Zhe looked at her and nodded slightly. She was indeed qualified to be in the entertainment industry. In the workplace, she was a beauty that could make male colleagues stiffen and respect her. What role do you want to play? Qin Zhe smiled. Can I read the script? Feng Rui said. Qin Zhe handed her the script and said, go to conference room 3 and wait for me. I'll find you when I'm done here. The stars in the room looked over and frowned slightly. This girl named Feng Rui violated the taboo of the workplace, newcomers trying to stand out. These resources should have been given to the stars in the room. Feng Rui was overjoyed, but she suppressed her excitement and nodded hard. Don't worry, Boss Qin. I'll try my best. I haven't agreed to let you play the role yet. Qin Zhe smiled gently and said, okay. Feng Rui blushed and walked away shyly. The auditions continued until 4 in the afternoon. The roles with more scenes were more or less settled, but they were only preliminary. There would be changes later. Except for the first male lead, the second male lead, and the second female lead, the other roles were not guaranteed and could be replaced at any time. Qin Zhe announced that the auditions were over and he and Qin Bao left first. When they passed by conference room 3, they heard a sweet and flirtatious voice. The words were familiar and flirtatious. Qin Zhe remembered that they were the words he added after editing the script. Then he remembered that there was a newcomer waiting for the audition in the room. How's the practice? Qin Zhe pushed the door open and entered. Chairman Qin. Feng Rui, who was engrossed in her performance in the conference room, was pleasantly surprised. She felt that she might not have a chance today. Qin Zhe might have forgotten about her. After all, he was the president and was very busy. Or maybe Mr. Qin just thought she was interesting and wanted to tease her. Qin Zhe had indeed forgotten about her. He only remembered her when he passed by the door of the conference room. Do you have any characters that you like? Qin Zhe sat near the door of the conference table. He habitually took out his cigarette case but didn't smoke. Lady Chen-San, Feng Rui said. This girl's cup size was not big, but her ambition was not small. Lady Chen's screen time was definitely not less than the second female lead. It was really risky to let a newcomer play such an important role. Sure, you can pick a scene about Lady Chen, Qin Zhe said. No problem. Feng Rui nodded. She acted out a part of the plot, and when it was over, she looked at Qin Zhe expectantly. Qin Zhe rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. She was indeed a graduate of the Beijing Film Academy. Her acting skills were really good. Although there was some exaggeration of a stage play, for a comedy, it added a lot of points. But the character of Lady Chen-San was slightly modified by Qin Zhe. She changed from a cold and ruthless demoness to a slightly dirty demoness. Under her murderous appearance, she would occasionally say some dirty words. Therefore, although Feng Rui's image fit the role of Lady Chen-San well, mature and gorgeous, there seemed to be something missing inside. Qin Zhe said, I'll ask you a few questions. If you answer correctly, you pass the audition. Feng Rui was a little nervous, but she nodded. Explain the meaning of the sentence, an old chicken with 1,000 miles of ambition, Qin Zhe said. Ha! Feng Rui was stunned. Qin Zhe repeated it. Mr. Qin, you said it wrong. It's an old steed with 1,000 miles of ambition, right? She said. Okay, I got it. Qin Zhe sighed. Next question, please analyze the sentence, I made a friend at the subway entrance. Feng Rui was stunned. Sure enough, this woman was not suitable for the role of Lady Chen-San. I'll start now. Feng Rui panicked when she saw Qin Zhe's disappointed face. No need. I know what I'm doing. Qin Zhe said. Then, did I succeed? I'm sorry. You failed. Feng Rui was about to cry. Mr. Qin, please give me one more chance. 3 days. Give me 3 more days and I'll definitely understand this role. Feng Rui said unwillingly with a bitter face. You have to know that the company's resources will definitely be given to famous artists first. A newcomer like you won't get any resources in a short time. What you need to do is to learn, train and improve yourself. Fenrui nodded sadly. You know the rules of the entertainment industry. Qin Zhe lit a cigarette like a big boss. Then, take off your clothes. Fenrui was speechless. Fenrui was shocked. She thought to herself, what does this mean? Okay, it's obvious. This guy wants to sleep with me. I'm a virgin. You can't sleep with me just because you want to. But if she didn't sleep with him, she would have no chance of getting this role. She might even be bullied by her boss in the future. Fenrui couldn't make up her mind. She chose to join Tianfang Entertainment because of Qin Zhe's good reputation. A senior from Beijing told her that the president of Tianfang Entertainment was Qin Baobao. As a female boss, she didn't have to worry about the unspoken rules. She was also a woman, so she understood the plight of women in the entertainment industry. Also, Qin Zhe came to Tianfang Entertainment occasionally. But unlike the capitalists in the entertainment industry, he never paid attention to the female artists in the company. The senior built a harmonious company environment for Fenrui with just a few words. But who knew? All crows were equally black. Man, your name is Beast. What are you waiting for? Take off your clothes and let me see. Qin Zhe said, don't be so shy. Do you still want to stay in the entertainment industry? Fenrui, okay, this was coercion. I want to see your figure so that I can have a better understanding of you. Maybe I'll change my mind, Qin Zhe said. Fenrui, okay, this was a bait. In the end, Fenrui took off her jacket. Maybe in this woman's heart, a small sacrifice in exchange for an important role would be worth it. Qin Zhe was too famous in the entertainment industry. Everything he produced, be it songs or movies, seemed to be popular. But she was careful. Before she got the actual benefits, she wouldn't foolishly compromise. Taking off her jacket wasn't important. What was important was that taking off her jacket meant that she was willing to make the deal. Qin Zhe looked at her from head to toe. She had a good figure. Although a B grade wasn't as outstanding as a D grade, she was still slender and elegant. He had high expectations for the quality of this movie. Not only did he want the plot and special effects to be perfect, but he also wanted the actors. Looks were always a barrier that celebrities couldn't avoid. Good figure. Qin Zhe nodded in satisfaction. I'll give you 3 more days. Come find me then and we'll re-audition. Fenrui bit her lip and said in a small voice, what do I have to do? She waited for Qin Zhe to make his request. Qin Zhe thought for a moment. Look at me. Remember this smile. It'll help you understand the role. Fenrui looked over and saw Qin Zhe suddenly give her an extremely lewd smile. It was a smile that all men would understand. But Fenrui was a woman, so she took a step back in fear. From the casting call to the start of filming, 10 days had passed. An artist from Tianfang Entertainment obviously wasn't enough to fill the role in the script. Therefore, the production team had to find a suitable scenic spot to meet the stars. All these trivial matters added up and took up a lot of time. In the end, the role of Lady Chun was given to a newcomer, Fenrui. To become a woman of substance in 3 days was indeed too difficult. Qin Zhe saw that she was good-looking and had a good figure. Most importantly, she was an artist under his company. She was cheap, practical, and durable. The production team flew to the first destination 2 days in advance. Qin Zhe followed behind with the sisters. Yes, the sisters. Hongqiao Airport, departure level. Qin Zhe walked in front, dragging a white suitcase. Qin Baobao held his arm with her left hand and dragged a white suitcase with her right hand. It was also white, a couple suitcase. They were all wearing sunglasses and masks. Qin Baobao wore a loose jacket that covered her impressive breasts. Her almost iconic chestnut curly hair was tied into a bun. This way, no one would recognize them. Behind them were Wang Zijin and Su Yu, who were full of resentment. Hey, why is your girlfriend such a piece of trash? She can't even win against her sister-in-law. Su Yu added fuel to the fire. How do you know about my relationship with him? Wang Zijin frowned. In order to hide their relationship, Wang Zijin turned his real girlfriend into the sneaky Mr. Wang next door. However, Wang Zijin's scheming was shrewd. Even if she was exposed, she could still keep a straight face. I'm not stupid, I'm very smart. Su Yu sneered and said, Sister Man also saw it, maybe only Qin Bao Bao didn't see it. Wang Zijin curled her lips and said in her heart, it's not that she didn't see it. She already saw that I, the wolf in the house, was thinking about her brother. It's just that she didn't expect us to have confirmed our relationship. I'm going to tell Qin Bao Bao. Su Yu smiled evilly. Are you looking for death? Wang Zijin squinted. My father also has the same intention. Su Yu said sweetly. The two women looked at each other, and electric arcs flashed. Su Yu, this little scum, knew about my relationship with Qin Zhe. She didn't tell Qin Bao Bao. She must have some ideas. Just now, we were accidentally tested by her. We didn't dare to let Qin Bao Bao find out the truth of our relationship. We were careless. Wang Zijin, this little scum, was a coward. She deserved to give me something to use against her. The two women each had their own ulterior motives. Chapter 462. It was the end of May and the sun was shining brightly. The green mountains were stacked on top of each other and the leaves were shining with a colorful halo. The mountains were steep and strange rocks stood upright. A person and a horse were slowly walking on the rugged mountain path. A charming beauty in colorful clothes was sitting on the back of the horse, bathing in the sun. Her heavy chest could carry a few pounds of flirtatious feeling. The camera turned from the woman's face to the side of her face and then to her back. Then it slowly pulled up and captured the undulating mountains. In the grass not far above her head, a few pairs of eyes were peeping at the beauty and the horse. After a while, they quietly shrank into the bushes, the branches and leaves swayed gently. There was a wooden house at the top of the mountain, occupied by a group of thieves. Second Master, there's a woman at the foot of the mountain. She's passing by here alone. Should we capture her and have some fun? The scout came back to report. Second Master, do you think it's the soldiers? Will the soldiers send a woman? No matter how many soldiers there are, we can make them run away. There was a burst of laughter. This group of thieves was a villager from a nearby village. They were oppressed by the government and simply became bandits. Every day, they were worried that the government would send troops to clean them up. In fact, in this dangerous mountain, not to mention caravans, even pedestrians were rarely seen. The government was too lazy to care about them. The thieves were more like villagers. Each of them looked sloppy. The boss was even more lowly and slovenly. He was full of unreliable aura. He called himself the gang leader. In the midst of the laughter, the woman leading the horse came uninvited. She walked gracefully and swayed her waist, immediately showing the charm of a mature woman. Second Master shouted, "Who's there? Can't you see that I'm a woman?" The woman took off the water bag at her waist and took a sip. What are you doing here? Do you want us to help you out tonight? There was a burst of laughter. I'm tired from the journey. I want to find a place to rest and wash off the dust on my body. Do you know where this is? Second Master's eyes shone. The woman glanced at the group of shabbily dressed guys. The weapons in their hands were either hoes or sickles. They were a poor mess. She blinked her eyes. I'm afraid that your embroidery needles are beautiful but not useful. They were so poor that they were in a complete mess. The second master was furious. He waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to capture Miss Hua. Who would have thought that Miss Hua would wave her sleeves, and in a split second, a gust of wind would roll up, blowing away the few thieves who were rushing up. The woman flicked out a string of copper coins, which landed on the second master's head. She said word by word, "Where the peach blossoms pass, not even a blade of grass grows. When the money falls to the ground, the head cannot be kept." Second head's expression changed. Lady Chen Shirsan. Everyone's expression changed, and they dispersed. Crack. Mou nodded in satisfaction. "We can pass this part." Hearing this, Feng Rui let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the sweat on his forehead with his sleeve. As soon as the movie started shooting, the scene was shot 3 times. The 4th take was finally done. For the first 3 times, the first time was because Xing Qilong, who played the second in command, laughed out loud. For the last 2 times, it was because of her. Chairman Qin said that when she came with the horse, her posture was too proper. In the script, Lady Chen was a ferocious and coquettish demoness. When walking, one should sway their waist and butt, and be as flirtatious as possible. For this reason, Chairman Qin gave her 2 breast pads, and forcibly raised her from B class to C class. She was only 1 step away from D class. She forcibly raised her class. "Is the scene ready?" Qin Zhe asked. "Yes," the staff responded. The crew was in a very famous tourist spot in Qin province. There were high mountains and steep ridges, and the scenery was unique. It was perfect for shooting the scene of the 5 Elements mountain. Most importantly, there was a karst cave here, which was also one of the tourist spots. A group of people rushed into the room, which was built into a simple recording studio. The first scene had just begun. The beginning of the story was in the famous 5 Fingers Mountain. The rebellious son Wukong only wanted to hide Tang San and eat his meat. The compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva couldn't stand it. She was ordered by Buddha to suppress son Wukong under the 5 Fingers Mountain for 500 years as punishment. Qin Zhe had read the original book. The original book was set in a desert. The reason why he changed the script was because the original book setting and some of its logic were very flawed. Then there were the lines. After all, it was an old film, and many of the lines were not suitable for the current environment. It was very awkward to listen to. Qin Zhe changed all of them, changing them into lines that would make young people laugh. He removed the wheat from the chaff, and made the movie perfect. The opening scene was going to be done with special effects. The battle between Sun Wukong and Guanyin was destined to be exciting and spectacular. The compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva was played by the dignified beauty with an oval face, Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe gave her a few lines and asked her to recite them. She had already memorized them. Wang Zijin was very happy when she found out that she was going to play Guanyin. She didn't want to play a flirtatious slut like Qin Bao Bao. Wang Zijin changed into the costume prepared by the props team and appeared. In an instant, she stunned all the male comrades present. She held the jade bottle in her hand, stepped on the jade lotus platform, white clothes fluttering, dignified and beautiful, and her makeup was holy and majestic. Especially when the corner of her mouth raised and showed a smile, it was as if people saw the Virgin Mary. Ba, Guanyin Bodhisattva. 10 minutes of lines and opponents, in fact, were just gestures in the air, and post-production special effects were added. It was very simple, one shot. Wang Zijin lifted her skirt, walked down from the jade lotus platform, and turned around in front of Qin Zhe. Her eyes were watery. "It's beautiful, Ace." Qin Zhe nodded vigorously and gave a thumbs up, beautiful like a fairy. "Yeah." Qin Bao Bao and Siu pinched his waist on both sides at the same time, and his tears almost fell from the pain. Well, he was sandwiched by his sister and Teddy. Qin Zhe equals sandwich. Wang Zijin turned a blind eye to the small movements of the two and smiled gently. If it's beautiful, I'll wear it for you later. Qin Bao Bao sneered, I'm afraid you don't have a chance. Su Yu, you think too much. Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe smiled dryly, Sister Ziwei, listen to me, the role of Guanyin is short-lived in the movie, and your part has been finished. Wang Zijin's eyes were filled with sadness. Qin Bao Bao sighed, the supporting roles are all like Zijin. Su Yu added, Director, add a drumstick to her lunchbox. Wang Zijin's eyes rippled, and she looked at Qin Zhe pitifully. Qin Zhe, shut up, will you? Is it fun to add fuel to the fire? Aren't you two like fire and water? What's with this tacit understanding? Wang Zijin was very disappointed. It was rare for her to act as a friend, and it was the first time in her life to make a movie. Of course, she knew that her level was limited and it was impossible to give her too important a role, but only 10 minutes? That was too little. This was the standard king of extras, Zijin. So angry. Then, what about the two of them? Wang Zijin took Qin Zhe's hand. My part hasn't come yet, but I tell you, my part is not less than that of the second female lead. Su Yu was proud. How strange, I'm the first female lead. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes at Su Yu. Qin Zhe's heart jumped, and he immediately looked at Wang Zijin. Sure enough, Sister Ziwei's face was calm, without joy or sadness. But Qin Zhe, who was familiar with her, knew that she was angry. The jar of jealousy overturned. When the two of them went to the cubicle to change their clothes, Qin Zhe hurriedly explained, Sister Xian, I think that whether the main character is outstanding or not has nothing to do with the number of scenes. Although you have a part in the movie, the moment you appeared, you were simply stunning. The role of Guanyin is the most admirable. Wang Zijin squinted at him. I also know that Guanyin is a scheming woman. Qin Zhe, you have to give up on yourself, what can I do? Sigh, I hope the three of you can get along well and don't fight. In the following time, Wang Zijin really didn't talk to him. When he took the initiative to talk, Wang Zijin would turn her head and pretend to look at the scenery casually. His sister and Teddy were smiling, as if they were very happy. In the whole plot of the Five Elements Mountain, there would be a lot of scenes, which were divided into daytime scenes and nighttime scenes. On the first day, the actors and crew were tired from the long journey. When they reached the part where Chunshir-san checked if there were 3 moles on the soles of the feet of the thieves, the sky was already dark. Entering the night, it was the battle of wits between the thieves and Chunshir-san. Here, Qin Zhe added a few minutes of scenes. The thieves used all kinds of methods and tricks and finally knocked Chunshir-san out with drugs. The unconscious Chunshir-san showed her true form, which turned out to be a spider demon. The whole scene was a mess, and the shooting was not ideal. After a few hours of shooting, Qin Zhe was still not satisfied. Fortunately, shooting a movie didn't follow the script. The movie was shot one by one and edited in post-production. Qin Zhe asked everyone to skip to the second scene. On the second night, Bai Jingjing appeared, played by Li Wei. This scene was also a bumpy one. The script was handed over to you for almost half a month, but your roles are so bad. MOU was furious on the set. There were extras, artists from Tianfang, and artists invited by other companies. They were scolded by MOU. During this process, Qin Bao Bao, Su Yu, and Wang Zijin sat in a row, eating melon seeds, eating fruits, and playing with their mobile phones. Su Yu went crazy and asked the boss of the Back Mountain Business District for a deck of cards. The three played landlord. They didn't look like they were here to shoot a movie, but to travel. Why haven't you appeared yet? Wang Zijin asked. The plot changed again and again, but they didn't see Qin Bao Bao, the heroine, appear. I'm still behind, this script is too long. Qin Bao Bao was very calm. The only gain tonight was that the roast chicken scene was smoothly shot. Yes, it was the scene where she wore a samba dance dress and kicked the eggs. This scene was very successful, and everyone laughed wildly after shooting. Her sister and the others were very nervous. As soon as the director shouted cut, the three of them rushed over and asked about their well-being. Where does it hurt, tell me. Qin Bao Bao unscrewed a bottle of water and poured it on Qin Zai's crotch. Is it burned? The fire is so big, are the props reliable? Wang Zijin frowned. Hey, I'll help you rub. Suyu reached out and did a hand caressing the penis, sitting and sighing. Slap. Slap. The two slapped each other away. Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin glared at each other. Shame on you. Suyu rolled her eyes. When I was nagging and nagging, you two were still illiterate. Qin Zai quickly said that he was fine and that the protective measures were very good. Even if it was burned 3 more times, it would still be intact. The sisters immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The fire was too big just now, and it made them a little scared. After shooting, the crew stayed on the mountain for the night. Qin Zai and the sisters took the cable car down the mountain, drove the car rented by the rental company, and took them back to the hotel. Everyone is tired. Let's wash up and go to bed early. In the elevator, he said dryly. The 3 sisters didn't answer. Qin Bao Bao leaned back against the car and pretended to play with her mobile phone. Wang Zijin threw caution to the wind. She hugged Qin Zai's arm and squinted at Suyu and Qin Bao Bao. Suyu rolled her eyes. There was something called murderous intent in the car. Qin Zai was stunned. What's wrong with this atmosphere? What's the matter with this face-scratching atmosphere? Did they have a conflict again when I didn't know? Was it because of Do Diju, or was it because of little Qin Zai's concern? Chapter 463. The hotel room arrangement was very interesting. On Qin Zai's left was Suyu, on his right was Wang Zijin, and on the opposite side was his sister. Because of Qin Zai and Qin Bao's identity, it was not convenient for them to go out to eat openly. At the same time, they were unfamiliar with the place, so they ordered takeout in the hotel. There were not only the 4 of them in the hotel. There were also Qin Bao's assistant, Wang Zijin's assistant, and Suyu's assistant, a total of 6 people. They also lived on the same floor of the hotel, but they were a little far away. The existence of assistants was said to take care of the daily life of stars and bosses. Many stars needed their assistants to help them wear boots and wash clothes. Life assistants, to put it bluntly, were nannies. It was just like a salesman running errands, with business manager on his business card. But for Qin Bao and the others, the situation was completely different. They were not used to throwing clothes, including underwear, to their assistants. They liked to throw them to Qin Zai. So the assistants felt that they were just here for a vacation and didn't want to be too leisurely. After waiting for half an hour, the takeout arrived. Perhaps they were used to Qin Zai's cooking, but they had no appetite for dinner, even though the seller of the takeout was a local specialty restaurant with a relatively high rating. After dinner, Qin Zai looked at the time. It was 9:00 in the evening. Although it was not too late, he had to send the sisters away. The atmosphere during dinner was not quite right. The sisters were silent. Occasionally, they would say a few words, but there was a knife in their smile and a needle in their words. Well, it's getting late. Everyone should go to bed early and get up early tomorrow to shoot. Qin Zai announced. The sister was the first to get up. Holding her mobile phone, she lowered her head and walked out of the room leisurely. After they left, Qin Zai practiced "The Times Are Calling" in the room for a while. He went to the bathroom to take a shower, put on his pajamas and lay on the bed. Suddenly, he found that he had lost his mind. Practicing gymnastics at night was equivalent to drinking coffee in the middle of the night. How could he sleep when he was full of energy? Hey! Qinzhe suddenly thought, in the future, before having sex, I will practice gymnastics and accumulate energy. Then I can show my power. Is this comparable to teddy bear as the system said? Qinzhe felt that he knew the truth. Confucius said, I often do not eat all day long, and do not sleep all night long. I can do it too. You're thinking too much, the system's voice resounded in his mind. To reach that level, you still need at least a year or so of cultivation. This lowlife would occasionally jump out to make its presence known. Qinzhe was already used to it and wouldn't be scared by it. Not eating and sleeping all day long is indeed a bit too much. Qinzhe nodded. This was even more frightening than 1 day, 1 night, and 3 meals a day. Get ready. Extracting energy in 3 seconds, the system said. Qinzhe. Unknowingly, it was time to recharge the system again. The low-level system was very grounded. It needed energy to maintain its operation, but its physical body was not in the modern world, or perhaps it did not have a physical body, so it could not rely on electricity. Its energy needs Qinzhe's support. Look, it's not Xuanhuan, nor Xianxia at all. It's very scientific. Unlike those flirtatious cheap goods, which did not conform to the law of conservation of energy at all. 3 seconds later, Qinzhe felt his vision go black, and his brain crashed. He had experienced this feeling many times. Every time, he would remember the first time he had, and the sour feeling of his soul flying out of his body. Then, it was the same familiar feeling, his body was emptied. A strong sense of exhaustion surged through his body, and he wanted to sleep. His current physical condition was not the same as before. When his energy was extracted for the first time, his knees went weak and he fell to the ground. Qinzhe felt that it was time for him to sleep, but he was a little worried that his sister would knock on the door in the middle of the night. She had learned a lot from her mistakes. His sister was very pretentious. When they lived together, she never knocked on the door. After Wang Zijin moved in, she took the opportunity to sneak in at night. Just as this thought came to his mind, there was a light knock on the door. Qinzhe, why did she raise a flag for no reason? There were 2 more knocks on the door. Qinzhe decided to open the door. He knew what his sister was like. If he didn't open the door, she would knock until the end of time, and then Teddy and old Wang next door would be alarmed. Why are you here? Qinzhe opened the door and found that it was not his sister standing at the door, not old Wang next door, but a Teddy. Are you surprised? Are you happy? Suyu turned her head and looked around, sneaking into the room. Qinzhe closed the door quietly. What? He said. To F***CKU. Suyu said. Qinzhe, do you believe that I will slip you out of the window? I'll be quiet later, you slow down, they can't hear you. Suyu was wearing a bathrobe and sitting on the edge of the bed. Hotels above 4 stars have good sound insulation. Suyu swung her long legs on the bed and threw a coquettish wink. They didn't sleep often, and Suyu cherished the time when they were alone. If there was no chance, she would create opportunities. If it was before, Qinzhe would sharpen his knife to Teddy, but now it's not the right time. Sleep, sleep. Qinzhe rolled his eyes. Suyu happily got into the bed. Qinzhe followed and hugged Suyu's soft body, breathing gradually calmed down. Suyu. Suyu nestled in his arms for a while. Seeing that he didn't move, she put her hands around her waist peacefully. She grabbed Qinzhe's hand and pressed it on her chest. Qinzhe stayed on it for a few seconds and put it back on his waist. Suyu put it again, and Qinzhe put it back on his waist again. Suyu was a little discouraged. Hey! She pushed Qinzhe. I didn't really let you sleep. Qinze groaned, "Go to sleep, I'm tired today." Suyu was shocked. "Hey, don't say this kind of line, it's dangerous." Qinze, who had rich experience, was also surprised. He thought about it and changed his words, "The night is long, don't rush." Suyu seized the rare opportunity and was unhappy. She reached out and threatened, "I have something on you, so you have to be obedient." Qinze said in annoyance, "Are you sure this is something on me? Is there such a weak thing on me?" Suyu thought that for the first time, Qinze was so unreliable. "Forget it, I'd better do it myself." But soon she found that this sentence was not reliable. She used all kinds of martial arts, but Qinze stood still. Qinze said angrily, "You haven't given up, go to sleep." After that, he proudly added, "If you can make me from field to free, I lose." Suyu, is this something to be proud of? She was about to cry, "My body is no longer attractive to you. Don't think about it." Qinze comforted. Suyu was even more sad, "So you are no longer able to do it?" Qinze, I said don't think about it, I just can't do it for the time being. Suyu suddenly burst into tears. Qinze didn't know how to explain. "I need to continue to accumulate strength. I'm very weak now." It seems easier for her to misunderstand if I say so. "It's all the low-level system's fault." Suyu said sadly, "You are only 24, why are you like this? You are not 42. Qinze said angrily, "I am 42, no problem. Don't set a flag for me." "Then did you give the public grain to Wang Zijin?" "No, Sister Xian's gunny sack can't hold my rations." "That's not possible." "Shut up, believe it or not, I will beat you." Sure enough, when men can't do it, they often turn to domestic violence. Suyu took out a few tissues from the tissue box on the bedside table and wiped her tears and snot. "Are all the things said on the internet a lie?" "What?" "At 15, go to the sea to catch the aircraft carrier, at 20, go to the sky to catch the Buddha, at 30, regardless of its gender." Suyu said, glancing at Qinze, "When a man is 25, the Sao will suffer." Qinze, who was only 1 year away from the Sao's suffering, said, "Sometimes I miss the cold female president. Let's talk about this later, tomorrow." Qinze pulled Suyu into his arms. "Tomorrow I will make you cry and beg for mercy." He was really tired. Although his physical fitness was very strong, the system had also been upgraded, and the energy it captured was far more than before. Suyu was thinking about ordering Qinze a tonic soup or something tomorrow. Qinze hugged Suyu in his arms. "How about this? I am a little tired, but I have a pair of flexible hands, and I can also speak eloquently. If you want, I can help you." Suyu was still several years away from 30. He should be able to cope. At 30, he was like a wolf, at 40, he was like a tiger, and at 50, he could sit on the ground and spit. "But it doesn't matter, I will use my hands to achieve your dream." Suyu shook her head. Qinze said, "It doesn't matter, I don't mind your acupoints." Suyu still shook her head, "I don't really want that, I just want to stay with you and do what a husband and wife should do, so I will be more at ease." This. Qinze was very touched that she became so affectionate without saying a word. He held Suyu tightly in his arms. "System, give me back some energy." The system ignored him. "System, have a little human touch." The system ignored him. "System, 93 returns, the next time you charge, absorb more energy." The system thought about it and made sense, "From now on, the charging time is set by me." Qinze. "Please, I don't want the bean sack." The system, "You want it, I agree." Qinze hurriedly refused, "I don't want it." The system, "Why?" Qinze sneered, can't you detect my brainwaves? Don't pretend to be stupid. The system, Qin Zhe guessed the system's idea. Why change the charging time? It must want to extract energy when he has sex, so Qin Zhe has to borrow energy again, and the system can get 93 returns every time. It was real leather. At this moment, the door of the room rang again. The bodies of the two people under the blanket stiffened. The exhausted Qin Zhe suddenly sat up, as if he was about to die. Siyu also panicked, pulled the bathrobe tight, and carefully said, "Could it be the waiter?" Qin Zhe shook his head. "If it's the waiter, he will definitely talk. Have you ever seen a waiter who knocks so sneakily? Wang Zijin is here." Suyu suddenly realized. "It could also be my sister," Qin Zhe said. Suyu was stunned. Qin Zhe added, "My sister and I love each other very much. She will come over at night to see if I sleep well, and if I kick the quilt." Suyu, hee, are you kidding me? Knock on the door to wake him up, and come over to see if he slept well. Chapter 464. Suyu frowned, imagining the scene of her and Qin Bao fighting. Brainiac Teddy analyzed the height of both sides and felt that he had no disadvantage, so he was not afraid. "Will your sister hit me if she sees me in your room?" she asked. "I don't think so." Qin Zhe was very scared. "Of course she will. If she knows that you climbed into my bed in the middle of the night, she will tear you apart alive. I'm not afraid even if she hits me." Suyu was full of confidence. "Girl, where did your confidence come from? I'm telling you, I won't hide in the toilet or the closet. I didn't do anything wrong." Suyu crossed her chest. Hiding in the closet was a sad story. He remembered the night when he moved into the new house. In the cold night, he slept in the closet. The heartless sister Ziwei forgot about him that night and didn't get up in the middle of the night to ask him to go back to the room to sleep. And hiding in the closet was not safe. If he was found, wouldn't it be a confession without being pressed? He smiled calmly, took out the script from the bag, and threw it to Suyu. "It's okay, just say that we are talking about the script." Hiding in the closet was too low. Predecessors' lessons were the teachers of future generations. Similarly, the experience of predecessors was the example for future generations to learn from. Qin Zhe strode to open the door with his head held high, and was surprised again. Standing at the door was not his tall and charming sister, but Wang Zijin. She was also wearing a bathrobe, her hair was wet, and her face was red, making her face look like a red apple. He wanted to take a bite. "Sister Ziwei. How can you come?" Qin Zhe's smile gradually disappeared. "Why is it Sister Ziwei? She doesn't like to talk to me. Isn't she angry?" Wang Zijin pouted coquettishly and threw a charming supercilious look. "Why did I come, don't you know?" Of course, it was to find Qin Zhe. It was normal to find a boyfriend to sleep with. But she was just sleeping. Wang Zijin flashed into the door and saw Siyu sitting on the sofa. The smile on Wang Zijin's face gradually turned ferocious. "Why is she here?" Wang Zijin glared at Qin Zhe. "Let's talk about the script," Qin Zhe said seriously. "Talk about the script. What's there to talk about?" Wang Zijin said in a deep voice. "It's her first time acting, so she's not sure," Qin Zhe said. Suyu glanced at Wang Zijin and ignored her. She sat on the sofa like a queen, giving her pressure. "Are you done chatting? If you're done, scram." Wang Zijin was domineering. "It's just the beginning. I feel like we won't stop until dawn," Suyu argued. Wang Zijin sat on Qin Zhe's lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. She nodded and said in a serious tone, "You guys talk. I'll watch from the side and learn while I'm at it." Qin Zhe was shocked at that time. Sister Ziwei must have been stimulated today. She dared to do this. We agreed to be salted fish together. Why did she suddenly become tough? She shouldn't have noticed something and declared sovereignty in front of Suyu. Suyu's eyes burst into a sharp light, her small fists clenched, and she secretly gritted her teeth. In front of me, she sat on my man's lap. Well, you finally got your revenge. Suyu felt that there was a grassland of hulumber on top of her head. Qinze was very embarrassed. So, how about this? We'll talk about the script another day. I'm a little tired. It's not an excuse. I'm really tired. I want to sleep. Wang Zijin was happy to hear it and squinted at Suyu. The look in his eyes made Suyu very unhappy. Qinze, my head is full of acting. If you don't teach me, I won't be able to sleep. Suyu frowned and looked pitiful. You don't have to learn. You're a drama queen now. It's funny. Can't you wait until tomorrow to talk about the script? Running to a man's room in the middle of the night to talk about the script, don't you have any shame? Wang Zijin sneered. Why can old Lu talk about the script, but I can't? You know what you're thinking. Do you need to wear a bathrobe to talk about the script? Wang Zijin squinted. Suyu was angry. You're the only one who can squint, right? I'll do it too. Qinze silently covered his face. I'm not as good as you. Knock knock knock. The sneaky knock on the door came again. Suyu and Wang Zijin looked at the door at the same time and looked at Qinze at the same time. Qinze threw the blame, it must be my sister. The sound of your quarrel alarmed her. After that, he opened the door immediately. Qinze's heart was calm. There was a kind of calmness that didn't weigh down on him. He knew that his sister would come. When he opened the door, sure enough, there was a tall and charming beauty at the door. When she saw Qinze, she smiled before saying anything. Her bright and beautiful eyes rippled with joy and joy. Qinze sighed silently. I may not be called Qinze. I'm called Mississippi. Everyone wants to have sex with me. Come on, everyone come on to Mississippi. Qinze's mouth twitched. It's a bathrobe again. Can't she wear it neatly? Taking advantage of his sister's coquettish tone to say, Little red man, sister will sleep with you, little red man, you're lucky tonight. Qinze slightly turned sideways so that his sister could see Teddy and old Wang, who were competing in acting and eyesight skills. The smile on his sister's face gradually became ferocious +2. Why are you here? Qin Bao Bao's face was black. Talking about the script. Suyu said lightly. Qin Bao Bao looked at Wang Zijin. Watching them talk about the script. Wang Zijin was calmer. Suyu, Qinze, what are you doing here? The two women asked. I'm here to see if my brother is sleeping well. Did he kick the quilt? Qin Bao Bao said casually. Suyu suddenly looked at Qinze and thought, sure enough, they are brother and sister. Qinze looked left and right. It's late, let's play cards. I can't sleep anyway. Suyu said. She was an outsider now, and it was easy to be sent away by the reason of, it's late, let's talk about the script tomorrow. Wang Zijin and Qin Bao Bao looked at each other and nodded. The poker cards that Suyu bought in the scenic spot for 10 yuan finally had a place to use. Wang Zijin threw a look at Qin Bao Bao. Close the door. Qin Bao Bao understood. Understood. Qinze, my teddy bear was completely defeated in IQ. No, the palace intrigue skills were not maxed out. Qinze was crying in his heart. After driving away a teddy bear, the atmosphere in the room was not relaxed. The two friends looked at each other, and their minds were brewing their own conspiracies. Be sure to drive the other party away. Hands on knees, back straight, eyes looking straight ahead, Qinzhe sat in the standard sitting posture of a primary school student. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Suyu came back with the poker cards and found the door locked. Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin gave Qinzhe a look and let him understand it himself. Qinzhe read the same meaning from the two's eyes. If you dare to open the door, you're dead. I'm going to sleep. Qinzhe said. Bullshit, where are they? Suyu cried. They're gone too. Qinzhe, open the door for me. Silence. Qinzhe, if you don't open the door, let's see who will regret it. Silence. Qinzhe, you, coming. Qinzhe ran to open the door. Suyu glared at him at the door and was not surprised to see the two women in the room. Play poker. Suyu threw the poker cards on the table. What did you want to say? Qin Bao Bao's eyes narrowed, and the long and curly eyelashes became more obvious. Qinzhe, you son of a bitch. Suyu, who almost exposed the horse's foot, smiled and turned to Qinzhe and said, I almost scolded you just now, I'm sorry. What you said was the same as my sister saying that she knocked on the door to see if I slept well. Qinzhe complained in his heart, and Jia Zijin pretended to be okay and laughed. The four people sat down to play cards. Qinzhe was sleepy, his brain was not bright, and he often made bad moves. They were playing with money, and whoever lost had to transfer Alipay. Jack Ma, give me the advertising fee. Qinzhe lost more than 10,000 yuan in half an hour. At this time, Wang Zijin aggressively threw out 4 kings, and Qinzhe held 4 aces in his hand and took the opportunity to eat her. Wang Zijin immediately regretted, saying that she made a mistake and had to start again. Qinzhe was stunned and said, okay. Sure enough, he who stayed with her sister for a long time, Sister Ziwei, also got a bad habit of playing dirty. Suyu held her hand and said unhappily, no regrets, you can't accept it, Qinzhe, right? Wang Zijin looked at him, A's, let me pass. Suyu also looked at him. Qinzhe, Omega winky face pass, but... It was not a multiple choice question, but a question of death. Qinzhe refused to answer. The master didn't say anything, you don't have to say anything. Wang Zijin insisted on taking back her cards. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. Suyu despised, I hate people who go back on their words the most. You are short, and your mind is shorter. Your facial features are flat, and your chest is flatter. Suyu seized the opportunity to attack Wang Zijin, retaliating for the fact that she had just closed the door and played with her. As for why she knew it was Wang Zijin who did it, because Qin Bao Bao just gave her a look. Suyu was famous for her poisonous tongue, and Qin Bao Bao couldn't beat her. She kept mocking her for a long time. Paw! Wang Zijin suddenly cut her scalp. Suyu was stunned. Qinzhe's little heart missed a beat. Wang Zijin said lightly, there is a mosquito on your head. Oh, I saw it wrong. Qinzhe, Suyu was angry and waved her hand to give her a scalp. With a paw sound, it cut Qinzhe's head. Qinzhe smiled with exhaustion. Don't make trouble. I received a miracle with this slap, and I got full marks for it. You dare to hit him. Wang Zijin gave a backhand slap on Qinzhe's head. I. Why did you hit me? Qinzhe was stunned. He didn't take it because it was too late. She is a girl after all, it's not good to hit her. Wang Zijin curled her lips. Qinzhe's smile was full of forgiveness. I see, Qin Bao Bao added fuel to the fire and said, you should have cried just now. Suyu thought it made sense, and her big eyes were immediately covered with tears. Qin Zhe felt weak from the inside out. He wanted to go home and sleep. Mom, I want to go home, I don't want to act anymore. Qin Zhe, who felt the awkward atmosphere, rubbed his temples. As a man, he had to be mentally prepared to act as a lubricant at all times. What's the point of playing cards? I'll tell you some jokes. Qin Zhe said. You can tell jokes. Wang Zijin was stunned. Okay. Suyu stopped crying. Only Qin Bao's face changed. Don't let him tell jokes. Why? Wang Zijin asked. He doesn't tell good jokes. Qin Bao said. Dirty and cold jokes, it was very embarrassing to listen to. Qin Zhe was not convinced, because I only told jokes to my sister, so I'm not very skilled, and I'm not very good at it. Wang Zijin thought, you black-hearted maggot, you even want to dominate the jokes. You don't allow your brother to tell jokes to other girls. Suyu thought, you don't let him tell, I'll listen. I'll listen, you tell. The two said in unison. It was also a man's accomplishment to make his woman laugh, even though there were a lot of people. Qin Zhe thought for a moment and said, in a certain year and a certain month, foreigners broke into the capital. The emperor was scared and fled with his people, leaving a spy in the city to check the situation. The next day, the spy cried to the emperor, Your Majesty, the enemy has lost their moral integrity, raping and looting. He paused and held back his laughter. Di Renjia was furious. When did IF***CK a zombie? After the joke, he looked at his sisters expectantly. Wang Zijin. Suyu. Qin Bao held her forehead. Isn't it funny? Di Renjia. Qin Zhe was depressed. Then I'll tell you a funnier one, he said. Wang Zijin and Suyu nodded expectantly. A pregnant woman had a difficult labor, and the situation was urgent. Her husband was outside in a hurry. After a long time, the chief surgeon came out, and the man hurried to ask about the situation. The doctor shook his head and sighed, the child couldn't be saved. Just when the man was in despair, guess what happened? Qin Zhe kept them guessing. The sisters shook their heads. Qin Zhe said, at this time, the doctor laughed, I'm lying, both of them are dead. Qin Zhe laughed uproariously. Ha ha ha, laugh for me, laugh for me. Oh, I'm so sleepy, I'm going to sleep first. I'm exhausted, go to sleep. Hey! The sisters left in an instant. Chapter 465. Don't go, don't go. How is it not funny? I think it's funny. Qin Zhe urged his sisters to stay. Everyone, please stay. I have an even better joke that will definitely make you laugh. His sisters didn't pay any attention to him. Their footsteps were even firmer than those of the Red Army during their long march. Zijin, I'm not used to sleeping alone in the hotel. Let's sleep together tonight. Go away, you plastic sisters. You're worse than plastic. Shut up. It's none of your business. The three women talked as they walked out of the room and closed the door, blocking Qin Zhe from chasing after them. Qin Zhe silently locked the door and sat on the edge of the bed. His frustration was at its peak. System, are my jokes really not funny? Only the system could chat with him now. The system saw that he was depressed and did not pretend to be cold. It said blankly, was what you said just now a joke? Qin Zhe was speechless. The system said, I checked the internet here. The essence of a joke is to make the audience laugh, not to make the person who told the joke laugh. You're just being self-absorbed. In conclusion, if what you said just now was a joke, then it's really cold. Qin Zhe was not convinced, but when I saw these jokes, I laughed like a pig. The system said, maybe your posture is wrong. You don't have the talent, you're just being self-absorbed. Qin covered his chest and said sadly, Don't say any more. Even if I'm handsome and knowledgeable, there are things that I'm not good at. He fell into a deep sleep and woke up at 6:00 sharp. He was so tired that his eyelids could not open and his whole body was exhausted. Qin still got out of bed. Perseverance is the most important thing in everything. If you can persevere, you should do it. When it's raining or snowing, there's no need to force it. Running in the rain or snow is not fitness, it's showing off. After Qin finished brushing his teeth, he picked up the cold water from the faucet and patted his face. He felt much more energetic. He sent a message to Wang Zijin instead of calling her. If she woke up, she would naturally come out. If she was still asleep, then Qin would run away by himself. Give me 10 minutes, Wang Zijin replied quickly. They didn't expect to meet Suyu, who also got up early in the hotel corridor. Suyu was about to knock on the door. Seeing the two in sportswear, he blinked. What are you doing? Jogging, Qin said. Give me a moment, I'll change. Suyu immediately decided to step in. Half of his body walked back to the room, leaned back slightly, and straightened his neck. You're not allowed to leave first, otherwise. He couldn't think of any threatening words at the moment, so he glared at them and said, Otherwise, I'll fight it out with you. What's the matter with Suyu? Wang Zijin was unhappy. She likes you, you know. How am I supposed to answer that? Wang Zijin said, pretending not to know is a very coquettish operation. Qin so you didn't bring sportswear. She wore a light outfit, a V-neck knitted sweater, gray casual pants, and white slow running shoes. She knew that she had to travel a long way to shoot. She didn't bring flashy things like skirts and high-heeled shoes, so it was easy to piece together sportswear. The three people left the hotel and trotted to the east. The traffic on the road was endless, but there were not many pedestrians. At 6:30 in the morning, the roadside breakfast shops were already open, and the road sanitation workers had cleaned the street before 6 o'clock. In this city where the pace of life was not fast, it was very leisurely and quiet. Trotting 2 kilometers, they came to the small park in the navigation reality. The park in the third-tier city, the greenery and park equipment were far less than those in Shanghai. The most unbearable thing was that the road here was paved with sections of stone instead of a cement road. It was very uncomfortable to run. Suyu ran 2 kilometers and was already out of breath. She usually did yoga and occasionally ran. As long as she kept in shape, it was enough, unlike Wang Zijin and Qin who ran every morning to exercise. After running a lap in the park, she gradually couldn't keep up with the team. Qin slowed down and waited for her. Wang Zijin was like a proud swan. Suyu gritted her teeth and ran another lap. She couldn't hold it anymore. She fell on the park bench like a salted fish and gasped, Husband, I can't do it. Then you take a rest. Qin said, and he quickly kept up with Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin was listless and bad. Every time she passed by Suyu's position, she deliberately flirted with Qin and said something that she usually wouldn't say, such as, I hate you, Ba, I don't like you, little enemy, I'll reward you when I get home after shooting. Qin was full of goosebumps. Gradually, Wang Zijin's physical strength was exhausted. She ran 6 kilometers in one breath, which was almost her limit. It was meaningless to continue to run. So she sat beside Suyu, panting and resting. Suyu had a bright idea. When Qin ran close, she greeted him happily. After half an hour of rest, she almost recovered. It was time to pay a tooth for a tooth and blood for blood. She would return the shame of just now to Wang Zijin 10 times. But as soon as she got up, Qin stopped running. He stood not far away and took a posture, as if he was going to play Tai Chi. There was a sneer behind her. Suyu turned her head and saw Wang Zijin sitting with her legs crossed in the posture of a big boss. Her disdainful eyes clearly said, "You are far worse than my sister." She was so angry that she gritted her teeth. The two women sat on the bench, resting and watching Qin Zhe play Tai Chi. They thought it was Tai Chi and ignored each other. Suyu gradually became obsessed and felt that Qin Zhe's every move and style was full of beauty and rhythm. It was much more pleasing to the eye than those little fresh meat dancing. "It's good, right?" Wang Zijin said. "Every day after running, I sit aside and watch him play Tai Chi. Watching and watching, my heart will calm down." "You don't show off, we have already seen each other frankly," Suyu thought gloomily. "How many boyfriends have you had abroad?" Wang Zijin said with a smile. "No." Suyu said stiffly. "No." Wang Zijin was taken aback. "You have been abroad for so many years. Have you been in vain?" She remembered that Suyu was 27 or 28 years old, right? She had never had a boyfriend. Qin Baobao was 25 years old and had not had a boyfriend. She was almost driven crazy by her family. If Wang Zijin had not been too independent, she would have been married under the arrangement of her parents. Wang Zijin certainly didn't know Suyu's story. Everyone has a story. These stories connect people's character and even their whole life. What about you? How many exes do you have? Suyu asked. No. Wang Zijin said. I don't believe it. Suyu hummed. Believe it or not. Why don't you dare to say it? Who doesn't have a few exes? Suyu teased her. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. My family is very strict. Other people are not allowed to fall in love in junior high school and high school. My family doesn't allow me to fall in love even in college. My mother said that one day when I have the ability to be self-reliant, I will find a life. I don't care. From childhood to adulthood, I feel that the boys around me are very naive. I am not happy to fall in love with a group of little boys. When I arrived at college, I was entangled by a brother who wanted to fuck me. I wanted to fall in love, and other boys dared not approach me. Want to fuck your brother? Suyu tilted her head, and her eyes flashed with the light of gossip. Don't have any bad ideas. Ace knows about this. The last time I went to the capital, I took him to meet my parents. By the way, I told the brothers who still miss me, I have a boyfriend. You go back home, find your mother, and find your own future. What does your family think of Qin Zhe? Suyu asked. I don't like him very much. Suyu suddenly smiled. Wang Zijin squinted, but I don't care. I only marry the person I like. You are so capricious. I'm happy. Suyu was stunned and suddenly sighed. I've read a lot of novels these days, and I like a book. It's about two heroines fighting for a man. One of them is a princess with a noble status, while the other is born poor and humble. Wang Zijin looked at her and didn't know why she suddenly sighed. The man didn't like the princess at first. He preferred the white flowers that bloomed in the barren soil. Everyone advised the princess to give up. 8 or 9 out of 10 things in life can't be forced. But the princess said, I want to force it. A woman's self-confidence, domineering, and imposing manner are vivid on paper. On the other hand, the white flower took root and sprouted from the barren soil and was destined to bear the mission of backfeeding. Later, she and the man missed. The man chose to be with the princess. Wang Zijin asked, and then? Suyu thought about it and said, they broke up. The man said to her, let's forget about each other. She was silent for a long time before spitting out a sentence. What if I can't forget? Boring, too boring, so readers like the valiant and domineering princess who dares to love and hate. They don't like the humble and restrained white flowers. But, how many people in the world are lucky enough to be born in the royal family? Suyu turned her head and looked at her. I like Qin Zhe, no, I love him. But in this love, I am humble. Sometimes I am so humble that I even feel disgusted. But you are different, you are more confident than me, more trusting than me. You are the princess, and I am at best a flower in the barren soil. But the flower also has the dream of the flower. I will not give up on him. I will try my best to dig your corner until one day he says the word break up with you. Wang Zijin looked at her blankly. Although I am just a flower, I also have advantages that you can't compare with. Suyu said. Wang Zijin was almost moved by her, so she asked subconsciously, what advantages? Suyu gathered at the tip of her tongue, as if spitting out the 9 words mantra of Tantra, because I am more beautiful than you. After that, it was accompanied by wild laughter. Ah ha 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 ha. Wang Zijin's mouth twitched, and the blue veins on her forehead bulged. If there was no last sentence, she felt that she would change her view of Suyu. This woman talked for a long time, just to pave the way for the last sentence. But despite being annoyed, Wang Zijin was unable to refute. In terms of appearance, she did lose to Suyu. For the first time, Wang Zijin choked and wanted to vomit blood. Chapter 466. Qin Zhe found that on the way back, the 2 women had been sulking, looking at each other with disgust, and kept looking for trouble. For example, Suyu said that she wanted to eat vegetable buns. Wang Zijin immediately said that she felt nauseous looking at the buns and did not want to eat them. Wang Zijin said that she wanted to drink soy milk, and Suyu immediately said that soy milk was not good, and she wanted to drink milk. Wang Zijin took the opportunity to ridicule her and said that soy milk was breast enlarging. Suyu asked, why are your breasts so small? The 2 almost fought. Qin not long out Yin Zhe, persuading both sides, being a grandson to both sides, mentally and physically exhausted. Back at the hotel, they each took breakfast back to their rooms, brushed their teeth first and then ate. Suyu must have brushed her teeth, but she was not happy with Qin Zhe's attitude. Qin Zhe knocked on his sister's door. His sister, who had never been used to getting up early, was wearing pajamas, her hair was messy, she pouted, glanced at the breakfast in his hand, and said, come in. Qin Zhe hurriedly slipped into his sister's room to take refuge. By the way, he brushed his teeth again in his sister's room. The hotel's toiletries were double. He smoked a little too much and had to brush his teeth at least 3 times a day, otherwise, it would produce smoke. The brother and sister stood in front of the sink and brushed their teeth. Qin Bao tied up her scattered black hair with bangs. When she bowed her head and spat water, her loose chest revealed a white and half-full ball. Qin Zhe looked at it intently. What are you looking at? His sister hit him with her big butt. Recently, I suddenly want to play ball. Qin Zhe said shamelessly. Really? Qin Bao smiled. I also want to play ball, table tennis. Qin Zhe smiled and was hit by a hand knife as soon as he finished laughing. His sister rolled her charming eyes, virtue. They sat at the desk and had breakfast. Qin Zhe sat in the chair, and Qin Bao shrank on the single sofa, with her pointed chin on her knees, chewing the soup dumplings, and said vaguely, what about the 2 women? Qin Zhe sighed, fighting spirit, not here. Qin Bao was happy, what's wrong? Qin Zhe glared at her, can you not gloat? Our big group is not united at all. Qin Bao said, the art of the emperor, pay attention to checks and balances. If I don't do this, how can I make your house stable? Qin Zhe was taken aback. Back house. Qin Bao said with a straight face, it's just an example. Wang Zijin, this silly girl, don't think I don't know what she is thinking, but my Ace is a good man who won't marry a wife until he is 30. She can't even think about it. And Su Yu, she is a love-struck fool. Let me tell you, you can't like her. I, as your sister-in-law, will not agree. Qin Zhe took a sip of soy milk. In front of his sister, he said sugar-coated bullets, if I want to marry a wife, I want to marry a beautiful, gentle, considerate, generous and decent woman like my sister. Qin Bao Bao still had a straight face and said angrily, if you talk nonsense again, let Dad beat you to death. Her little fingers and feet were fighting happily, and the joy on her mouth betrayed her. Qin Zhe changed his words, then don't marry, it's not bad to marry Sister Ziwei. With a kick, his sister said angrily, can you change your wife? If I don't change, then let Dad beat me to death. Qin Zhe said innocently. I'm just scaring you. His sister whispered. How did Wang Zijin and Siyu get into a fight? Qin Bao Bao couldn't figure it out. Su Yu and she were enemies, but Wang Zijin and she were also enemies. The wolf in the house coveted Qin Zhe, and as the sister, she desperately protected her brother. The two were always scheming against each other, loving and killing each other. In the end, they didn't fight with her, but with each other. Don't think too much. Qin Zhe interrupted his sister's divergent thoughts and said something to divert her attention. This is called planting flowers with the intention but the flowers don't bloom. Bao Bao planting willows. Hee. Qin Bao Bao, question mark. She felt that his words were strange. After eating, go to the set and try to improve the progress today. You guys can play cards on the set, but don't fight, Qin Zhe warned. Qin Bao Bao's slender and beautiful fingers formed an orchid shape as she winked and said, I just happened to bring a whip and candle, so I can teach them a lesson. Qin Zhe. He should be angry, but half of his body went limp. It was all his sister's fault for being too coquettish. Qin Zhe pretended to be angry, dragged his sister to the bed, and spanked her butt. It still felt good to the touch. Round and perky, soft and bouncy, even more bouncy than Jean Mai Lang. Qin Bao Bao was never willing to be spanked by her brother, so she resisted fiercely during the process, rolling, kicking, twisting her waist in all kinds of positions. But Qin Zhe sat on her waist tightly and pinned her down firmly. His sister, as usual, whimpered and scolded him for being a black-hearted maggot. Qin Zhe knew when to stop. If he spanked her for too long, her glass heart would break, and she would cry, and he would have to coax her. Qin Zhe had just stood up when a pair of slender and strong legs clamped around his waist. The force was so strong that he lost his balance and fell on the bed. Ouch! Qin Bao Bao screamed. Qin Zhe fell on his sister's body, but it did not hurt at all. Instead, it felt soft. With the 2 lumps of meat on his chest cushioning him, he enjoyed the fall and felt comfortable. You hit me with 150 pounds. Qin Bao Bao curled up, hugged her chest, and whimpered. Did it hurt? Qin Zhe knelt beside his sister and asked nervously. Seeing that his sister was only frowning, he heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it's not spoiled, or it would be a pity. Thank goodness it's real, or the silicone inside would burst. Get lost, your sister is in so much pain, and you're still talking nonsense. Qin Bao Bao's eyes were red. She bit her lips and said coquettishly. You're asking for it, aren't you? I'm not hitting you anymore, and you're still thinking of making a comeback. Qin Zhe lowered his head and admitted his mistake. My bad, does it still hurt? Let me rub it for you. Qin Bao Bao slapped his hand away and said angrily, it's none of your business. Then I'm leaving. You come back and rub it for you. I'll come back and destroy you. Qin Bao Bao leaped up like a strong tigress. She first pressed Qin Zhe down on the bed, then turned around nimbly from 99 to 69. She then put her long legs on his shoulders and twisted her legs. He was really stunned. Qin Zhe took a deep breath and smelled the scent of Dihuajishio. Qin Bao Bao seemed to be determined to break her brother's neck. He was stunned for a few minutes until Wang Zijin knocked on the door. He had no choice but to let go. The sister was depressed to find that the fatal scissor kick that had always been successful seemed to have lost its deterrent power. Her brother not only did not suffer, but also enjoyed it. Qin Zhe opened the door with a ruddy face. Wang Zijin and Suyu stood at the door and said angrily, "What time is it?" "The shooting has already started." "That's right, don't dawdle. If you delay the time, you delay the money." "That's right. How much does it cost every day?" The two women said one after another. Their target was not Qin Zhe, but Qin Bao Bao, who was sitting by the bed and tidying up her image. Qin Zhe said unhappily, "You talk too much. Wait another 15 minutes. Su Yu and Wang Zijin stared at him together. Qin Zhe was suddenly scared. Su Yu and Wang Zijin turned around and went back to the room. Qin Zhe thought that he had to comfort them one by one. At present, he had to comfort the crying monster first. He said, "Sister, don't be angry. I admit my mistake." Qin Bao Bao said, and her eyebrows were extraordinarily soft. She whispered, "You go out first. I want to change my clothes." Qin Zhe left the room. Qin Bao Bao hummed a song and rolled happily on the bed. Qin Bao Bao changed her clothes and dressed up. When she came out, Qin Zhe and others were already waiting downstairs, with 6 assistants beside them. Qin, although he was not long out yet, he had a glib tongue. Zhe successfully coaxed Wang Zijin and Su Yu. 3 cars rented by the rental company drove out of the hotel's underground parking lot and headed for the scenic spot 20 kilometers away. Su Yu drove, Wang Zijin sat in the co-driver's seat, and Qin Zhe lay down on his side with his head on his sister's thigh. This was not his intention. Su Yu drove voluntarily, and Wang Zijin sat in the co-driver's seat because Qin Bao Bao pushed her in. After getting in the car, his sister was considerate and gentle. "Ace, you got up so early. You must be sleepy. Lie on your sister's lap and sleep. There is still a long way to the scenic spot." Qin Zhe missed the taste of Dihuaxiu, so he was reluctant. In fact, Qin Zhe was not very sleepy. After playing a few sets of Times Are Calling, his spirit recovered well. Bored, he took out his mobile phone to watch the news. He happened to see a message: 2 dogs were stuck and hit by a car in the middle of the road. Because there was a video, it was posted on the internet, and the number of hits was very high. "What are you looking at?" His sister bowed her head, and her hair fell. Qin Zhe glanced at his sister. "Didn't they say never let your boyfriend or girlfriend look at your face from top to bottom? Otherwise, your worldview will collapse." He found that his sister's angle was not bad, and she was quite beautiful. Looking at the news. Qin Zhe sighed, "That's why I said don't play cards. People will die, and dogs will die." Qin Bao Bao tilted her head and did not understand. She reached out and grabbed his mobile phone to watch the news. "But, what does it have to do with cards?" His sister did not understand. "Hey, you don't understand, but the younger brother demon probably understands." Qin Zhe grinned. Qin Bao Bao frowned slightly and said unhappily, "Can you speak human language? What's the point of always saying things that I don't understand?" Qin Zhe was about to speak when he suddenly heard Wang Zijin and Su Yu in the front row scream. Then there was a loud bang. The car hit something, and the inertia made Qin Zhe roll down from his sister's lap. "What's the matter?" Qin Zhe's face changed greatly. Wang Zijin scolded, "Why don't you look at the road? Turn and let us go straight." Su Yu's voice was aggrieved, "I was blocked by the bus. Who knew that the car suddenly came out?" Su Yu said, unfastening her seatbelt, I'll get out and see. She did not forget to turn her head and warn, you two don't come down. It's not good to be photographed. The two cars driven by the assistant had already gone away. They didn't seem to notice that the boss behind them had collided with someone. It will take a while for them to react. The car that was hit by Suyu was a Rolls-Royce, black body, a long rectangular box. The appearance is as low as ever, without smooth curves, and without the beauty of a top luxury car. But its reputation is not lower than any branded luxury car. The Rolls-Royce Phantom has a little golden man in the front. Suyu's vision is very high. At a glance, she estimated the approximate price, between 8 million and 12 million. She frowned. It's not because she can't afford the money. Millions of dollars, she really doesn't care. Losing money is certain. She was just blocked by the bus parked on the side of the road. When she turned, the two cars collided directly. It's this kind of luxury, it's a big trouble to touch it. They have to rush to the shooting site today. Another one, 3 middle-aged men and 2 fashionable girls got out of the luxury car and surrounded them aggressively. The 3 men ran to the front of the car and nervously checked the damage of the car, swearing a few words in the local dialect. Chapter 467. The bumper of the Rolls-Royce was dented and the headlights were broken. The bumper of the Audi driven by Siyu fell off and the whole front was slightly deformed. Looking at the quality alone, the small Audi was completely destroyed. Although the damage was not big, this is a Rolls-Royce. You can't repair it without a million yuan. This kind of luxury in the car is more terrible than a road killer. If you scratch it, you will go bankrupt. The pedestrians around stopped to watch. The vehicles also slowed down and looked at the car accident that was not tragic but would be tragic. A small Audi worth less than 200,000 yuan hit a Rolls-Royce worth more than 10 million yuan. The owner of the small Audi should be crying in the car at this moment. How much money would be paid for killing a person? A human life is not as good as a piece of iron, which makes people feel sour but have to accept the fact. Luxury cars are troublesome to repair for several reasons. First, for the larger damaged parts, many 4S stores only replace and do not repair. Second, the spare parts are imported from abroad, and the price is increased layer by layer, resulting in a surprisingly high maintenance price. Third, brand monopoly. Many things domestic technology can't reach, such as paint, domestic 4S stores can't transfer it. The owner of the Rolls-Royce had a big belly and was distressed and scolded Suyu. When many people were gloating, a tall and sexy beauty came out of the driver's seat of the small Audi. She had a slim figure, slim pants wrapped around her slender and well-proportioned legs, and a pair of slow-running shoes on her feet. First, she glanced at the Rolls-Royce, then at the small Audi, and apologized to the owner of the Rolls-Royce. The owner of the Rolls-Royce had a big belly. When he saw Suyu, his eyes lit up. He was also a person who could be ranked in the local rich business circle. His mistress was the standard. He had played with all the little stars, but few of them could be as beautiful as the woman in front of him. This figure, this face, and long legs that can squeeze people to death. Suddenly, he stopped swearing and changed to dirty jokes. The man next to him smiled and echoed. Suyu, who had come to bow his head and admit his mistake, frowned and saw that they were getting more and more excessive. He couldn't help but say a dialect, "Non could I." Wu Yin's voice was soft, sweet. The owner of the Rolls-Royce said, "Oh, people of Shanghai, I haven't had sex with a woman in Shanghai." Others laughed. The owner of the Rolls-Royce was actually very angry. Most of the tycoons in third-tier cities were driving cars that cost a few million. Not many of them actually bought cars that cost more than 10 million. He usually hid it in the garage and treasured it. Today, he brought a big client out for dinner. He was already very unhappy that the client did not get into his car. Who would have thought that he would be hit by someone on the road? Suyu sneered, with your toothpick, I'm afraid that with your hands, I can't satisfy you. The owner of the Rolls-Royce was stunned and his face darkened. He probably didn't expect this girl to be so sharp-tongued. Then do you want to try it tonight? She asked in a strange tone. Suyu sneered again, what's so good about toothpicks, picking your teeth? She looked around at the other two men, 3 toothpicks, form a match stem, waste. Ha, this little slut. The men were furious. The quarrel between the two immediately escalated. The 3 men attacked one after another. Who do you think you're here to be our mistress? Since you're pretty, why don't you accompany us tonight and we'll forget about this matter. One night is not enough. You have to sleep with me for a week. Look at you driving this broken thing. You can't afford to pay for it. In the car, obscenities floated in through the window. Qin Bao Bao was furious, a few old bastards, I'll help Suyu. Come on, you don't even know how to curse. Wang Zijin said. It was just a small matter. They should pay for it. They should apologize. They didn't expect it to escalate into a war of words. Qin Zhe underestimated the quality of the nouveau riche in China, especially in economically undeveloped cities, the rich people who rely on the mountains to get rich. Such people may not even have studied for a few years. They have a rustic spirit in their bones. Their success is not based on knowledge and ability, but on the resources under the earth that gives birth to them. The rich businessmen in the 1980s and 1990s and after the 1990s are 2 different levels. Don't go down, I'll go. Qin Zhe took out a mask from his sister's bag and opened the door to get out of the car. If you don't meet this kind of person, you don't mind stepping on him. You should clean your mouth and pay for it. If your mouth is not clean, it's not over. In the past, my friend was like a friend, but now his grave is full of green grass. On the other side of the car, Suyu, although sharp-tongued, couldn't resist the siege of the public. Women are naturally weak. Seeing Suyu's weak momentum, several men jumped even more, scolding Suyu for coming out to sell, only a few hundred yuan a night. What's more, they made a gesture of shrugging their waist at her. Several men deliberately teased her. The traffic police had already called. Before the traffic police arrived, they made fun of Suyu. If it was an ordinary person, they would be too lazy to take care of it and directly let the other party prepare to sell the house. After Qin Zhe got out of the car, he glanced at them. The distance between the two sides was not far. The men glanced at him lightly and didn't care much. A timid man who let a woman come out to take the lead can only watch the play. Maybe he has been scared by the compensation. Unexpectedly, Qin Zhe didn't come over. He turned to the rear of the car and took a baseball bat from the trunk. This bat was put in by the rental company. It is very popular in foreign countries to have a bat in the car, specially used to fight against road rage patients. This kind of phenomenon is not common in Shanghai, second and second-tier cities, third and fourth-tier cities and some counties. This thing is standard. The pot-bellied Rolls-Royce owner sneered, "Oh, you want to smash the car?" He was not afraid at all, but fanned the flames. "Smash, smash, if you don't smash, I will look down on you. This car is not expensive, only 12 million yuan. I didn't drive it for much time, but I'm tired of it. I just want to change to a new car." His eyes fell on Suyu more often. Smashing the car was good. If the car was smashed, the man and woman would not be able to afford it for a lifetime. He had connections in the local area, and they would not be able to bear the consequences. He was even thinking about how to make the long-legged beauty in front of him obediently. Qin Zhe first kicked the man who was pointing at Suyu and swung the baseball bat. Bang! The little golden man in the front of the car flew directly to the other side of the street. "You!" The Rolls-Royce owner rushed up and his face changed greatly. Even though he said that, he couldn't remain indifferent when he saw his beloved car being smashed. However, what greeted him was a swift and fierce kick that sent his body, which weighed 180 kilograms, flying 3 meters away. Bang! The front windshield was broken under the huge force, and glass fragments splashed. Bang! The hood was dented. Bang! 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 In less than half a minute, all the windows of the Rolls-Royce were broken, and the body was full of dents. The street was full of onlookers taking photos and videos. There was a lot of discussion. He really dared to smash it. This is a Rolls-Royce. Road rage has to be cured. This is good. He can't afford it even if he goes bankrupt. Hurry up and post it on the internet. I filmed the whole process, and I also filmed the scolding just now. It's so domineering, it makes my blood boil. Why is this person wearing a mask? I can't capture his appearance. Qin Zhe held the baseball bat high, leaned back slightly, and bent his spine like a strong bow. The moment the baseball bat struck, the friction with the air made a sharp whistling sound. Bang! There was an unprecedented loud noise, the edge of the roof was completely dented, and the baseball bat was broken into 2 pieces, flying in the air and clattering to the ground. The 3 men, including the middle-aged owner, were livid. The Rolls-Royce, with excellent safety features, was beaten like this by a bat. If it falls on a person's head, the skull will burst. Several men were horrified. The Rolls-Royce owner's face was black. Did you record the video just now? It was recorded. Destroying private property, I want to see how he ends up. As he said, he glanced at Suyu. In Suyu's eyes, everyone and the scenery became black and white, only the sound of Qin Zhe waving the baseball was colorful and dazzling. She knew that Qin Zhe was not a domineering person. After knowing him for so long, she rarely saw him really angry. His actions were most likely to help prevent her anger and stand up for her. It felt good to have a man to stand up for her. Qin Zhe turned and pointed half of the baseball bat at the man's face. Do you still have a luxury car at home? Drive it over, and I'll smash it together. He was really not afraid at all. In a society ruled by law, let's talk about the law. The legal department that the 3 companies spend millions every year is not useless. For this kind of thing, at most, they will lose money. There were no casualties, and the traffic police's consistent style was to mediate and compensate. As they were talking, a luxury car came over, an Audi A8. The Audi A8 stopped on the side of the road, and a man came down from the driver's seat. He looked at the Rolls-Royce in surprise and walked to the middle-aged man. Brother Rong asked me to come over and ask what's going on. The Rolls-Royce owner stared at Qin Zhe with gloomy eyes. This son of a bitch did it. Qin Zhe grinned and turned to look at the Audi A8 not far away. Is that car yours, too? At this time, a police car turned from the intersection and came this way. The traffic police came. Chapter 468. Qin Zhe looked around and found that no one dared to scold and refute. Everyone's face was livid. He thought to himself, is this the legendary shocking operation? When the traffic police came over, the men who had been scared for a long time immediately became energetic and pointed to Qin Zhe and shouted, "Police comrade, this is the person." 2 traffic police, a middle-aged man and a young man, frowned. What's the matter? The owner of the Rolls-Royce said, they hit my car. Not only did they not pay for it, but they also smashed my car with a stick. He also hit me. Several men chimed in and added fuel to the fire. The traffic police frowned again and again. The driver of the Audi A8 was listening, and his eyes fell more on Suyu. This woman is really beautiful. He looked at the little Audi again and saw a very beautiful woman through the windshield. He felt that she was familiar, but the woman took out a mask and put it on to cover her face. The young traffic police looked at the old traffic police, or, take the car away and hand over the people to the police station. The old traffic police glanced at him and did not say anything. He said to Qinzhe, young people are a bit impulsive. When the traffic police came, Qinzhe couldn't continue to smash the Audi A8. He changed from a state of rage to his usual gentle behavior. Yes, a bit impulsive, but he insulted a woman first. The old traffic police suddenly looked at Suyu. He had seen such a wonderful woman for a long time, but he was too lazy to care about these bullshit things. Qinzhe said again, I will pay for it. Pay your ass, you have fart money to pay, just wait for the police station. The owner of the Rolls-Royce spat and sprayed on Qinzhe's face. Qinzhe slapped him in the face. Pa, the man was stunned. The middle-aged owner was supported by his companion and his eyes were still a little dazed. The two traffic police quickly grabbed Qinzhe's shoulders and yelled, don't hit people. Qinzhe frowned, didn't you see him spitting? The old traffic police glanced at the middle-aged car unhappily and looked at Qinzhe. Do you have the economic ability, Rolls-Royce? Qinzhe calmly rolled up his sleeves, revealing a rose gold watch. The two traffic police officers were expressionless. Qinzhe reminded them helplessly, my watch costs 5 million yuan. Unfortunately, he didn't achieve his goal. The two traffic police officers didn't recognize this luxury item and thought it was fake. The driver of the Rolls-Royce was so angry that his face turned ashen. He roared, this is not over yet. If I don't make you pay, my surname is not Zhu. Qinzhe raised his hand, and he shrank back in fear. The owner of the Rolls-Royce walked towards the old traffic policeman. With half of his face swollen, he squeezed out an ugly smile and offered him a cigarette. The old traffic policeman did not take it. He moved closer to his ear and whispered for a long time. He spoke in a dialect. Qinzhe didn't understand, but he guessed that it wasn't anything good. The old traffic policeman frowned. The owner of the Rolls-Royce made a phone call, said a few words with a smile, and then handed the phone to him. The old traffic policeman listened for a moment and his frown deepened. After hanging up, he said, we're taking your car. You're coming with us too. Qinzhe said, okay. He wasn't afraid of the other party's little tricks. As long as he took off his mask, who would dare to play such bullshit with him? Not to mention the captain, even if it was the chief, Qinzhe just had to post a few words on Weibo and public opinion would drown him. These days, there were too many officials who were investigated because of public opinion. This kind of method was the stupidest. Qinzhe didn't even bother to use it. He could settle it with just a phone call. It was also possible that when he took off his mask, the other party would give up. His identity was there. The influence of celebrities was very great, especially a big shot like Qinzhe who was different from ordinary celebrities. He had countless ways to deal with the situation in front of him. It was inconvenient to take off his mask now. There were more passers-by. The owner of the Rolls-Royce spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed sinisterly. Wait for your death, you bastard. The other men looked at him with sinister eyes. You want to get beaten up again? Qinzhe glanced at him. The owner of the Rolls-Royce stepped back and sneered. You wait and see how I will kill you. I also want to fuck your woman. He glanced at Suyu. The traffic policeman frowned and said, don't talk, come back with us. The young traffic policeman stood in front of Qinzhe to prevent him from hitting people again. This kind of thing was very annoying. One side had a bad mouth, and the other side had a bad temper. If you were slapped a few times, the police could only criticize and educate at most, but they couldn't really arrest you. The young traffic policeman looked at Qinzhe sympathetically. In his mind, Qinzhe was going to be unlucky. On the other side, in the Audi A8. The driver watched the play for a long time and understood. He returned to the Audi A8 to report to the boss. Mr. Zhu's car was hit by someone. The other party took full responsibility. Because of a few words about that woman, the car was smashed by a young man who got out of the car. TSK, young people nowadays have a bad temper. They can't afford to sell their house. It is estimated that they will be locked up for a few years. The man sitting in the back seat frowned slightly. He had a deep vertical line between his eyebrows, which was formed by a long time of wrinkles. His facial features were ordinary, and his expression was slightly serious. When he didn't speak, he had a natural majesty. This was the temperament that had been washed by the wind and waves. The driver sat in the driver's seat, turned his head, and chattered. I usually think that Mr. Zhu's words are unreliable. His mouth is full of dirty words. He is such a nouveau riche. He will be neither up nor down in his life. The man came here this time to inspect the project. Mr. Zhu used to work with him. Later, he went back to his hometown and set up his own business. With his support, he developed real estate, mining, and so on. Although the big part was with him, he had saved more than 1 billion yuan in assets in recent years and became a local rich businessman. This time, Mr. Zhu asked him to come to see the project and asked him to invest in tourism. He said that he had a lot of trouble with several competitors in the city and was in urgent need of funds. This industry was really profitable, so he came over. Ah! The driver patted his head and looked excited. I remember. The man in the back seat was startled by him and was slightly angry. What's the matter? The driver pointed at the small Audi excitedly. Brother Rome, the woman in the car is Qin Bao Bao, I saw her. The man was stunned. The driver said, Qin Bao Bao, why is she here? Is it a commercial or an act? After saying that, he revealed the thoughts that all men fantasized. Brother Rome, that woman is really the best. The man was stunned for a long time, and his face suddenly changed. He opened the car door and strode across the street. Brother Rome. The driver hurriedly got out of the car and followed. Suyao tried to control his footsteps, but he still couldn't help but speed up, trot, trot. Finally, he saw him again. The first time he saw him, he was in a white ward wrapped in swaddling clothes, and his tender red face was wrinkled. He had seen his face many times on the screen, but it was not him. It was unfamiliar and there was no sense of familiarity. He only remembered that ugly face for many years. Finally, they met again after more than 20 years. Suyao heard his heart beating wildly in his chest, as if it was about to jump out. When he approached and saw Qin Zhe, tears almost rolled out of his eyes. Yes, it was him. He was a little far away and wearing a mask before, so he didn't recognize him. Now, Suyao, who had been paying attention to him for a long time, recognized him by his eyes. Normally, Qin Zhe would be startled if there was a middle-aged man who quickly approached him and stared at him with burning eyes. But the moment he saw this man, Qin Zhe was speechless, and the irritation provoked by the owner of the Rolls-Royce also subsided. At this time, his mood was very complicated: confusion, disgust, resistance. In a sentence commonly used in elementary school, my mood is like an overturned bottle of 5 flavors: sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy. He knew this man because Sister Man had checked Suyao's background for him. His face was ordinary, and his height was ordinary. If he changed this high-end suit into a street stall and threw him into a crowd, you would have to use a magnifying glass to find him. Suyao, Su Ru's brother. Brother Rong, why are you here? The owner of the Rolls-Royce looked very respectful. Suyao glanced at him and slapped him. Slap. The owner of the Rolls-Royce was stunned. The traffic policeman was also stunned and then shouted, "What are you doing?" Qin Zhe raised his eyebrows. The owner of the Rolls-Royce raised his hand to block the traffic policeman and looked confused. Brother Rong. What he got in return was another slap. Brother Rong, why did you hit me? Slap. Brother Rong. Slap. Brother Rong, slap. Brother Rong, slap. 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 The owner of the Rolls-Royce was able to take the slap at first, but then his whole face was swollen like a pig's head. He almost cried out in pain and dodged. The two men beside him didn't dare to say a word. Su Yao glanced at them coldly and then at the traffic policeman. He said lightly, "Officer, we will not pursue this matter." Traffic policeman. The traffic police couldn't figure out this guy's method and looked at the owner of the Rolls-Royce. The guy with the big belly shook his head. "Don't pursue it, don't pursue it." Although it was very strange, the traffic police were too lazy to care about it. When encountering this kind of thing, they also focused on mediation and compensation. "Hurry up and drive your car away, you can't go on the road anymore." The young traffic policeman walked to Su Yu and said that he wanted to see her driver's license, but his eyes couldn't help but peek at her beautiful face. On this side, Qin Zhe and Su Yao looked at each other silently. Two men who knew each other but didn't know each other. After a while, Qin Zhe chuckled, "Who are you?" Su Yao said bitterly, "Su Yao. Do we know each other?" Su Yao thought about this question for a long time and finally shook his head, "I don't know. Sorry to cause you trouble." Su Yao turned and left. Qin Zhe frowned. If the man who called his mother was him and the man he met at Hongqiao Airport was him, then he should know who he was. "Don't you have anything to say?" Qin Zhe shouted. Su Yao's footsteps paused, and then he walked away. Seeing Qin Zhe was not the purpose, it never was. Although he said so to Xiaolan, both he and Xiaolan knew that it was not the case. But Sister Xiaolan didn't agree, so he didn't dare to draw legs on a snake. It's not up to him to decide whether to open old debts or not. Chapter 469. Qin Zhe looked at Su Yao's back until he got into the Audi A8. He retracted his gaze and turned back to the car. Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin were very calm. The elder sister bowed her head and played with her mobile phone. Sister Ziwei took out the makeup mirror and looked at herself in self-pity. "Don't you say anything." Qin Zhe was not reconciled. "Don't you know how to shout 666? Qin Bao Bao tilted her head, "Old tie, double-click 666. Wang Zijin closed the makeup mirror and said perfunctorily, 666. Qin Zhe, "Well, one is a first-tier big shot in the entertainment circle, and the other is a golden branch in jade leaf of a wealthy family in the capital. In the eyes of others, the act of smashing the car may be a trivial matter in their eyes." Qin Zhe said in his heart, "It's hard to show off," but the sisters didn't feel it at all. It's too hard to show off in front of them. At this moment, the assistants finally reacted and made a phone call first. After learning that the boss had a car accident, they were scared out of their wits. It took them only 3 minutes to drive back after 10 minutes. 6 people stood outside the car, bowing their heads slightly. Under Qin Zhe's sharp eyes, they didn't dare to breathe. Qin Bao Bao said sweetly, "You leave a car, and then drive this car back to the rental company." The 6 people nodded again and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, but heard Qin Bao Bao said lightly, "Next time, if you don't have eyes, you can all pack up and get out." The assistants nodded obediently. The 3 people changed cars, and Siu also dealt with the traffic police. The deduction of points was certain, and the fine was inevitable. Little Teddy wasn't depressed at all. Instead, it was overjoyed. It threw itself into Qin Zhe's arms and kissed him on the cheek. "What are you doing?" "Looking for death." 2 sharp screams. Su Yu was grabbed by the collar by the furious Qin Bao Bao and thrown far away. If this was at home, what awaited her was not a chest attack, but a face of confusion. On the other side, Zijin quickly took out a tissue and wiped Qin Zai's face. Sister Ziwei, that's enough, that's enough. You're peeling off my face. Qin Zai felt his face burning. Who told you to kiss him? Did I agree? Qin Bao glared at her. You're a girl. Don't you have any shame? Wang Zijin gritted her teeth. Su Yu was not afraid of them. He crossed his arms and whistled loudly. Qin Zai was speechless. Qin Bao was furious. I'll tear you apart. Qin Zai quickly stopped his sister. Sis, don't be angry. Don't be angry. Wang Zijin sneered, tear her mouth first, then sew it up. Qin Zai freed his hand to stop Wang Zijin. Sister Ziwei, take a step back. If he didn't pay attention, it would soon become a battlefield. His sisters were too hot-tempered. He turned his head and glared at Su Yu. The little teddy stood there quietly. It seemed that she also knew that she couldn't control herself and exposed herself again. Qin Zai breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she didn't provoke them, it would be fine. Well, Su Yu was sometimes quite sensible. Thinking of this, he saw Su Yu turn around, stick out her butt, and twist at Wang Zijin and Qin Bao. This was a suffocating operation. Qin Bao, Wang Zijin, Qin Bao and Wang Zijin exploded on the spot. Qin Zai silently covered his face. Sis, let's get in the car first. There are so many people on the street. Qin Zai begged bitterly. Probably also felt that it was shameful to quarrel in the street. Qin Bao and Wang Zijin got in the car angrily. Su Yu was arranged in the co-driver's seat by Qin Zai, and he drove. Before getting in the car, Qin Zai glanced at the assistants who were watching the play and roared, "What are you looking at? Get out of here and do your work. Do you want to work or not?" The assistants dispersed in a hubbub, thinking to themselves, "You're just being rude to us." The car continued to move forward, and there was a bloody storm in the car. Su Yu's words had always been rich, and she could easily deal with the two women. Although Wang Zijin was a woman with connotation, she had to consider her image. Some dirty words couldn't be used. Qin Bao had no pressure. She could be cute and wild, but her vocabulary was too shallow. So the two were easily suppressed by Su Yu. Su Yu's eloquence was so sharp that Qin Zai had experienced it before. After some blowing and singing, he easily let him disarm and surrender. Mouth cannon. Qin Bao was so angry that her face turned red. She rushed over from the back seat to tear Su Yu's mouth. Su Yu didn't give way. Two people, 4 hands, hit each other with a fist. Qin Zai was not in the mood to pay attention to them. Anyway, in the car, they could do whatever they wanted. He was really not in the mood. After seeing Su Yao, his heart was smeared with a shadow. He was very uncomfortable. Su Yao's silence revealed a lot of information. What about after he revealed the truth? Acknowledge his ancestors? Others may not agree with him, and he was not happy. What about his parents? Qin Zai glanced at his sister from the rearview mirror. And what about her? The car drove to the scenic spot, took the cable car up the mountain, and rushed to the set. Under the guidance of Mo Yu, the crew carried out the shooting work in an orderly manner. The protagonist was not there, they could play other scenes first. At this time, the crew was resting. Mo Yu was in the temporary sunshade, watching the weather of last night's camera. In documentary programs, this kind of shooting method was common. In order to collect the subtle changes of things, such as the blooming of a flower bud, it often took several days or even dozens of days. The better the details of the movie, the better the quality and reputation. "Boss Qin, I'm late." Mo Yu complained. There was an accident on the way. Qin Zhe said and asked, "Where are you?" "Only one scene, now, continue with the previous one." "Yes." The progress returned to the time when Chunshir-san came to the Wuxia mountain. While keeping the funny elements, a few fierce martial arts scenes were added. Feng Rui had never acted in a martial arts scene, but she had practiced dancing. Her body was very soft, and her high leg kick was no pressure. Cut. You stopped. The martial arts director frowned. "Boss Qin, your posture is wrong. Why didn't you do the spinning kick just now? Is the posture too difficult? The straight kick is too simple and has no aesthetic effect." Boss Qin said, "I think it's more direct and effective." The martial arts director curled his lips. "You're like an ordinary person fighting. This is not martial arts." Qin Zhe, Feng Rui smiled. "Boss Qin, of course you don't know martial arts." "I'm fine. It doesn't matter if we redo it." Mou suggested, "Why don't we take a break for a few minutes and you can coach Boss Qin alone?" The martial arts director nodded. "Okay." Qin Zhe, "Okay, I don't know martial arts. I'm a person who can tear tigers and leopards apart with my bare hands." Thus, Qin Zhe practiced martial arts for half an hour under the martial arts director's exasperated guidance. Wang Zijin squatted on the side and watched with great interest. She admired the bulging muscles under the tight t-shirt and his well-proportioned body. She really didn't have anywhere to sit. The few reclining chairs and a table were occupied by a few female stars. Wang Zijin watched for a while and slowly strolled to the other side. Besides Qin Bao, who was sitting, Xiu was also standing. Besides Tianfang's B-list actress Li Wei, there were also B-list and C-list actresses invited by other companies. There were a total of 4 people. "Boss Qin has a great body." "Yes, yes. He's handsome and has a great body. Let's ask him out for a drink tonight. What do you want to do?" "Ha ha ha." They sat at the table, laughing like silver bells. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes and walked over with a gentle smile. "Boss Qin asked you to go over." Seeing the girls looking over, she said, "He said he wants to take a photo with you." The girls' eyes lit up. They stood up happily and walked over to Qin Zhe. Wang Zijin sat at the table and waved. "Let's play Fight the Landlord." Qin Bao and Suyu quickly got to their seats. On the other side, the female stars who were sent back by the confused Qin Zhe were discussing angrily. "That person lied to us. I hate her so much. We were happy for nothing. Forget it, forget it. Let's go back and continue chatting." When they came back, they found that their seats had been taken. The 3 women were sitting at the table and playing Fight the Landlord. The female stars were speechless. Wang Zijin didn't have a system. Otherwise, she would have received a lot of negative emotions. Although they were angry when they saw Qin Bao, they extinguished their anger. It didn't matter if they didn't know Su Yu and Wang Zijin, but they couldn't not know Qin Bao. She was the big boss. She could ask you to get lost with one sentence. This time, Qin Zhe's new movie was made. The female stars used a lot of connections to get selected. Even if it was just a supporting role, they would be happy. Because Qin Zhe's movies, like his songs, would be popular. As long as the movie was popular, it didn't matter how low the salary was. How many stars had their value skyrocketed because of a film and television work with a good reputation? After playing Fight the Landlord for more than an hour, Su Yu, who had lost 50,000 yuan, threw her cards and stared at Qin Bao and Wang Zijin. "I don't play anymore. Can't afford to lose. Play it or not." In response, she was ridiculed by her 2 best friends. Su Yu glared, "Qin Bao, are you interesting?" Every time we are on the same side, you give cards to the landlord. We are on the same side. Wang Zijin, didn't you lose 20,000 yuan yourself? What's there to be proud of? Qin Bao Bao patted her forehead. Hey, Zijin, let's divide the money. I have 80,000 yuan here. 20,000 yuan will be returned to you. The remaining 60,000 yuan will be divided equally. Alipay or WeChat? Wang Zijin, Alipay to my card. TSK, money is really easy to earn. Su Yu, you all bullied me. You took my child and my money. You two wait, I will find a chance to revenge. I don't want to play cards. It's boring. Qin Bao Bao stretched, and when she straightened her chest, the heavy chest gave Su Yu and Wang Zijin 10,000 points of critical damage. Su Yu looked down at her C-cup and felt depressed, but looked at Wang Zijin's similarly small chest and felt comforted. Wang Zijin looked down at her B-cup and was also discouraged. She felt that she could not catch up with the size of a big cow in her life. Then she looked at Su Yu's chest, which was slightly smaller than her own, and immediately became confident. Qin Bao Bao saw the small movements of the two people, and the corner of her mouth raised. It was lonely to be invincible. She grabbed the mobile phone on the table, clicked on the live broadcast platform, logged into her account, and wondered if she wanted to play live broadcast. She did a live broadcast when she was in Star Art before, but that was a commercial activity. She has not played live broadcast since then. Would you like to broadcast the shooting live for everyone? Chapter 470. Playing landlord was no longer interesting. She and Wang Zijin teamed up to bully Su Yu, which seemed very interesting. But Su Yu looked angry and unhappy, but in fact, he was as calm as an old dog. It was only tens of thousands of yuan, nothing. It was more interesting to play live broadcast. If she was still in Star Art, she might have to ask for her agent's permission. Now it was different. She was the dignified female president of Tianfang. She could do whatever she wanted. What do you want to eat for lunch? Qin Zhe came over. Qin Bao Bao looked at the time. It was already 10:30. In half an hour, it would be time for lunch. Su Yu smiled. Double egg ham. Hey, little teddy leather. Wang Zijin thought for a moment and smiled reservedly. Virgin chicken. Qin Zhe's face froze and looked at her sadly. Sister Ziwei, this was really not available. Qin Bao Bao said, chicken stewed with mushrooms. Qin Zhe was suddenly moved. Sister was still the best. Although she looked like a vixen, she was very loyal. However, Qin Zhe had a question that he couldn't answer. Was chicken stewed with mushrooms so delicious? Were they going to eat until the end of time? There was a complex of buildings halfway up the mountain for tourists to stay, eat, and relax. It was not here a few years ago, but with the rapid development of tourism, the facilities on the mountain were more and more complete. After a few scenes, the crew announced a break for lunch. Qin Zhe specially asked the crew to go to the mountainside to see if there was double egg ham, virgin chicken, and chicken stewed with mushrooms. Not long after, the crew carrying the phone box returned and distributed the lunch boxes. The person who sent the lunch box was a young man with a pretty good appearance. The reason why Qin Zhe remembered him was that after Wang Zijin finished playing Guanyin yesterday, Su Yu said sarcastically, "Drama team, give her an extra drumstick at noon." Then at noon, there was really a big drumstick in Wang Zijin's lunch box. Wang Zijin almost died of anger. When she asked who put the drumstick, a young man raised his hand. "I put it. The drumstick is delicious." Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. Qin Zhe almost laughed out loud. "Why are there no drumsticks today?" Qin Zhe teased him. The young man glanced at Wang Zijin's oval-shaped face and scratched his head. "She's a chicken." Qin Zhe was speechless. Wang Zijin was speechless. You're the King chicken. Your whole family are chickens. Wang Zijin was too lazy to bicker with him. She rolled her charming little eyes, turned around, and continued to eat her meal. The virgin chicken was bought from a KFC chicken shop on the mountainside. Normal shops didn't sell virgin chicken. How many years have you been on the set? Qin Zhe asked with interest. It's been 5 years. The young man revealed a reserved smile in front of the boss. I came here right after I graduated. What's your current job? Just running errands. Do you want to be a director or a screenwriter? I want to be a star, but I have no acting skills, and I can't sing. I'm just a little good-looking, he said. It's enough to be good-looking. Qin Zhe said quietly. When I was a child, my grandmother took me to a fortune teller. The fortune teller said that I would be rich and successful in the future. Later, I proved it to my grandmother with practical actions. The young man said, feudal superstitions are unreliable. Qin Zhe was speechless. He patted the other party on the shoulder. Comrade ****, go ahead. Boss Qin, my name is not *****. You deserve this name. Well, go ahead. Oh. Qin Zhe and his sisters sat at the table to eat. Qin Bao Bao's chicken stewed with mushrooms was placed in the center, followed by the crispy virgin chicken that Wang Zijin tore with thin film gloves, as well as a stack of meat dishes and 2 vegetarian dishes. Suyu didn't share her double egg ham with everyone. She enjoyed it alone. After eating the double egg ham, she went to pick up Qin Bao Bao's chicken stewed with mushrooms, but was blocked by a pair of chopsticks. Qin Bao Bao said unhappily, "You're not allowed to eat this much. I want to eat." No. Hey. Qin Zhe called for a halt and earnestly advised, if revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? How many flowers will fall? Persuasion was also skillful. Of course, it was useless to persuade like him. On the contrary, Wang Zijin's light words made the two give up. Bao Bao, kill her. Qin Bao Bao glanced at her, curled her lips, and didn't speak. Suyu snorted and buried her head to eat. No one wanted to be a snipe. Qin Bao Bao was bored, so she rambled on and said some meaningless things. Let's talk about jokes. Qin Bao Bao suggested. Qin Zhe's eyes lit up. Don't say it. The 3 women said in unison. Qin Zhe, look down on me. You can insult my hairstyle, but you can't insult my jokes. I'm allergic to jokes recently. Let's play riddles. Suyu chewed her food. This proposal was approved by Wang Zijin. Qin Bao Bao thought about it. It was a good opportunity to prevent her brother from telling cold jokes. I'll say it first. Suyu swallowed the food in her mouth, held the chopsticks in her fingers, and looked around the 3. Snow White, take off your skirt and get a drink. Wang Zijin, Qin Zhe, Wang Zijin thought, Teddy Sue's intentions are so sinister. Do you think I'll fall for it? In A's heart, I'm a reliable big sister. Wang Zijin pretended to think hard and then shook her head. I can't guess. Qin Bao Bao tilted her head and really thought hard. Then her eyes lit up. Sprite. After that, she blushed and spat. Suyu showed a pure smile. It turned out to be like this. I finally know the answer. Ha! Qin Bao Bao was stunned. Suyu blinked her clear and innocent eyes. I saw it on the internet. I couldn't think of the answer for a long time. Bao Bao is really good. You guessed the answer at once. Qin Bao Bao's face darkened. She felt that she had lost in the knowledge reserve. Wang Zijin snorted. I also have a question. A man chased a beautiful female colleague. The female colleague wrote a note to him. The content of the note was, paper making, gunpowder, compass, printing. The man looked at it for a long time and understood. So the next day, the two of them had sex. Why? Poof, Qinze spat out a mouthful of rice and coughed. Crazy, are you finally going to start with the 4 major inventions? No, it can't be like this. Please let them go. Qin Bao Bao patted him on the back with her small hand, helped him breathe, and handed over the teacup. So you pretended to say that this puzzle is so profound that I can't guess it. Wang Zijie nodded with a dignified smile on her face. She said that she didn't know. She occasionally saw it on the internet. Qin Zhe said in his heart, damn, I saw it on the internet. Why didn't I see it? Qin Bao Bao racked her brains and thought about it, but she couldn't figure it out. A's, what do you mean? I don't know. Qin Zhe shook his head. You must know. Sister puffed her cheeks, and her sharp oval face puffed up like a bun. I really don't know. Then give me 3 minutes. I'll think about it. Wang Zijin and Siu nodded again and again, and showed a malicious smile. No, this game is boring. Don't guess. Qin Zhe said. Teddy's tissues are all gone. Don't pollute my Bao sister. Perhaps because this question was too profound, Qin Bao Bao couldn't think of an answer even with her clever mind. She could only give up. Before they had time to start the second activity, such as playing cards, Mu had already run over to summon Qin Zhe to film. Wang Zijin, who had already received her lunch box, was tired of the set. She hung a DSLR around her neck and played all over the mountains, with 2 assistants following behind her. Suyu curled up on the recliner under the shade and took an afternoon nap. Qin Bao Bao was full of energy and couldn't sleep. She didn't like to wander around like Wang Zijin, so she sat quietly and played with her phone. When she was tired, she finally thought of live streaming. She opened the live streaming app and logged into her account. She had her own live streaming room, which was the account she used to live stream at home. There was no one in the live streaming room, and it was cold and cheerless. Usually, when a celebrity did a live stream, they would vigorously promote it. At the very least, they would post on Weibo to inform their fans. Otherwise, who would know? Hence, Qin Bao Bao switched to Weibo and posted, I'm doing a live stream. Everyone, let's do it together. There was a link to the live streaming room. A few minutes after the post was posted, the number of people in the live streaming room increased at an explosive speed. Is she really a goddess? There was no news at all, and she suddenly started a live stream. I'm so excited. Wow, eldest sister. Get lost, you uncultured people. How dare you call my goddess that? Do you want to die? Eldest sister was the first title that Qin Bao Bao received on I Am a Singer. It was much earlier than the brother flaunting crazy demon. At that time, she wasn't famous, and the audience's most direct impression of her was that she was beautiful, long-legged, and big-breasted. For a period of time, whenever Qin Bao Bao appeared on a singer's show, there would immediately be a eldest sister spamming the screen. Qin Bao Bao was no longer the same as before. She wasn't as angry as she used to be. She smiled lightly and said, hello, everyone. The signal here isn't very good, but it shouldn't affect much, right? It's fine, it's fine. It's very clear. It's fine even if it's stuck until you die. Qin Bao Bao didn't put on makeup. Damn, she's so beautiful even without makeup. Lick the screen. Type with both hands to show my innocence. As soon as Qin Bao Bao finished speaking, the rich people sent rockets one after another. Thank you for your rockets. Qin Bao Bao blinked. According to the rules, should I say, Brother 666? The bullet screen was filled with, ha ha ha, and then Brother 666 spammed the screen. Qin Bao Bao looked at the phone and smiled coquettishly. Actually, I'm just bored. Shall I sing a song for you? The audience in the live streaming room was suddenly very excited. Qin Bao Bao sang Blue and White Porcelain. There was no background music, no accompaniment, and no sound editing. It was just a cappella. The effect was definitely not as good as the album produced in the recording studio, but it still had a different flavor to it. Bao Bao is a talented singer. Her singing is very good. Rich people, send rockets. Continue, don't stop. I want to listen to exaggeration. I want to listen to fairy tales. Let's sing The Most Familiar Stranger. That's my favorite song in your digital album. Qin Bao Bao lay on the chair and chatted with the audience in the live streaming room while singing. After about half an hour, her throat was tired from singing. Actually, I'm just bored, so I came here to play. My throat is tired from singing. How about this? Qin Bao Bao said apologetically. No, no, no. Then don't sing. It's fine if you don't talk. We just want to watch you. I'm already satisfied to watch girls lick the screen. Let's chat a little more. I'll send you 10 rockets. Qin Bao Bao was a little embarrassed. At this moment, a sharp-eyed audience member asked, Bao Bao, where are you? I see a mountain behind you. Chapter 471. Someone should have vaguely seen the figure behind Qin Bao Bao, a corner of the blue sky, a continuous green mountain range. However, they didn't take it to heart. When someone mentioned it, many fans suddenly realized that Qin Bao Bao was definitely not in Shanghai. There was no such scenery in Shanghai. I'm filming. Qin Bao Bao didn't hide it. She smiled and said, I won't reveal where. The live stream room suddenly became lively. Filming. What movie? A movie or a TV series? Bao Bao is filming a new movie again. Why didn't I see any publicity online? Nonsense, does Bao Bao's movie need to rely on bottomless hype? Although she hasn't filmed many movies, every one of them has a good reputation at the box office. I love her Chu Xiangxiang to death. Wait, Bao Bao is filming. Does that mean that Qin Zhe is also there? Qin Bao Bao nodded. My brother is also there. He's filming. Then she pouted and said unhappily, my plot hasn't started yet. I've been waiting for 2 days. What movie? What movie are you two filming? Spoiler, quick. The audience was very excited. Some rich people sent a few more rockets. After Qin Zhe's debut, the first movie, Bloody Battle in Shanghai Beach, had a smooth plot and excellent acting skills. It was both hot-blooded and good-looking, and it had a good reputation at the box office. After Bloody Battle, he and Qin Bao Bao acted in a tear-jerking youth romance movie, If I Become Memories. Recently, the movie was released on social media platforms and became more popular. What Else Do You Want Me? Was still at the top of the music chart. The video of Qin Zhe playing the song in the piano room had more than 100 million views on the internet. How long had it been, and the siblings were filming a new movie? Could it be that after being a fast shooter in the music industry, Qin Zhe had become a fast shooter in the film industry? Where is my husband? Quick, turn the camera to my husband. Oh, there's a Qin Zhe fangirl in the live stream room. No, I'm a man. Qin Bao Bao stood up and asked the staff for a selfie stick. She fixed the phone on the stick and raised it high. Then I'll show you around the set. The audience in the live stream was screaming excitedly. There were quite a lot of people on the set. As Qin Bao Bao wandered around, she scanned the staff members on her phone. He showed the audience the general situation on the set. Actually, the filming process is tiring and boring. It's not as relaxed and happy as you think. Sometimes, in order to film a good scene, the actors have to keep repeating the scene over and over again. When we first came here yesterday, we ran into difficulties. We couldn't pass the test even after taking a few shots, Qin Bao Bao explained. While she was commentating, the live stream viewers kept sending her gifts. She also received a share of the gifts, although she was not a contracted streamer and was only a guest streamer. According to the rules of the streaming platform, Ruben Tail. When Qin Bao Bao saw the audience asking about the new movie in the comments section, she smiled and said, "Anyway, it's not a secret. Our new movie is based on a mythological theme. Everyone knows that I played the role of a fox demon before. However, that was more like an ancient romance drama. This movie is a little different. It's mixed with many elements. I won't reveal the details. Fans, you can watch the trailer when it's out. By the way, do you know who the scriptwriter is?" Qin Bao Bao suddenly asked. The audience in the live stream room guessed. Many well-known and unknown scriptwriters' names were revealed. At first, they were serious, but later, they started to mess around. Some people said Yi Liangchen, some said Long Outyen. Qin Bao Bao said sweetly, "It's Qin Zhe." The atmosphere in the live stream room was obviously stunned. Then, the bullet screen flew by quickly. Is Qin Zhe finally extending his claws into the film and television industry after being a fast shooter in the music industry? This was a common comment from the audience. My husband is awesome. My husband is awesome in everything he does. I will definitely watch my husband's movies. This was the worship from the die-hard fans. Qin Zhe is awesome, but scriptwriters and songwriting are different creative fields. I don't think God is optimistic. Let's wait and see. This was a rational fan with a pessimistic attitude. Qin Bao Bao was very uncomfortable with the flirtatious fans who called her younger brother husband. Although the current trend was like this, and every little fresh meat had a fan's husband, she still felt uncomfortable in her heart. Ace is mine. I don't want to be your husband. She calmed down her unhappy mood and looked at the phone. Suddenly, she was stunned. The comments section was suddenly crazily flooded. What the F *CK, super beauty. What the F *CK, super beauty. What the F *CK, super. Qin Bao Bao didn't react for a long time. Is it necessary to do this? I'm so hot and beautiful. I'm not proud of myself. Why are you guys so high profile? Soon, she found that the super beauty in the live stream room was not her, but Suyu. Suyu was 3 meters away from her. Just now, the mobile phone camera swept her and was seen by the audience in the live stream room. The picture quality was clear, and Suyu's beautiful and refined appearance was suddenly exposed to everyone's eyes. Qin Bao Bao was already a rare beauty, and Suyu was not inferior. One was as beautiful as a demon, and the other was as beautiful as a fairy. 2 different styles, but they were evenly matched. Suyu was lying on a spacious recliner, covered with a coat. Fortunately, she covered with a coat. Otherwise, the fact that her figure was not good enough would be exposed in front of the audience. Is this a newcomer? I haven't seen her before. Too damn beautiful. The way she sleeps makes people feel a trace of indifference and majesty. Who can tell me who this girl is? I'll be fans of both of them in the future. Bao Bao, please introduce. Please introduce. This ghost of Suyu, Qin Bao Bao was so angry that she grinded her teeth, and there was no flaw on her face. She said, she does occupy more scenes in the next film, but she is not actually a person in the entertainment circle, and I didn't want to find her in the entertainment circle. Qin Bao Bao's eyes lit up, and she carefully called a staff member and whispered, do you have a water pen here? The staff member brought a water pen to her. Qin Bao Bao looked around at the drama team, sat down and made a silent action, and looked at the mobile phone. I'll let you see my drawing skills right away. She pointed the camera at Suyu. In the video, a red and beautiful face. The water pen appeared in the camera, and the tip of the pen slid down 2 lines along Suyu's pretty face, and then drew 6 cat whiskers along the corner of her mouth. A small black dot was drawn on the tip of her nose, and the word Wang was written on the smooth forehead. Suyu immediately became like a cat but not a cat, like a tiger but not a tiger. Suyu went to bed late last night. In the morning, she got up half an hour earlier than Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin. The reason was that she couldn't recognize the bed and it was difficult to sleep in a strange environment. At this moment, the cool mountain breeze was blowing, and she slept more deeply. When the job was done, Qin Bao Bao held back her laughter and slipped away with a selfie stick. Goddess, you're really naughty. Is there a friend like you, old man? It hurts. Ha ha ha, Qin Bao Bao's operation is too conscious. High energy ahead, Shiraba opened, non-combatants quickly evacuated. Chapter 472. Qin Bao Bao looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction. She had to say that Suyu was cute after makeup. She was a little more lovely than usual, which made her a little jealous. According to her shallow animation experience, this is the type of sick girl that often appears in the film and is very popular, but it is only limited to the surface. Suyu is not sick or cold at all. She is a hateful shrew inside. Suyu frowned and moved her head slightly, but didn't wake up. She was very sleepy. She went to bed late last night and ran in the morning. Her body was particularly tired. Qin Bao breathed a sigh of relief and slowly relaxed her stiff body. If Suyu woke up, she would decisively quit the live broadcast and run away. Because she might be hunted down next. It's not good to fight with Suyu in public. I'm a big star, and I also want to save face. On the contrary, she felt that if Suyu woke up and found that she was being pranked, she would definitely put down her identity and wrestle with her. Suyu gave the impression that she was very paranoid and crazy. After all, she was a woman who could shamelessly scold Jinji is a disgrace, grenade-throwing mother, and I'll slap you to death, in the game. The comments section was very lively, and the audience was still asking for Suyu's name, praising her cute, beautiful, goddess. At first glance, she seemed to be more popular than Qin Bao. Qin Bao couldn't help but think of the sour poem, seeing the new smile, who hears the old cry. No, she couldn't let her go like this. Taking advantage of her illness, taking advantage of her sleep, of course, she had to humiliate her. She looks like she won't wake up. Let's play again. Qin Bao Bao pinched Suyu's soft face and let her deform in her hands. Everyone, take a screenshot and make an emoji pack. Qin Bao Bao urged. Screenshot. Make it into a desktop and lick it every day. Bao Bao, sign your friend, she will definitely be popular in the entertainment circle. Too much, when she wakes up, your friendship will be over. Enough, don't look at women, show me Qin Zhe, I want to see my husband. The viewers in the comments section were all over the place. During this period, gifts were sent one after another. In half an hour, the gifts Qin Bao Bao received exceeded the annual income of an ordinary white-collar worker. And as the number of people in the live streaming room increased, so did the number of gifts. She couldn't help but sigh. Live streaming was really profitable. She had heard that many female live streamers could easily earn millions a month, and all they had to do was sing, dance, and chat. Occasionally, they would take on private jobs and research how to make babies with the rich people who gave them tips. This was the exclusive skill of Goddess Nuwa, and it was another rich income. However, Qin Bao had heard from Qin Zhe that the streamer industry had a low threshold and high income, so the competition was becoming increasingly fierce. Live streaming of grave robbing, live streaming of survival in the wild, and live streaming of making babies were all outdated. If he wanted to make a name for himself in the world of broadcasting, he had to have the awareness that he could not swallow the rice field with his small mouth. Qin Bao knew about these two stories. There had been a heated discussion on the internet for a period of time. Thinking of this, she slowly shivered. In response to the audience's request, she turned the camera to the set, only to find that the actors had disappeared. "Hey, where are they?" Qin Bao Bao asked the staff and returned the pen. "At the wooden house in the East District." The staff took the pen and pointed to the east. Qin Bao Bao held the selfie stick and said to the audience, "Then let's go and take a look now." Someone in the comments section said, "Qin Bao Bao's chest is exposed. Don't tell her." Then, a bunch of people followed suit. Qin Bao Bao was shocked and looked down. Her chest was tight. She was not exposed. She looked at the comments section again and saw a series of ha ha ha. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. "I'm not broadcasting anymore. How dare they trick her?" The wooden house in the East District was a 5-minute walk from here. She held the selfie stick and looked at the scenery along the way. "The scenery here is very good. The mountains are clear and the water is clear. It's rare to see such beautiful scenery in Shanghai." Qin Bao Bao walked briskly. The audience was flattering and praising their goddess's looks. There were no blind spots in her 360 degrees. Suddenly, someone shouted in the comments section, "Qin Bao Bao, look behind you, look behind you. Goddess, watch your back. Behind. Behind." Qin Bao Bao subconsciously wanted to turn her head, but she suddenly heard a shout, followed by a scream. Her hand trembled and she almost dropped the selfie stick. Wang Zijin held the DSLR in her hand and 2 assistants behind her. She was laughing. "Wang Zijin, are you trying to scare me?" Qin Bao Bao kicked her angrily. Wang Zijin easily dodged and smiled. "Are you going to the wooden house in the East District? Don't be afraid, sister will help you rub it." She reached out and touched Qin Bao Bao's big breasts that she was proud of. Qin Bao Bao took a step back and said angrily, "I'm broadcasting." "Broadcasting?" Wang Zijin glanced at the phone. The broadcast room was in an uproar. "So beautiful, so elegant. Wow, I'm in love again. Big sister, what's your name? Are you also an artist on the set? Why haven't I seen you before? Is she a newcomer? One look and I can tell that she's a decent lady, unlike my goddess who's not decent. She's so elegant. Don't shake the camera, let me see clearly." Wang Zijin waved at the phone. "Hi." Qin Bao Bao put her arm around her shoulder and raised the selfie stick. She introduced, "This is my best friend. Yes, she's also here to shoot a movie. When the movie is released, you must go and watch it." She patted Wang Zijin. After being her best friend for so many years, Wang Zijin understood and smiled elegantly at the camera. "Hello, everyone. I hope you can help us promote the movie. My name is Wang Zijin." Planes and rockets were launched one after another as if in response. I was so scared that I immediately searched for her name, but I couldn't find her. Is she a newcomer? Will she develop in the entertainment industry in the future? There are so many beauties in Tianfang. Qin Bao Bao looked at the phone and shook her head. She's also a guest star. She doesn't plan to develop in the entertainment industry. The audience was disappointed. Just now, the Sleeping Beauty also didn't plan to develop in the entertainment industry. The beautiful big sister is also not in the entertainment industry. Bad review. The entertainment industry is so profitable. Which beautiful girl doesn't want to enter the entertainment industry? Bao Bao, it's up to you. Pull them over. Even if they're just vases. Let's cut to the chase. I just want to ask, does the big sister have a boyfriend? A group of people followed the trend and asked if she had a boyfriend. Qin Baobao nudged Wang Zijin with her shoulder. My fans are asking you if you have a boyfriend. Wang Zijin's heart skipped a beat. She glanced at Qin Baobao and thought, what does this woman mean? Is she testing me? Yes or no, that was the question. The more time they spent together, the more Wang Zijin felt that she couldn't make up anymore. Every time she was intimate with Qin Zhe, she had to sneak into his room to sleep. She also had to worry about Qin Baobao visiting in the middle of the night on a whim. Her heart was tired. Last year, she felt that it was time to lay her cards on the table, but she didn't want to be the bad person. She used a little trick and threw the blame to Auntie Qin. Who knew that Auntie Qin was also a disappointment? She was even more cowardly than her. When their children were not on the right track, as a mother, she should catch them and give them a slap. While slapping, she would ask, did the motherland give you the courage? But Auntie Qin's style was not right at all. Wang Zijin hated it for a long time. Everything was wrong in the current society. None of them were righteous. Purple Light Pavilion used gutter oil to cook. The Youth League sold balls of green balls that could circle the earth. As a mother, she was inexplicably cowardly. Wang Zijin's smile didn't change. She rubbed Qin Baobao's shoulder. I don't need a boyfriend. It's enough for me to have a girlfriend. With a smack, she kissed Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao's test failed. Instead of being angry, she felt a little sweet. Wang Zijin said in her heart, I give myself full marks for this trick. It's a waste of resources. Lesbians are infinitely good, but they can't give birth. Hey, think about the feelings of us single dogs. Let go of that girl and come at me. No, let go of that girl and let me do it. Qin Baobao didn't pay attention to the anger of the audience in the live broadcast room. She walked side by side with Wang Zijin to the East District. The wooden house in the East District. There was a retro building complex here. It was half brick and half wood. It was originally a tourist area, but now the staff pulled up a yellow cordon to provide a site for the crew. Outside the cordon, many tourists stopped and took out their phones to film. Standing outside, they could only vaguely see the figures inside. Wait, I'll put on a mask first. Otherwise, we might be surrounded. Qin Baobao took out a mask from her pocket and put it on. The mask had become a must-have for her. It was easier to wear than sunglasses. Qin Baobao put on her sunglasses and crawled under the cordon. The staff guarding outside recognized the two of them. If you want to film, film outside. You can't go inside. It'll affect the filming. The staff stopped the crowd who wanted to follow Qin Baobao and go in. Then why did they go in? She's a staff member. They chattered for a long time. In the live broadcast room, the audience saw this. How uncultured. Where are they from? Regional discrimination. This is a tourist area. There are people from everywhere. After entering, they saw a group of crew members in a circle. Director Mou was also standing on a chair. Qin Baobao said, my new film with Qin Zhe is a comedy with a mythological theme. You'll know after watching a few scenes. She raised the selfie stick up high, facing the opposite direction. When the production crew saw her coming, they consciously made way for her. Qin Baobao found that they weren't filming a movie. In the circle, Qin Zhe and the muscular martial arts director were facing each other. The martial arts director was rubbing his neck and stretching his limbs. And Qin Zhe was standing opposite him, as straight as a javelin. Wait. Qin Baobao turned the selfie stick to herself and said, it doesn't seem like they're filming. Let me ask them what they're doing. She grabbed the staff next to her and asked about the situation. Chapter 473. The staff member glanced at Qin Baobao's phone. I'm doing a live broadcast. Qin Baobao was all smiles. Suddenly, the staff member became a little reserved. He straightened his body slightly and stood up straight. Eggy smiled. They're sparring. The situation was like this. When Qin Zhe made his move, he subconsciously used a few moves of real martial arts. Of course, he didn't pass. He was ridiculed by the martial arts director. Qin Zhe said, "It's not bad to do some real moves once in a while. Although the moves in movies were mainly flashy, it would be better to do some quick, accurate, and fierce moves occasionally." However, the martial arts director of the film crew was very domineering. Any extra moves by the actors would make him unhappy. The martial arts director retorted, "Chairman Qin, although most of the moves in movies are just for show, it doesn't mean that they're not real. It's just that when you actors perform them, they're flashy but not practical. It doesn't show the power." Qin Zhe was puzzled. Why don't I feel that it's real? In his view, any flashy moves were superfluous. When the martial arts director heard this, he was unhappy. He felt that his professionalism was being questioned. He said unhappily, "Chairman Qin, you don't understand this industry. Don't be misled by the useless theories of Chinese martial arts on the internet. There are simple and flashy techniques." The staff member beside him said, "That's right. Brother Zhou practiced in the Shaolin Temple when he was young. He won the Sanda Boxing Championship. He's also a third Dan black belt in Taekwondo. He's a real black belt, not someone who casually ties a black belt around their waist can compare to." The martial arts director smiled. Taekwondo is famous for its flashy moves. Don't be fooled by his high kicks and roundhouse kicks. A real master can dislocate someone's jaw with a roundhouse kick. Qin Zhe thought to himself, "I'm afraid you don't take my Wudong Mountain seriously. Taekwondo does have some skills, but if you meet someone with tough muscles, they'll take a few hits first. Once they get close, Taekwondo will be finished. That's why, Chairman Qin, you don't know real martial arts, right?" Qin Zhe smiled. "I've really practiced it before." The martial arts director asked curiously, "What did Chairman Qin practice?" Qin Zhe said, "The times are calling." The martial arts director was speechless. Since it was a break, Qin Zhe said, "Why don't we have a spar?" The martial arts director immediately shook his head. "Why? When I get serious, I don't hold back." Qin Zhe was speechless. What a coincidence. When I get serious, even I'm afraid of myself. Seeing that the martial arts director wasn't tactful, Mou gave him an eye signal and smiled. "Old Zhou, why don't you spar with Chairman Qin? Chairman Qin might not be inferior to you." The martial arts director hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right." The director's intention was for him to go easy on Boss Qin and fight for 300 rounds. He would go in and out, up and down, and finally defeat Boss Qin. This would create an atmosphere of glory even though he had lost. After all, everyone could see that Chairman Qin was actually a hypocrite. If they lost to him, it would be obvious that they were flattering him. Not to mention the disdain in the hearts of the other employees, Chairman Qin might not be happy either. On second thought, the break time was quite boring. It was just the right time to have some fun for everyone. He felt that Boss Qin was thinking the same thing, so he nodded in agreement. Then, this happened. Spar. Qin Baobao's eyes lit up. She looked at the camera and said, hey, it's like this. My brother is going to spar with the martial arts director. Do you guys want to watch? The audience in the live broadcast room replied, yes. Qin Baobao snorted and said, sorry, I'm going to leave the live broadcast now. Then, she deliberately shook the camera and watched again. The live broadcast room was filled with cries of grief. You're leaving the live broadcast at such a critical moment. Be careful or I'll turn against you. Don't be like this, sister. I want to see my hubby get beaten up. I want to see Qin Zhe get beaten up too. I've never seen how actors act. I want to see Qin Zhe get beaten up even more. Why do I feel that Qin Zhe will definitely get beaten up? Maybe he can win. It's impossible. That martial arts director is all muscles. Also, how can Qin Zhe know martial arts? At most, he's practiced taekwondo or something. It's actually useless. My cousin only practices taekwondo. It's just like tai chi, it's just a little fancy. Qin Bao Bao curled her lips. Who asked you to tease me just now? She said to the phone, my cousin has never practiced martial arts, but he's quite good at fighting. He might not lose. The response she received was, show off your brother. Your nature is exposed. They're about to start. Qin Bao Bao turned the phone screen to the center of the circle. The onlooking crew members were also whispering to each other. However, they spoke very softly because they didn't want others to hear what they were saying. Boss Qin likes to show off. Old Shou is so honest. It's really hard for him to pretend to lose. So what if he loses? Maybe Boss Qin appreciates him and gives him a raise. I'm jealous. In the circle, the martial arts director got into a fighting stance. He lowered his waist and gestured for Qin Zhe to attack. Since it was a big boss teaching a newbie, it should be the newbie taking the initiative to attack. Then, the big boss would defeat him and give him a few pointers. Qin Zhe nodded. He took a few steps forward, twisted his waist, raised his leg, and lashed out with a kick. The martial arts director raised his left arm to block. He only used half of his strength. He thought that he couldn't stay still and had to make it look like he was staggering. Then, he trembled violently. A huge force came from his left arm and directly swept him to the ground. The scene suddenly quieted down. The audience's cheers were stuck in their throats. A few seconds later, thunderous applause sounded. Old Shou's acting skills were praised. Mou's eyes lit up and were full of admiration. He thought to himself, Old Shou is usually so honest. Who would have thought that he would be so clever on the inside? With this fall, he really showed his level, his climax, and his bright career path. His future is limitless. Qin Bao Bao was speechless. She suddenly remembered a video she had seen before. The CEO of a certain megacorporation, who was already quite old but still liked to show off. Once, he danced with a mask on during the company's annual meeting. What was he dancing about? It was at the level of an elementary school student. Anyway, it was terrible. The audience booed. Halfway through the dance, the CEO took off his mask. What the F***ck is he doing? F***ck, daddy. Instantly, thunderous applause sounded. The audience in the live stream was much more honest. They all complained. His acting is too realistic. There's no skill involved at all. The martial arts director said, I'm the best actor this year. At first, I only believed in my conscience, but in the end, I couldn't help but see that the strong thing is reality. Bao Bao, let's listen to you sing. Qin Bao Bao didn't see these words. Her phone was still facing the circle. The martial arts director stood up with a dumbfounded expression. Hearing the deafening applause, he felt that his years of grandmaster prestige had been swept away. This wasn't the script. I should have fought with CEO Qin for 300 rounds and won by half a move. He could see that CEO Qin was really something. That was why he was swept away when he was relaxed just now. No, he had to get back his face. CEO Qin, I was careless just now. Let's do it again, the martial arts director said loudly. Sure. Qin Zhe nodded. He only used 10% of his strength in that kick. It was more of a test. He didn't expect the martial arts director to be so useless. The martial arts director got into a fighting stance again. He lowered his waist and gestured for Qin Zhe to attack. Qin Zhe shook his head and waved at him. If it was another one-kick KO, it would be embarrassing. The martial arts director stopped underestimating Qin Zhe. He took 2 steps forward and punched Qin Zhe's face, or more accurately, his chin. The chin was hard. Even if CEO Qin couldn't dodge it, it wouldn't hurt too much. At the same time, it gave him a chance to stop. However, his punch missed. Qin Zhe tilted his head and dodged it. At the same time, he punched him in the stomach. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the martial arts director's body stiffened. Then, he held his stomach and slowly knelt on the ground. He curled up and kept retching. The crowd quieted down again. The audience was once again impressed by the martial arts director's acting skills. With his acting skills and his scheming in the workplace, it would be unforgivable if he didn't get promoted. But soon, everyone realized that something was wrong. Elder Zhou vomited everything that he had eaten in the afternoon. When they took a closer look, they were shocked. His face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot. He was panting heavily. Ouch, what happened to you? 2 crew members went up to help him. They thought to themselves, this can't be an act. Otherwise, it would be too real. Even Qin Bao can't act as well as you. The martial arts director sat up with the help of the 2 crew members. After a while, the pain in his stomach subsided and he could finally speak. He looked at Qin Zhe bitterly and asked, CEO Qin, did you practice martial arts before? I told you. Qin Zhe nodded. 20% of his strength could hurt someone to the point that they wouldn't even be able to call him daddy. 30% of his strength could cause a minor injury. This was his current strength. If he wasn't afraid of crushing his fists, he should be able to shatter rocks. CEO Qin, what kind of martial arts are you practicing? The martial arts director asked in admiration. The times are calling. The martial arts director was speechless. F***CK, the times are calling. If acting tough was against the law, CEO Qin would have already sentenced him to death. The lightest punishment would be life imprisonment. The applause became even louder. This time, it was different from the applause from before. To use a popular phrase, everyone was shocked. With a single punch, he had knocked out the martial arts director, who was tall and muscular, with an 8-pack. Was CEO Qin one of the legendary martial arts masters? Didn't they say that martial arts was a trick to gain fame? That he could be beaten to the ground by a boxer with just a few moves. Actually, it had nothing to do with martial arts. Everything was a reflection of strength and speed. There were no vital attack techniques like martial arts. Rest for a while. The pain will go away soon, Qin Zhe said. He didn't know that his performance just now was seen by tens of thousands of people in the live broadcast room. Gifts and bullet screen comments were all over the place. Chapter 474. That's too fierce. KO with 1 punch. I don't think it's an act. Nonsense. He even vomited. How could it be an act? I thought it was an act just now. Did you guys see that? When Qin Zhe tilted his head, the explosion happened instantly. His reaction speed was too fast. I've only seen such movements on TV before, but this is reality. Did anyone record it? The comments in the comments section were changing at an alarming speed. The atmosphere was explosive. Most of the comments were from Qin Zai's little fangirls. They screamed and said things like, "Hubby, I want to give birth to monkeys with you. Hubby, you're the most handsome." Qin Bao Bao held a selfie stick and went to the martial arts director first. She asked softly, "Are you okay? Does it hurt? My brother didn't know his limits. I'll help you hit him." The martial arts director was in so much pain that his stomach acid was churning. After this sugar-coated attack, half of his bones went limp. He forced himself to shake his head. "It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all. I have a foundation. I'll be fine in a few minutes." Qin Bao Bao smiled gently. "Have a good rest." Looking at the martial arts director's posture, it was as if a gentleman would die for his bosom friend. Since he treated him like a national knight, he would treat him like a national knight. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes and whispered, "Look, your sister is such a vixen." Qin Zai glared at her. "How can you say that? This is called winning over people's hearts. You're clever." Wang Zijin whispered angrily, "Is your sister more important or your girlfriend more important?" She pulled his ear angrily. "Why are you pulling my brother's ear?" Qin Bao Bao walked over and pushed Wang Zijin away with her but Wang Zijin staggered a step. Her eyes were full of resentment. Qin Bao Bao smiled sweetly. Her eyes curved into crescents. She stretched her legs and was about to sit on her brother's lap. "You were so cool just now." Qin Zai secretly patted her thigh. Qin Bao Bao suddenly realized that they were not at home. They could not be too casual in front of everyone. She had never seen a sister sitting on her brother's lap so casually. It was all A's fault. His legs were too alluring. She always wanted to sit on them. Therefore, she didn't sit down but stood, ready to wrap her arms around his neck and pinch his cheeks. "You've got guts. Instead of focusing on acting, you only know how to fight." Qin Zai pretended to beg for mercy. Seeing this, the surrounding staff members smiled kindly. "Why are you holding up your phone?" Qin Zai asked. "Ah, I almost forgot." Qin Bao Bao smiled playfully. "I'm doing a live broadcast. Come, say hello to my audience." She pointed the camera at Qin Zai. Qin Zai leaned back in his recliner, raised his head, and smiled at the camera. "Hello, everyone." Qin Zai saw that the comments section was filled with, "Hubby, I love you." He was now a little fresh meat with countless fangirls. Back in the day, the people who chased after his sister lined up from the south to the north. He was the queen's little loyal dog. Now, he was a salted fish turning over. This metaphor was not right. A salted fish turning over was still a salted fish. Now, he was a golden carp turning into a dragon. He was no longer a fish in a pond. "Thank you for the gifts. I'll ask my sister for them later," Qin Zai said with a smile. The comments section was filled with 666. The audience in the live broadcast room was even more diligent. "I'm about to start filming. I don't have much time. Well, you all know my habits. I'll answer 2 questions. You can post them in the comments section. I'll pick the most popular ones." The comments section was filled with all kinds of questions. Qin Zai automatically filtered out questions like, "Who's your girlfriend?" and "Does Qin Bao Bao have a boyfriend? How's the new movie?" Qin Zai said with a smile, "It's absolutely wonderful. You must go to the cinema to support it." "Is the theme song original?" "Yes, I've already written the theme song. I've been preparing this song for a long time. You all know that I write songs very quickly. So, if I can prepare a song, it shouldn't be bad. You want to hear it?" "I can't, but I can hum it a few times." Not only the audience in the live broadcast room, but the production team also perked up and listened attentively. Qin Zhe hummed a tune softly. In the process, Qin Bao Bao lowered her phone and approached him. After a while, he finished humming the tune. "How is it?" he asked with a smile. "I want to hear the original song. It's not satisfying to hum it." "Yes, I want to hear the original song. It's quite interesting." It was just a few simple tunes. They could only hear the general melody. Qin Bao Bao estimated that the live broadcast had been live for 40 minutes. When she was satisfied, she said, "Okay, the live broadcast ends here. I have to say goodbye to you all." "Don't." "No. I haven't had enough. I want to see my husband." The audience in the live broadcast room flooded with comments. "Next time. See you next time." Qin Bao Bao blew a kiss to the camera and left the live broadcast room under the audience's reluctant persuasion. Qin Bao Bao. With an angry roar, Siyu angrily rushed from the outside, her forehead bangs flying. Qin Bao Bao was inexplicably guilty. She left Qin Zhe's leg, stepped back a few steps, and cried, Suyu is crazy. She wants to hit me." Suyu's face was mad. She was not like this in the past. She was rarely so angry. Without asking, Yuan Fong knew that there was something wrong. But Qin Zhe still had to persuade her and greeted Suyu. "What's wrong? You go away." Unexpectedly, Suyu was so angry that she pushed Qin Zhe aside and rushed up to fight with Qin Bao Bao. Unexpectedly, the fight started quickly and ended even faster. It was almost as fast and nimble as when Qin Zhe defeated the martial arts director. Qin Bao Bao held Suyu's hand, the other hand wrapped around her arm, and then put her on the ground with a little force. From Qin Zhe's point of view, Qin Bao Bao hugged Suyu and gently put her down. Suyu fell down admiringly. At most, she symbolically twisted a few times to express her dissatisfaction. Qin Bao Bao sat on Suyu with her big buttocks. Suyu under her twisted and scratched Qin Bao Bao with her 9-inch white bone claw, but she was held by Qin Bao Bao and suddenly lost all fighting power. Qin Zhe silently covered his face. Why bother? Obviously, she was a slag, but she still wanted to die. Seeing Suyu so useless, Qin Zhe couldn't help but think of the video he had seen on the internet before. A little teddy wagged its tail happily. When it saw a big dog, it flew up and was killed by the big dog. Suyu was undoubtedly the weakest in fighting power. She estimated that she couldn't even beat Wang Zijin. Sister Ziwei ran every morning to exercise. And her sister could easily subdue Sister Ziwei. Years of dancing practice gave her not only a soft figure, but also a strong explosive power. Her sister could make a variety of difficult movements such as Z, G, M, K, etc. Qin Zhe, as Suyu's man and sister's brother, of course, couldn't sit idly by. He flew up, put his hands into his sister's armpits, and lifted her up. Then he helped Suyu up and carefully patted the dust on her. Qin Bao Bao put her hands on her waist and was valiant. Suyu pursed her lips and was about to cry. Qin Zhe leaned over to her ear and whispered, "Hold on, if you cry here, you will become a laughing stock." Suyu took a deep breath and glared at Qin Bao Bao. "I'll deal with you in the evening." He strode away. It was basically equivalent to, "Wait for me if you have the guts." Qin Zhe pressed his hand to him. "Continue to rest for 10 minutes, I'll go and see." He glared at his sister and caught up with Suyu. As he ran, he took out a mask from his pocket and put it on. Suyu squeezed out of the crowd and immediately began to trot. Instead of running back, she turned into a path and ran into the mountain. "Slow down, don't fall." Qin Zhe chased after her. Although it was a scenic spot, the mountain was so big and Suyu was so beautiful. It would be bad if she met a bad guy. Suyu ran for a long time and stopped in a pavilion and turned his back to Qinzei in a fit of pique. Come on, I'll lend you my broad shoulders. Qinzei teased and gently hugged her waist. Don't touch me. Suyu twisted her body. Qinzei awkwardly let go. She suddenly grabbed his hand and pressed it back to her small waist. I said don't let you touch me. I asked you to beat Qin Bao Bao. Will you beat me? Qinzei scratched his head. No. You. Suyu's small chest rose and fell, her silver teeth clenched. She stared at him blankly for a while, then without any rhyme or reason, she burst into tears. They all bullied me. They all bullied me. They took away my child and painted my face. It took a long time to wash it off. Suyu sobbed. Qinzei. Wait, what's the matter with the child? What child? Qin Bao Bao painted my face while I was sleeping. Suyu avoided the topic of the child. I'm useless. I only know how to embarrass you. Suyu cried and was sad. Qinzei thought, you felt ashamed of being KO'd by my sister, and then threw the blame to me. It's okay. It doesn't matter how embarrassing it is. I don't mind. Qinzei comforted. So you think I'm embarrassing? Suyu cried even louder. No, no, it's not embarrassing. It's not embarrassing at all. Qinzei said. It's still embarrassing. Suyu looked at him with tears in her eyes. Qinzei said unhappily, don't be unreasonable. What else do you want me to do? Suyu's crying stopped. Suddenly, as if she had been wronged, she burst into tears. Oh, now you think I'm unreasonable and crazy, huh? Hiccup. Qinzei, you men don't even know how to say sorry. Suyu cried with tears and snot, looking heartbroken. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Qinzei suddenly softened and hugged her gently. Do you think an apology is enough? Suyu pushed him away. Qinzei, say something. Why don't you say something? I'm so tired. I don't want to say it. You say it, you have to say it. Suyu sniffled and stared at him with red eyes. Your sister bullied me. Don't try to brush it off. Listen to me, I don't want to listen. Qinzei silently turned to the other side, lit a cigarette, and slowly exhaled the smoke. He thought, it must be retribution. This was the punishment for being impulsive. He used to think that his sister was bad enough, but he didn't expect Suyu to be bad too. After thinking about it, only Sister Ziwei was the most gentle, generous, and considerate. He had been a salted fish for 23 years and had been single for 23 years. In just over half a year, he suddenly became entangled with Wang Zijin and Suyu. Fate seemed to have returned him what it owed him before. But this was definitely not fate's compensation, more like fate's malicious teasing. This matter is not over. Do you want to help me or your sister? Suyu was angry. Others are fighting with their mother-in-law. Only I have a tragedy. I have to fight with my husband's sister. Qinzei sighed, coward. Girlfriend and sister fight, who should he help? Waiting online, urgent. Chapter 475. Even if you don't know the fighting power of Qin Bao Bao, don't you know that you are a trash? You rushed up to fight in real life, but you were killed in seconds. Do you blame me, the big dragon, for not running out to help you spray the enemy? My kung fu is not good, but I still have to fight hard. I was beaten by my sister. It would be strange if I didn't lose face. How did my sister provoke you? Qinzei asked. She painted my face like a cat while I was sleeping. Suyu gritted her teeth and said, she just doesn't like me everywhere and always wants to find fault. Fortunately, she is your sister. If she is your mother, You broke up with me. After holding back for a long time, she didn't have the courage to say the words yes. Suyu said sullenly, I will elope with you and never come back. So be it. There are not many women in this world who can love you so much that they are dead set on you. Qinzhe defended his sister, she is not so naive usually. Maybe it's because of the live broadcast. Suyu trembled with anger, I'm going to fight with her. It seems that, it has the opposite effect. Qinzhe hurriedly hugged Suyu, Bao, don't make trouble, I will scold her later. Suyu's tender body trembled, and she was even angrier, don't call me Bao, I don't want to hear these two words. Well, this boyfriend and girlfriend's pet name can't be mentioned in front of her in the future. This is also good. If Suyu asks a husband, call me Bao, when they are in bed, Qinzhe will be very painful. Bao, I'm coming. Bao, I'm coming in. Paw. The picture is so beautiful that I dare not think about it. Women are all pretentious, women are coaxed. Qinzhe showed that many men have no patience and love, and issued a pile of sugar-coated cannonballs to Suyu. Because of similar things, he has long been accustomed to his sister. Suyu and her elder sister coaxed differently. Her elder sister likes exaggerated sugar-coated bullets and likes to listen to the hypocritical flattery of, you are the electricity, you are the light, you are the only myth. Suyu preferred the sugar-coated bullets with the theme of serious love education. Qinzhe said seriously, don't cry. A girlfriend's tears are a man's weakness. You can't let me have a weakness, or you won't be a good girlfriend. Suyu's eyes would shine when he heard it. The sound of footsteps and conversation came from afar and gradually approached. Qinzhe's hands left Suyu's small waist, and Suyu sat up straight and no longer leaned on his chest. A few people walked closer. They were all quite old and looked like aunties. They passed by the pavilion. Perhaps they were tired from walking, so they went up to rest. When one of the aunties saw Qinzhe, her eyes lit up. Qinzhe. He took out his phone and took 3 consecutive shots without saying a word. Qinzhe smiled and cooperated with her. Hello, sister. Qinzhe said. The auntie was overjoyed and smiled, Qinzhe, my daughter likes you best. I like you too. I don't usually like little fresh meat. Oh, thank you so much for your love. Come on, take a picture with him for me. The auntie called her companion. She inserted herself between Qinzhe and Suyu. Her fat buttocks squeezed Suyu's small buttocks, excuse me. Suyu, the auntie's interest in taking photos in various poses did not diminish. She let her companion continue to take photos while chattering. Oh, Qinzhe, why are you so talented? The songs you wrote are so good, and the movies are so good. You are more approachable than those little fresh meat. My daughter likes you very much. You can sign for me later. If auntie was 20 years younger, she would definitely be your fan. What do those words on the internet say? Give birth to monkeys. Her companion reminded. Yes, give birth to monkeys for you. The auntie clapped. Qinzhe maintained a gentle smile on his face as he replied with his mouth. In his heart, he was thinking, please don't give birth to a monkey for me. Although I have a sister complex, I'm not a mother complex. Besides, I'm not interested in something like having a female chick. After sending away the enthusiastic older fans, Suyu's anger dissipated. For Qinzhe's face, she decided to spare his sister's life. Qinzhe sent a message to condemn his sister. His sister had always been very naughty. She didn't admit her mistake. Instead, she said that Suyu usually provoked her too much. She couldn't bear it, so she was punished a little. Qinze had nothing to say. Suyu was indeed like this. Therefore, the battle between women will not end once it starts, unless one side completely falls. The man sandwiched in the middle can only use the heaven and earth great shift to borrow strength. A very classic example, the people who can't swim the most in the world are the mother and the daughter-in-law. Who do you save first when your mother and I fall into the water? The correct answer is in front of the daughter-in-law, save the daughter-in-law first. In front of the mother, save the mother first. So Qinze's condemning text message unconsciously became condemning Suyu with his sister against a common enemy. Then he condemned his sister with Suyu. The survival method of salted fish is to be hard when it's time to be hard, and not be embarrassed to be soft when it's time to be soft. On the 8th day, the crew moved from the mountain to the karst cave. Most of the scenes were shot in the karst cave. The scenes such as the monster's cave were shot back to the mountain in the set-up video shed. It wasn't until half a month later that the heroine's part finally came. In the quiet valley, Qin Bao Bao's purple clothes fluttered, leading a donkey, her long hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a forehead band, and a string of exquisite bracelets on her white wrist. She was as beautiful as a fox fairy coming out of a painting. She was too coquettish and lacked a fairy aura. In fact, Suyu would play this role very well. Her natural cold aura and good looks were very suitable for playing Wuxia fairy. Moreover, Wuxia fairy was also an indecent fairy. Her character was very suitable, but Suyu's acting was not good. She was nervous when facing the camera, and her line skills were poor. She could barely play a supporting role. It was too risky to let her play the heroine. Hey, don't barge into the cave of coiling silk. Joker shouted at Wuxia fairy's back. Cave of coiling silk. Wuxia fairy turned around and chuckled. Do you think I can't read? It's obviously the water curtain cave. The charm of this smile, even Qinze, who got along with her day and night, felt radiant. I now declare that this mountain is mine, and you are also mine. Wuxia fairy stamped Joker, leaving 3 moles on the soles of her feet. Joker sat in the verdant valley and saw a ferocious empress demon in the demon-revealing mirror. Cut! Mou shouted. It's done, it's done. Everyone has worked hard during this time, Mou said. It's done. I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight. Qinze clapped his hands. The crew was stunned for a long time and then cheered. Qin Bao Bao. Hey, what do you mean? I just came out. Qin Bao Bao pulled her brother's sleeve. How can it be done? There's still a pile of scripts. Don't tell me you cut them. The heroine just came out and had less than 10 lines. You tell me the movie is done. Am I a fake heroine? His sister was confused. Suyu was also confused. She punched Qinze with her small fists. Where's my role? Where's my role? You big liar. Qinze got on the director's chair and clapped his hands. Everyone, come over and talk about something. The crew and the stars present put down their work and gathered in 2s and 3s. Everyone has read the script. It's very long. It's impossible to finish a movie of 1.5 hours. Yes, as you guessed, there are 2 parts of this movie. I didn't say it before considering everyone's mood. Since the first part is done, let's work hard and finish the second part before the end of the month. The crew whispered to each other and there was a commotion. Damn, this black-hearted boss really wants us to shoot 2 parts in one go. To think that they had thought that the filming of this movie would be completed in less than a month. But they didn't pay attention and fell into the boss's trap. Qinze's words were mainly directed at the production crew. He didn't really care about the celebrities. Some of the roles in the first film, if they didn't appear in the second film, other than a few of the main actors, the rest could just take their pay and leave. After the show, Qinze, and Mou sat in the open-air cafe outside the hotel. They smoked, chatted, and drank coffee. The location of the next movie is in Hingdian. We'll stay here for at most 1 day. Tomorrow at noon, gather the staff and set off. Qinze took a sip of coffee. It was so bitter. American coffee was really not for people. According to the progress of the first part, we should be able to finish the second part before the 10th of next month. But I still think it's too risky to shoot 2 parts at the same time. Boss Qin, your plan is? The 2 movies will be released a week apart. Mou was silent for a long time and smiled bitterly. I've never seen this operation before. How long do you think the post-production will take? It's hard to say. There's no problem with the special effects in the country, but it's very slow. The difference between 50 cents and 1 yuan is not only the price but also the time. After that, we have to do the post-production ourselves, dubbing, music, editing, and so on. The 2 parts together will take a long time. Okay, I'll have to trouble you with this. After the movie is released, I'll give you a bonus according to the box office. Qinze's expression said, "You've made a fortune." Mou was speechless. Boss Qin, I think it's good to go with the original bonus. Forget about the box office. Qinze glanced at him. You don't have confidence in me. Mou smiled awkwardly. That night, they had a wrap dinner with the crew and booked the most luxurious hotel in the city. Everyone drank moderately, but the atmosphere was very warm, cheerful and noisy. It was almost 10:30 when they returned to the hotel. Qinze was pulled into the room by his energetic sister, who couldn't sleep, to chat. For a moment, Qinze was a little excited. He hadn't slept with his sister for a long time. He liked to chat with his sister under the quilt. But he found that Wang Zijin was also in his sister's room. The 2 friends were lying on the bed, one wearing a mask and the other holding a mobile phone to watch a TV series. They talked about some non-nutritious topics, and Qinze talked nonsense. The older sisters were talking nonsense. More often, they ignored Qinze and chatted by themselves. Qinze knew in his heart that the 2 of them just didn't want to give Siyu any chance to take advantage of the gap. The 3 women had been scheming against each other for more than half a month. Every day, they were bored and racked their brains to think about how to cheat each other. My mask is very good, and the skin is tender and smooth. Do you want it? Qin Bao patted Wang Zijin. I have my own mask, and our skin is different. I have oily skin. Wang Zijin patted Qin Bao. I'm wearing a mask. Don't make trouble. Qin Bao patted Wang Zijin harder. I'm watching TV. Don't make trouble. Wang Zijin patted Qin Bao harder. Qin Bao increased strength +2 Wang Zijin increased strength +2 Qin Bao use her legs +1 Wang Zijin use her legs +1 10 seconds later, there was a bang 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 sound on the bed, and the 2 friends wrestled together. Qinze looked at the quarrel scene, calmly lit a cigarette and looked out of the window at the night view. Occasionally, there would be infighting. Get used to it. Chapter 476. The room was a non-smoking room. Of course, there would be no ashtray. Qinze used the glass teacup on the table as an ashtray and poured some water. He always had to find something to do, and he couldn't be too spectator. Otherwise, they would say, why didn't you help me when your sister beat me? Why didn't you help your sister when Wang Zijin beat me? So Qinze took out his mobile phone and chatted with Suyu. Suyu sent him a message first. Big bad wolf, little rabbit, open the door. It was a message from 5 minutes ago, but Qinze didn't reply to her. It was purely flirting. She knew that he wouldn't go over. The big bad wolf is not free. Qinze replied to her. Is Pinocchio free? Suyu sent a shy emoji. Yes. Come here, sister will teach you how to lie. Sorry, I'm not available. After a few minutes, Suyu sent a series of angry emojis. Where are you? I'm in the room. Fart, your room number is not lit. I'm in my sister's room. Why? Watch them fight. I'll watch too. Come on, if you come over, they will hit you. Suyu was really scared. Qinze finished smoking a cigarette. The two sisters were still wrestling on the bed. Qin Baobao's mask was peeled off and thrown on the ground. Wang Zijin's mobile phone was also thrown on the ground. Why didn't he stop them? Because the scenery was too good, and he couldn't bear to destroy it. Pajamas were lifted in the tussle, revealing white and well-proportioned slender waists. The waist of the trousers was also pulled down a little. The sister's was black lace, and Sister Ziwei's was blue lace. Slowly, from the tussle to a one-sided beating, Wang Zijin was pressed under Qin Baobao. After killing Suyu, the sister once again won and defeated the wolf Wang Zijin. Have you found me an eyesore since a long time ago? Wang Xin said. Oh, you're really self-aware. Qin Baobao hummed. What a coincidence, me too. You whining freak, you only know how to act cute and coquettish all day long. I've long wanted to beat you up. A strong sense of resentment could be heard in these words. It's as if you are a white lotus. You are a black-bellied woman. Don't think that I don't know your little tricks. You want to trap me all day long. Why have you been exchanging glances with Suyu these past few days? One could also hear the strong resentment in her words, the resentment of being betrayed by her best friend. Don't you? Wang Zijin said angrily. That was enough. If they continued to fight, her best friends would turn against each other. Although the two of them often fought, they never turned against each other. Qinze threw the cigarette butt into the glass and stepped forward to pull his sister and girlfriend apart. Wang Zijin took the opportunity to kick her sister. Qin Baobao pounced on her again, but Qinze pulled her away again. That's enough. Do you believe that I won't beat you up? Qinze said angrily. Do it. Come and do it. Wang Zijin glared at him. Whoever doesn't do it is a coward. Qin Baobao said angrily. Grandma. Qinze was terrified. The next day, the crew of the production team took a rented coach to Hingdian Film City. The celebrities had their own nanny vans. Qinze and his sisters chose to take the high-speed rail. From here to Hingdian, it would take 2 days and 2 nights to travel by coach. The high-speed rail would only take 3 hours. Including changing trains halfway, they could arrive in 5 hours. Wearing masks and sunglasses, as long as they did not expose their identities, no one would recognize them. The celebrities who were picked up by fans were either notified in advance or hired. Other than taking a few glances at his sister's impressive figure and Wang Zijin and Suyu's looks, they did not encounter any trouble. They went back to Shanghai midway to update their luggage, change their clothes, and change their makeup. The next day, they took the high-speed rail to Zhe Province and got into the company's nanny van. The driver had been waiting in Zhe Province since yesterday. In the nanny van, Qinze opened a bottle of red wine. His sister was sitting next to him, and Suyu and Wang Zijin were sitting opposite him. Why did you split it into 2? Suyu asked curiously. It's not a split. It was originally 2, Qinze said. It's the first time I've heard of 2 movies being shot together. If that's the case, why not just combine them and make a 3-hour-long movie? Suyu said. Qin Baobao held the glass and shook it gently. She sneered. Have you ever seen a 3-hour movie? There's a limit to the length of a movie. If you send in a 3-hour movie, the bureau will send you back and make you cut it to 90 minutes. Do you believe me? After that, his sister asked again, Ace, what are your expectations for the box office this time? Qinze thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't have any expectations. I'm a little confident, but it's hard to say if it's suitable for the market. That's why I let the two movies be released a week apart, instead of waiting for a year and a half. No one, including Qin Bao Bao, understood the meaning of this sentence. Then let's make a bet, Qin Bao Bao said. Bet on what? If the box office exceeds if I become memories, I'll let you do whatever you want. If not, you'll have to promise me one thing. She winked at Qinze. Suyu. What do you mean I'll let you do whatever you want? Is it really okay to say that? Is this what an elder sister should say? Qinze immediately nodded. Okay. Suyu, what's so good about it? Is this what a younger brother should do? She looked at the brother and sister first. They actually looked so open and aboveboard. Is there something wrong with this brother and sister? Then she looked at Wang Zijin. She was expressionless, as if she was used to it. His girlfriend was also crazy. Suyu thought that maybe she was thinking too much. The brother and sister were so close that they didn't avoid getting along. Well, it must be so. When they arrived at the set in the afternoon, the people of the drama group had just arrived. They were all tired from the long journey. There was no shooting that day, so they went to the hotel to rest. The hotel had its own leisure club. Qinze invited the company's artists to drink and sing. The culture of drinking was prevalent, and it was also applicable in the KTV. After a few glasses of wine, the little stars dared to put their arms around Qinze's shoulder. The female stars kept toasting to Qinze, showing that they would not stop until they got him drunk. Qin Bao Bao was a microphone hog, but she was also the boss. She pulled Qinze to sing a love song and then stopped singing. Then Wang Zijin and Suyu were not to be outdone and asked Qinze to sing a love song. So everyone knew that the two beauties had a close relationship with Qinze. As one of the company's pillars who had filmed a kissing scene with the boss, Li Wei, whose cheeks were red, stood close to Qinze in front of 3 pairs of unhappy eyes. Her breath was mixed with drunkenness, and she joked, Boss Qin, why don't you have a girlfriend yet? Qinze burped and said, I have a girlfriend. Li Wei shook her head. Who is it? You pointed out. Qinze suddenly didn't speak. He felt that the sister's eyes were burning and threatening. Hey, you're guilty, I don't believe you. Li Wei rolled her eyes, full of a young woman's charm. Have you never met a woman who makes your heart beat faster and your face red? All of a sudden, the sister's eyes were more aggressive. And the people next to them also followed, and everyone looked at Qinze. At this time, it would be very troublesome if he was not careful. Yes, that's my sister. If he answered like this, the next day, the UC shock department didn't know how to write the shocking title. Yes, Sister Ziwei. If he answered like this, his sister would destroy him, and Suyu would be sad. Yes, Suyu. If he answered like this, Qinze felt that he could type GG in laughter. This Li Wei, who was usually elegant and gentle, turned out to be a wolf with ambition. Qinze said seriously, of course, I met her. Her sister's eyes were bright, Wang Zijin's eyes were expectant, and Suyu clenched her small fist. Li Wei's eyes flashed with the light of gossip, and the others followed. Who is it? Lao Ganma. Everyone, Qinze, with his own wit, successfully survived another disaster. Chapter 477. Cut. Mou shouted. Boss Su, can you restrain yourself a little more? Mou suppressed the anger in his heart very well. After Siu performed the soul transfer technique, according to the script, after the actor who had become her posed as a lady, she couldn't help but laugh. This part could only be redone. It has been nearly 10 days since they came to the film and television city, and the shooting task went smoothly until Suyu's role appeared. She really can't act at all. At first, when she was being watched by people and cameras around her, she would be nervous and read the lines stiffly. She worked hard and often asked boss Chin for advice on acting. Slowly, after a few days, she adapted to the atmosphere of being watched and watched by the camera, but her acting still didn't improve, and her expression was still not in place. It was either a zombie face or too exaggerated. After Suyu appeared, she stumbled for so many days, which seriously affected the shooting progress. If she was an actor or an employee, Emu guaranteed that he would scold her until she couldn't take care of herself. Chin Zhe said, "Well, take a break for a few minutes, and I'll talk to her." Chin Zhe and Suyu sat in a row and handed over a bottle of water. "Now you know how difficult acting is." Suyu pecked her head and pouted. "Why is Chin Bao Bao so successful in her first acting, but I can't? My IQ is very high." Chin Zhe, "You have no talent, and it has nothing to do with IQ. Besides, my sister's IQ is not necessarily worse than yours. She just doesn't have a strong desire for improvement and career. Most things are easy to satisfy. At the beginning, my father wanted her to go to graduate school, or even a PhD. She couldn't stand the hardship and refused, which made my father angry. She wanted to enter the entertainment industry, but she just wanted to be a star. She didn't expect to come to this point today. Every day, she talks to me about the hardships and tiredness, and doesn't want to do it anymore." Suyu took the opportunity to ridicule, "Your sister is a salted fish." Chin Zhe thought about it, and it was true. He didn't notice this before, because his sister was too good, and he subconsciously ignored her nature. So that's it. Chin Zhe wanted to understand one thing: why was I a salted fish since I was a child? Because of my elder sister's role model, and because of her influence, I gradually became a salted fish. Those who are close to ink will be stained black. This is not something that Chin Zhe, said. This is what the ancient said, so it is the truth. I wasn't a salted fish, but I was forcefully turned into a salted fish by my sister. With this thought in mind, Chin Zhe's entire body felt refreshed and his thoughts became clear. It's okay. If your talent is not good, you can practice. You have made a lot of progress. Next, relax yourself. When you are free, watch how others act. Soon, you can also act in life and perform well. Chin Zhe was in a good mood and gave Suyu a bowl of chicken soup. Suyu nodded happily and smiled. She passed the bottle of mineral water to Chin Zhe. Chin Zhe took it. His throat was dry. He raised his head and took a sip. Suddenly, he felt a murderous aura behind him. He turned around and saw his sister and Wang Zijin glaring at him. Chin Zhe shuddered and hurriedly spat out the water. He said in disgust, "It's so dirty. Give me a new one." The sisters immediately restrained their killing intent. "Suyu, why don't you think it's dirty when you eat my saliva? Bastard!" Chin Zhe winked at Suyu, regardless of whether she understood it or not. "Don't waste your time." In Suyu's eyes, that look was simply a coward. The shooting continued. After several retakes, Suyu gradually found the feeling. Her performance was not amazing, but at least it was barely passable. Chin Zhe and Mou discussed for a while and decided to give it to a supporting character who had a lot of screen time. However, the supporting character did not have an outstanding story or a distinct personality, so even if there were some flaws in the performance, it was still acceptable. Perhaps after the movie was released, the audience's impression of Suyu herself would be more profound than the role of Xiang Xiang. Late at night. In an antique house. Bull Demon King sat at the round table and said angrily, "Hey, you have been back for so long, and you want the moonlight cash all day long. What do you mean? When will you marry me? Will you marry me or not? Xia, in a white fluttering dress, looked at the moonlight outside the window with an intoxicating smile. Bull Demon King's anger did not get a response, so he asked Zhu Beiji at the bedside, "Your sister talks nonsense all day long, is she crazy?" Qing Xia sneered, "She is not crazy, she is crazy." Bull Demon King got up, "Crazy is okay, as long as you are willing to marry me, we will get married in 7 days. After that, he flicked his sleeves and left. The two sisters were left in the room. Qing Xia was lying on the bed and asked, "Are you really willing to marry him?" Xia said slyly, "I lied to him, I am waiting for my man to come back and pick me up." Qing Xia laughed, "Do you really believe that little slippery guy will come to you? Even if he comes back, how can he take you back from Bull Demon King?" Xia laughed foolishly, more like a little girl, "Since God arranged for him to pull out my purple sword, he must not be an ordinary person. One day, he will wear a golden armor and step on a 7-colored cloud to pick me up." Xia, or Qin Bao Bao, said this sentence in a firm tone, the light reflected in her limpid eyes, flashing with longing and hope. Qin Zhe, who was standing not far away, saw this scene and was suddenly in a trance. Xia, in his heart, was not like this, but now, it perfectly overlapped with his sister. Cut. Mou stopped. Take a 5-minute break and prepare for the next scene. Mou's face was ruddy. He summed up a rule, as long as Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe acted in the scene, they could always pass it in one take, at most twice. As long as Suyu acted in the scene, at least 3 times, at most, he could not remember clearly, countless times. "Boss Qin," was the line a bit exaggerated? Mou said. When Qin Zhe frowned and looked at him, he said carefully, "Fairy Xia is a fairy. She is too infatuated." Qin Zhe said, "This is not a serious mythological drama. This is not serious, a romance movie with a mythological theme." Mou wanted to explain, but Qin Zhe patted him on the shoulder, "Remember this line, it should be popular." Mou was stunned. He had asked the same question before, when Jizun Bao was fooling Fairy Xia, "There was once a beautiful love in front of me." Boss Qin gave him the same answer as before. Mou scratched his head and thought, where does this confidence come from? Suyu said, "Qin Bao Bao, you are not playing the female lead, you are playing the infatuated role." Wang Zijin nodded vigorously. "Bah, playing the infatuated role is not better than playing the supporting role." Qin Bao Bao fiercely spat at them. Not all artists had read the complete script. Everyone was busy trying to figure out their own roles and did not have time to ask the director for the scripts for other roles. Qin Bao Bao roughly skimmed through the entire script, then focused on reading the script for her role. In the eyes of the stars, the script lacked coherence. Filming was like this. Not every star had to read the entire script. As long as the director had the big picture, it was enough. What the stars had to do was to play their parts well. At most, they would have a general understanding of the whole movie. They would not delve into it, figure it out, or experience it. Therefore, in the eyes of most people, the love between Jizun Bao and Fairy Xia could not even be called love. Because until the day of Fairy Xia's marriage to the Bull Demon King, Jizun Bao did not think that he had fallen in love with Fairy Xia. He thought that the person he loved deeply should be by Jingjing. A love that could not even be called love, how could it be moved? As Qing Xia said, Fairy Xia was just infatuated. As a person who had watched 2 movies, Qin Zhe knew where the tears were. He did not explain to others because there was no need to explain. It was enough for the actors to play their own part. It was not necessary to move the actors, but it was enough to move the audience. They shot from day to night. On the way, they divided into 2 teams. One team stayed in the original place to continue shooting, and the other team went to the neighboring city of Hingdian to shoot. This was an additional scene added by Qin Zhe. He added the scene of Ji Zunbao capturing the flood dragon. In his journey to the west, the Rui Jingu Bang was stolen by the flood dragon. Suyu followed, Wang Zijin and Qin Bao stayed in Hingdian. It was already 7:00 in the evening when they arrived in the neighboring city. Qin Zhe took the crew to find a hotel to check in. The shooting would be left until tomorrow. 9:00 in the evening. Qin Zhe took a shower and was about to go to bed when the door knocked a few times. He knew who it was without guessing. Qin Zhe went to open the door. Suyu ran into his arms, then jumped, wrapped her legs around his waist, and put her hands around his neck. "You little demon." Qin Zhe did not speak, and his lips were covered by moist lips. Qin Zhe kicked the door, dragged Suyu's little butt, and kissed her all the way to the bed. Soon they were naked. "You touch me, I model you." The room was filled with a pleasant intercourse sound. Qin Zhe had not exercised with Suyu for 2 months. It was okay to not have a taste of making a baby, but after tasting it, it was hard to hold back. During this period of shooting, thinking, and dealing with his sister, he had no mood to make a baby. Suyu wanted to, but there were 2 eyesores, and she had been asking for it. After going in and out for half an hour, Suyu screamed and shivered. After the first round, Qin Zhe lay on the bed, looking at their reflection in the mirror on the ceiling. Suyu pillowed on his arm, panting. "I'm finally full." Suyu said faintly, "The more I look at you these days, the more you look like a book. The more I look at you, the more I want to sleep." "Yeah. Hey Ice King, give me a child." Suyu twisted her buttocks in the quilt. "Qin Zhe, I've wanted to ask you for a long time, what's the matter with a child? I've heard you talk about it more than once." Qin Zhe said. "Let's not talk about this." Suyu pouted unhappily, "You haven't answered me yet." Okay. Yeah." Suyu sat up fiercely, and her upper body was exposed. She didn't care and sat on Qin Zhe's waist, with her hand on Qin Zhe's chest. "You said it, don't go back on your words." "I won't go back on my words." Suyu smiled and was about to climb down, but Qin Zhe held her down. "This position is just right, lie on it, and you can move by yourself." Suyu, again. It's getting worse day by day. Chapter 478. At the end of the second round, Suyu was still defeated. Well, the system's so-called teddy kidney finally showed its real ability. Happy. Suyu was lying softly on his body, her hair was disheveled, and she didn't even have the strength to speak. Qin Zhe held Suyu's slender waist with one hand, and the other hand was chatting with his sister. "Are you asleep?" His sister sent her concern. "I'm going to sleep soon." Qin Zhe replied. Beep beep beep. His sister sent a video request. "Fuck, my sister wants to start a video call." Qin Zhe's little brother trembled with fear. Suyu rolled her charming eyes. "I don't care, I don't want to move." The system prompted, the other party cancelled the video request. Qin Zhe, "Why did you cancel it again? I was just about to answer it." Qin Bao, "Little brat, I'm just scaring you." Qin Zhe, "Scaring me? If I'm scared by such a little thing, I'll call you mom." Qin Bao, "You're open and aboveboard, okay?" Qin Zhe, "No, start a video call, it's like I'm doing something shameful." A few seconds later, the system prompted, the other party requested a video call. Fuck, my sister really sent a video call request. Qin Zhe's little brother trembled with fear again. Cheap mouth. He cleverly turned off the hotel's Wi-Fi and used 4G. The signal in this hotel was very poor, and 4G would become 3G, which was very laggy. After the two sides made a video call, his sister's face appeared, but it was stuck and didn't move. The sound over there was quite chaotic, and Qin Bao Bao kept calling, little brat, saying why the picture didn't move. Qin Zhe silently cancelled the video call and sent a message bitterly, this broken place, the Wi-Fi is very poor. Qin Bao Bao, so it is. Qin Zhe, well, anyway, I'll be back tomorrow, so forget about the video call. By the way, where are you? Why does the sound sound so chaotic? Qin Bao Bao, sis is doing her hair, so is Zijin. Qin Zhe was angry and immediately sat up, and Su Yu immediately slid down from him. Turn on the video, turn on the video. Qin Zhe crazily sent out video call requests. Qin Bao Bao. The two of them restarted the video call, but the image was still choppy and couldn't be seen clearly. So, Qin Bao Bao turned off the video. Turn on the video, turn on the video. Qin Zhe crazily sent out video call requests. Qin Bao Bao. Your side is too laggy. I'll take a photo for you. His sister said. Qin Zhe was so shocked that he forgot to turn on the Wi-Fi. A moment later, his sister sent a picture. She was sitting on a chair, facing a mirror. The picture was taken facing the mirror, and the hairdresser could be seen standing behind her. Opposite her sister was Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Sister was indeed sister. If she said she would do her hair, she would do it. She wouldn't lie. He didn't need to pretend that nothing was wrong. What are you doing? Sister asked. Nothing. I'm sensitive to doing my hair recently. Promise me that you won't do hair with Sister Ziwei for the time being. Qin Zhe replied. Okay. 7 days passed quickly. In order to save her sister and her sweetheart's little friend, Zixia Fairy married the Bull Demon King as promised. In the square in front of the Bull Demon Palace, the demons held a grand wedding. The auspicious time has arrived. Let's get married. Zixia Fairy sat on the high platform, her face full of disappointment and loneliness. She didn't wait for her sweetheart to come on a colorful cloud to marry her. Tonight, she was going to marry the ugly Bull Demon King. Let go of my sister first, or I won't marry you. Bull Demon King, I won't let my sister marry you. Qing Xia knew that the Bull Demon King liked Zi Xia because of her beautiful appearance, not because she was Zi Xia. If the soul transfer technique swapped her with Zi Xia, then the Bull Demon King would be marrying Qing Xia instead of Zi Xia. Cut. Mou said, next, let's shoot the martial arts scene. Stand-ins will come on stage. Qin Bao Bao came off the stage and sat next to her brother. She watched the stand-ins fly around in the sky with all kinds of hand gestures. It feels funny, ha ha ha. Qin Bao Bao laughed so hard that her weapon shook. She was tall and gorgeous, with snow-white skin and watery eyes. At this time, no matter where she stood, her sister was a beautiful scenery. The staff of the production team basically had the same thought, the quality of this film was not as good as, If I Become Memories. Indeed, If I Become Memories didn't have stand-ins or special effects. The content filmed on the set was not much different from the content shown on screen. Everyone was silent because Qin Bao Bao was crying her heart out in the room. They were sad when they saw Qin Zhe playing a solo in the piano room. They were moved to tears when they saw Qin Bao Bao say, I do, in tears. But what about A Journey to the West? The scenes were shot sporadically. Some scenes that required special effects were even more awkward. The actors were gesturing with their hands. Take the current scene for example. Everyone was hanging on wires in the sky and making hand gestures. Moreover, Qin Zhe had already finished filming the scene where Joker saw through the world of mortals in the water curtain cave last month. How could they be moved if the scenes were not connected? Cut. Mou said, okay, Boss Qin. Do your makeup now. Let's go in for a while. Qin Zhe followed two makeup artists into the dressing room. When he came out, he was wearing a golden armor, a tight headband, and an iron rod in his hand. Qin Zhe was tall and handsome to begin with. Even if he had a head full of golden hair, he still had an awe-inspiring and heroic aura. Not to mention the other female colleagues and actresses on the set, even Qin Bao Bao and the other two people who were used to his appearance couldn't help but look at him with shining eyes. From the first to the second, it took a full 2 months. The film spanned 500 years, and Sun Wukong's image finally appeared in front of everyone again. Get ready, Mou said loudly. It's the climax, the last climax. The great sage equaling heaven arrived on a 7-colored cloud. He descended in front of everyone, looking majestic. Joker. Wuxia smiled for the first time that night. Everything was as she said. Her sweetheart had arrived on a 7-colored cloud. Please, we're all immortals. Can you stop pestering me? You're so ugly. How can I like you? Get lost. If immortals look like you, don't be immortals. Just as she said, she guessed the beginning but not the ending. Joker, or rather, Sun Wukong, the great sage, heaven's equal, easily wiped out the group of demons and beat the Bull Demon King until he could not fight back. But he was no longer Joker. The moment he put on the cuff, Joker had become a thing of the past and no longer existed. The Bull Demon King was at his wits' end. He took out his plantain fan and wanted to fan the entire city to the sun. The great sage equaling heaven wanted to turn the tide and save the city that was about to be destroyed. However, he was ambushed by the Bull Demon King. At the critical moment, Wuxia Fairy blocked the fatal blow for him, but the price was her life. At this point, not only director Mou, but also the cameraman, the lighting engineer, Qin Bao, and Qin Zhe themselves couldn't help but feel nervous. As one of the biggest highlights of the script, even the slightest flaw would affect the quality of the movie. Perfection. Wuxia. The man of my dreams is a peerless hero. One day, he will come to marry me while riding on 7-colored clouds. I guessed the beginning correctly, but I didn't know the ending. Fairy Wuxia gave a sad smile. She passed away just like a beautiful woman. Mou clenched the script in his hands. He wanted to cheer for Qin Bao. His tone was perfect, and his expression was perfect. Next, it was Qin Zhe's performance. Boss Qin, please start your performance. Qin Zhe's face first showed confusion, then slowly became twisted and hideous. Suddenly, he had a splitting headache. He clenched his teeth and hugged Wuxia Fairy's body tightly. But the band tightened, tighter and tighter. In the end, he let go. His sister's beautiful smile flashed across Qin Zhe's mind. For a moment, he felt that he was going to lose something forever. He hugged his head. In despair, with a twisted expression, he let out a roar that sounded like a cry. The camera kept zooming in on him, capturing his subtle facial expressions. The atmosphere on the set seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand. From the start of the shoot until now, everyone felt sour in their hearts for the first time. Cut. It's over. Mou sighed softly. The effect was good. It was better than expected. As expected of Boss Qin. But as a director, his heart was heavy. He was a director, and his heart should be as calm as still water. He had watched it hundreds of times and imagined it hundreds of times. Sometimes, he would feel sad like he was in the movie. But the previous countless imaginations were not as impactful as seeing it with his own eyes. After the editing was completed, this would be a very touching scene. Not far away, Xiu looked at Wang Zijin and said softly, I think I should be happy, because Qin Bao Bao is dead, but I just can't be happy. Wang Zijin thought for a moment. It's probably because the little red guy acted so realistically that I can't be happy. Siyu said, although I don't want to admit it, this routine is really touching. It makes people want to cry. I'll write it down in my notebook later and write this routine in my novel. Wang Zijin's forehead was full of black lines. You're the one who's persistent. At 9:00 in the evening, a journey to the west came to an end. The ending was left for tomorrow. Everyone left early. They didn't go out to drink and relax because the filming was almost over. Thinking back to the hard work of the past 2 months, the crew members felt a wave of exhaustion wash over them. They had never filmed a movie until they wanted to vomit like this time. The main reason was that Qin Zhe was too perfectionist. If there was something he was not satisfied with, he would directly delete it and start over. The details were often the most tiring. It was not over yet. There was still a long period of post-production to endure. Early the next morning, the crew began to prepare. They recruited extras, hired a venue, and matched costumes. All the preparations were completed by noon. We'll try to pass it in 2 takes. Mou shouted with a loudspeaker. It was simple, but it was also difficult. It depended on whether they could grasp the charm of the script. If it was other actors, Mou wouldn't dare to boast that it would be okay. But if it was the 2 boss Qins, it would definitely be okay. The camera looked down from above. Half of the city was reflected in the camera. Then it slowly descended, showing the